By then, maybe I can give you another life. Not surprisingly, the Kui brothers were so angry that their eyes turned red. But before they could react, 2 attacks suddenly fell on them. Just bury them into the ground. You 2 beasts, you can go to hell now. This knife is for my ancestors. This knife. Extra, extra. All evil forces in the Supreme Plane were destroyed earlier today. No one will slip through the net. And on this occasion when all the people are celebrating, Master Cao has also followed the will of heaven and issued several policies to benefit the people. First, from now on, there will be no so-called 9 holy lands. Only the Holy Land. Second, from now on, the surname Cao is the surname of God. Without the gift, no one is allowed to use it. Anyone with this surname must change it within 3 days. Otherwise, die. 3. From now on, education will be universal in the Supreme Plane. If you want to be a messenger, strength will no longer be the main factor. Everything is based on test scores. Fourth, the Lin family controls humanity, and the Mu family controls the 6 paths of reincarnation. This is a fixed number and will never change. Very domineering. And these words are not fleeting notifications, but announcements that are permanently posted on the homepage. To be honest, if this happened in the past, the moment this thing appeared, there would definitely be a huge quarrel over who would get hold of it. Various voices of opposition will emerge one after another like mushrooms after rain. But this time, the control was extremely quiet. Even if someone discusses it, they will definitely only use words of praise. No one dares to sing a different tune. After all, no one is stupid. The world is unified now. If we continue to act recklessly, wouldn't that be simply courting death? As for the law not punishing everyone, the thing that this Supreme Plane has the most is people. But it is different from the silence of many small forces. The Lin family and the Mu family, who were named, were more excited than the other. Especially the Lin family, they were so happy that they almost lost their minds. They would never have thought that Cao Wenbin could achieve such great success. At the beginning, they all thought that it was amazing that the 3 families could work together to unify the fairyland. But I didn't expect. Of course, it was precisely because of his excitement that Lin Wenchen quickly organized a beauty pageant within the clan. After all, that is the eternal control of humanity. How much power is this? How could they not express their feelings? Besides, they all know that Cao Wenbin is always accompanied by several teams of experts. For example, Yao Qi's Baimachuan. Another example is the Mu family's Holy Maiden's house. How could they fall behind? Coincidentally, just when they were busy having fun, Lin Xiu actually came back. And he came back alone. So, Xiu, there are some things that the ancestor doesn't urge you to do. We really can't delay any longer. After all parties are making efforts. Although our Lin family currently has an extremely obvious advantage, this situation is like rowing against the current. If we don't move forward, we will fall behind. You don't want to see our Lin family fall into complete decline one day, do you? These words are said with great sincerity. But Lin Xiu rolled her eyes when she heard it. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Considering the relationship between the Lin and Cao families, how much water would it take to cause the relationship between the 2 sides to deteriorate? Isn't this just groundless worry? But she also knew that reasoning wouldn't work. So he quickly nodded obediently. Don't worry, ancestor. Xiu is quite a bit. Of course I understand the principle of putting the overall situation first. As soon as Wenbin comes out of isolation, I will immediately take the initiative to attack. Lin Wenchen was stunned. Then he subconsciously asked, is Wenbin in seclusion? Could it be that in this final battle, he got some extraordinary opportunity? No hiding. After all, this is one of our own. And the purpose of her return was to let the Lin family make preparations early. Therefore, that's right. It is indeed a great opportunity. To use Wenbin's words before his retreat, when he comes out, there will be a qualitative change. Oh, right, Wenbin asked me to tell the ancestor that soon, a plane no smaller than this one will appear. So we must stockpile more humanitarian talent. After we take over the province's territory, we won't have enough people to educate people. At this moment, Lin Wenchen's eyes became even brighter. There is actually territory. And precisely because of this, he didn't want the person in front of him to escape from that world-famous palace. Chapter 767 Blue Star asks for help. Are you here? Blue Star. Just when everyone in the Supreme Plane was trying to adapt to the new era, Lu Xinyan, who had already become a bug on Blue Star, suddenly frowned. Then she subconsciously looked into the depths of the starry sky. After she confirmed that what she had just sensed was not an illusion, she flashed and disappeared from the spot. When we appeared, we had already arrived at a place that was surrounded by water and we couldn't see our hands in front of us. Then, Master Cao, outside the solar system, an extremely large cicada insect appeared. It seems to be a warship belonging to that species. So as agreed, I came to look for you as soon as possible. The sound is not loud, but it is extremely effective. The next moment, a crack suddenly appeared in front of her. Then it expanded rapidly. Almost in the blink of an eye, it penetrated the entire world. This is. Lu Xinyan swallowed subconsciously. There's nothing we can do, the noise is just too loud. It was completely beyond her expectations. And the changes go far beyond that. Not long after, Lu Xinyan was shocked to find that she could actually see clearly what was happening on the other side of the crack. Birds singing and flowers blooming. Just one glance made her unconsciously yearn for it. Is this where those people live? It's really extraordinary. It seems that they must be quite important figures over there. But that's true. A man who can have 3 wives and 4 concubines and make them all live in harmony is at least a regional overlord. Just as she was secretly pondering this, several UFO-like aircraft suddenly stopped beside her. Silently. Then a middle-aged man got off each aircraft. To be honest, this scene is really sci-fi. But Lu Xinyan is no longer surprised. At this time, more than 5 months have passed since Cao Wenbin disappeared from the school. It is precisely because of this that the entire blue planet has undergone earth-shaking changes. Various advanced technologies are emerging in an endless stream. As for other countries, where are the other countries? If a third-level civilization fights a first-level civilization, then all you need is hands, right? Xinyan, what are you doing? Why did you make such a big noise? Without hiding anything, Lu Xinyan casually told what she had discovered. As a result, the middle-aged people who were full of curiosity just now changed their expressions in an instant. They are very self-aware. Although they have already become proficient in using various high-tech weapons, they know that anyone who attracts the attention of a figure like Cao Wenbin is definitely not someone they can deal with. After all, the things in their hands were just obtained by others. In other people's eyes, it may not be as powerful as a toy. Therefore, so what should we do now? Wait. Very concise. And this is obviously the most correct choice. Just a few breaths later, a beautiful figure appeared in front of them out of thin air. It's Hao Mengxuan. Wait here for now. I'll be right back. Hao Mengxuan is also a participant in this matter. So it is clear what it means for the 2 worlds to be connected. Besides, her spiritual consciousness is not just for decoration. If Lu Xinyan could discover it, how could she not discover it? So after she said this, she disappeared again after just standing still. As for what exactly I did, Xinyan, can you see what's going on over there? Human curiosity is limitless. Even these high-level officials, whose stomping of their feet could make the entire blue planet tremble, are no exception. And Lu Xinyan did not disappoint them. After all, for a quasi-saint, a galaxy is really not that big. Because of this, a mysterious mirror soon appeared in front of everyone. And what is presented on it is exactly the situation outside the Kuiper belt. A giant cicada with its abdomen wide open. It is spitting out all kinds of giant insects endlessly. After just a few breaths, it filled the entire starry sky. Until the end, a normal human being appeared. It is obvious that the other party also knows space technology. Otherwise, this cicada insect would definitely not be able to hold so much. Depend on. This is an attempt to completely destroy us. And this human, is he a bug transformed into a spirit, or? After seeing all this, the senior officials of Blue Star were immediately stunned. They knew very well that this would be impossible without foreign aid. After this wave, there may be no Blue Star. As for the final words, of course, you should ask Lu Xinyan. Still did not disappoint them. The next moment, it's not a monster. I've heard Master Cao mention it before. It's said to be this race, so it is like this. The leaders are all normal humans. And the bugs are just weapons they cultivated. They are taking the biotechnology route. The explanation is easy to understand. But before she could finish, she immediately shut up. Not only her, but everyone else here also has no time to deal with this mess. Because the battle over there has already begun. Very bloody. But not violent. Hao Mengxuan, holding a delicate spear, killed 30% of the insects with just one move. Among the entire insect army, no one can be its opponent. The only ones who could fight with it were 3 giant mantises. Unfortunately, the quantity is too small. After holding on for 20 rounds, they were eliminated one by one. Oh my god. Looking at the devastated starry sky, the senior officials of Blue Star all felt their scalps tingling. Although they didn't see the fight clearly, they saw clearly the scene where the giant mantis turned Ceres into ashes. And this is what happened to the defeated generals. That main, But soon, they found something wrong again. Because Hao Mengxuan clearly still had some strength left, but she didn't kill the commander of these insects. Instead, he let it escape madly on the cicada. What's going on? This kind of person shouldn't understand the principle of letting the tiger return to the mountains. Very confused. However, this situation did not last long. As Hao Mengxuan quickly disappeared, these cunning people reacted instantly. This is playing the long game to catch the big fish. The purpose is to find the other party's lair. Hey! It seems like there will be no peace for the next period of time. They understood that although Hao Mengxuan acted very strong, it was impossible for her to completely eliminate the other party. After all, the other party doesn't look like a soft persimmon. And the situation was indeed almost as they expected. Hao Mengxuan came back very quickly. It clearly doesn't look like it's been through a big battle. Come on, I'll take you there to have a look. From now on, this world will be incorporated into ours. Chapter 768 Huge Benefits. Good. Knowing they couldn't refuse, Lu Xinyan and the others nodded on the spot. Then he followed Hao Mengxuan across the space crack. Oh my god. As soon as they stood firm, expressions of deep shock immediately appeared on everyone's faces. There is no way, because the city not far away is so magnificent. Just with their knowledge, they had no idea how to move that city gate. Towing a spacecraft. Stop joking. The engine is broken and you may not be able to move it at all. Of course, this is not what shocked them the most. What really shocked them was that they discovered that their bodies were actually slowly getting younger. My spirits are gradually getting better. How is this possible? Our bodies have all been baptized by genetic drugs. It's almost perfect. Because they were too shocked, several senior officials of Blue Star could not control themselves and spoke to themselves subconsciously. When Hao Mengxuan heard this, she was immediately amused. Perfect. You guys are so funny. With a lifespan of over 1,000 years, you still have the nerve to call it perfect. You may not know this, but Lu Xinyan, who is right beside you, can live for at least 3,000 years. That's 3 times as much as yours. So if you have free time in the future, you should stay here more. Here are people to feed. Don't talk much. But several senior executives' eyes widened as they listened. They would never have thought that this new body that they were so proud of would be so unbearable in the eyes of others. Whether out of dissatisfaction or curiosity, one of them subconsciously asked after regaining consciousness, Fairy Mengxuan, how long are you and your husband's lifespans? No answer. Hao Mengxuan just shook her head slightly. The questioner's expression darkened. Even people like you can't control your own destiny. Hao Mengxuan shook her head again. No. The reason I'm shaking my head isn't because I don't know. But our lifespan is infinite. Even if the world explodes, we can still survive. Of course, it's not just me. Everyone you met last time was like this. I'm not bragging, but it's the truth. After all, surviving in chaos is not a difficult task for them at all. But she said it lightly, but Lu Xinyan and others were all stunned. Can you survive even after the destruction of heaven and earth? Isn't living as long as the sky the limit for these guys? Who are they? And this doubt disappeared as each of them gained a piece of knowledge. But what followed was a brain crash. Because they saw those 4 pinned messages. So, Lord of all realms. Is Cao the surname of God? Using the punishment of 9 clans without authorization. My God, is Mr. Cao's status so high? To be honest, before coming here, they had already overestimated Cao Wenbin as much as possible. But being this high was still far beyond their expectations. Opportunity. This is a great opportunity. After the shock, a hint of excitement flashed in the eyes of several people. After all, if one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. They and Cao Wenbin, they have more or less some kind of relationship. No need for special care from Cao Wenbin. In the future, if they spread the fact that Cao Wenbin had stayed in Blue Star for a period of time, that would be enough to make the entire Blue Star prosper. Boom. Just as they were imagining the future, a shocking roar suddenly woke them up. Then, they noticed that flowers were flashing rapidly across the western sky. Colorful. Very unreal and mysterious. Once you watch it for a long time, you will immediately be addicted to it. This is very confused. I have no idea what's going on. But they don't understand, but how Mengxuan understands. This is not resonance of laws. 3,000 flowers of law appear one by one. Wenbin has recovered to the level of dominance. His face was full of joy. The next moment, she disappeared from the spot. As for Lu Xinyan and the others, he's such a grown-up, how could he get lost? Coincidentally, when she returned to the nameless island in the center of the divine realm, Cao Wenbin just stepped out of the happy palace. It still looks the same. But the temperament is completely different. Master, master, master of all things. This is not just talk. Strength is indeed a man's courage. When they saw Cao Wenbin like this, all the women on the nameless island felt their bodies soften unconsciously. Even Lin Xiu, who had just returned, was the same. She suddenly felt that what the ancestor had instructed was not so unacceptable. If the timing is right, definitely give it a try. This guy is really hard to refuse. And just as there are people like her who like to daydream, there are naturally also those who are extremely clear-headed. So, Zhang Jian, Han Zhongyu, and Nian Yuyu, who were used to seeing this scene, immediately surrounded Cao Wenbin. Then, Wenbin, how do you feel now? A faint smile. Then he whispered something that almost drove the three of them crazy, just wait for someone to cry for help. Although my realm is still far from the peak, my combat power is definitely stronger than it was back then. What a double entendre. And he wasn't bragging. At this moment, he indeed possessed the combat power of his peak period, even though he was only 3 small realms away. After all, he didn't have Lu Zhilin's origin before. The benefits brought by the balance of yin and yang were completely beyond his expectations. It was only after refining that ball of origin that he realized that his seemingly invincible body actually had flaws. Although it is harmless, it is not perfect. But now, it's completely different. No matter what method is used, it is impossible to find even a trace of flaw in him. And this is not the biggest gain of this retreat. No one could have imagined that as the entire plane was completely unified, this world would actually recognize Cao Wenbin as its master. The supreme plane at this time, and all the small and medium planes under it, are more like Cao Wenbin's small world than planes. He can change everything here with just a thought. No one can resist at all. Even if the mind is not convinced, the body will be quite honest. However, Nian Yuyu was dissatisfied with this statement. After all, she is the master of the Fun Palace and an expert in this field. I never cried for help before, let alone now. Chapter 769, Confrontation, Part 1. On the highest plane, it's family happiness and war. Except for the occasional cry for help, it was truly peaceful. But the other world is completely different. This is not. Go to war, we must go to war as soon as possible. I will make those who killed my son pay with their blood. In a magnificent palace that is 10,000 meters high, a stunning beauty is expressing her opinions with a crazy look on her face. However, although her face is ferocious, it does not affect her beauty at all. It was precisely because of this that as soon as she finished speaking, 3 of the other 6 people of equal status immediately echoed her. This is a must. After all, we watched our 2 nephews grow up. How could we let them die in vain for no reason? The guys who attacked me are truly inhuman. My nephew Kui Xian has always been a peaceful person, yet they actually killed me. Judging from this, they must be no good. No problem. I'll send the insect ships out in a moment. If they're still breathing after a year, I won't be called Kangwu. The sounds are getting louder and louder. Although the other 3 did not agree, they did not object either. After all, outward expansion is a common thing for them. Not to mention having a reason, even if there was no reason, they still did it. So, Yin Huan, the mother of Kui Hao and Kui Sheng, who spoke first, immediately smiled triumphantly. In that case. But just when she was about to say something else, someone suddenly rushed in from outside the door. Ragged clothes. It doesn't fit in here. But as soon as this person appeared, the 7 people sitting on the high places all showed solemn expressions. Because they all recognized that the person was wearing the uniform of their Zerg expedition team. Those who can wear this kind of clothes may not necessarily come from a wealthy family, but they are definitely masters. At the very least, he must be someone who can cultivate a half-step master-level insect. But this kind of person who is always looked up to wherever he goes, is now. Explain. What on earth did you encounter? Why are you so embarrassed? Very majestic. And the visitor didn't waste even a moment. He happily told everyone what he had seen and heard. Including the fact that the other party deliberately let him come back. So, good. Very good. Excellent. I'm worried about not being able to find a suitable route of attack. I didn't expect these guys to come to my door. After she finished speaking, Yinhuan suddenly stood up. Judging from his appearance, it is obvious that he is going to recruit troops. As for why she was so excited. Because she discovered that what this person said had many similarities with the information her son had sent back before he died. In other words, the two parties are very likely to be the same group. Originally, she was planning to go along the route left by her son. But if this happens, there will definitely be casualties in the early stages. After all, no one is stupid. There is no way the other party is not on guard. It is precisely because of this that the scenes at the beginning happened. She wanted to recruit more people to share the pressure. But now, this temporary route was opened up temporarily. The other party couldn't have made too much preparation. But before she could walk out of the palace, the other 6 people followed her. Then, Sister Yinhuan, what they're doing is clearly an insult to our entire Zerg race. So now this isn't just your problem. Let's go together. I want to see who the other party is. How dare you stroke the whiskers of our Zerg race? Apparently, others also heard something unusual. So everyone wants a piece of the pie. Although Yinhuan's expression was not very good, in the end, she didn't say anything. After all, acting together is an old tradition of the Zerg. Plus, she originally came here to seek external help, so it was really hard to refuse. Never mind. Just think of it as doing them a favor. I actually survived. It's not easy. It's really not easy. On the first floor of the Happy Palace, sitting on one of the 3 chairs, Nianyuyu was rolling her eyes and muttering to herself. The little face was filled with relief at surviving the disaster. She would never have thought that Cao Wenbin, whose strength had declined so much, could still be so powerful. It's simply outrageous. If she hadn't cried for help many times, she might have. I was indeed a bit too arrogant before. Unlike her half-dead look, Cao Wenbin, who walked out of the Happy Palace, looked relaxed. But he is in such a good mood. But it didn't last long. He had just taken a few breaths of fresh air when Hao Mengxuan appeared beside him. At the same time, Wenbin, a few days ago, that blue star has completely merged with us. The Zerg have indeed appeared again. Just like before, the one who came is no big shot. Looking at the appearance, it should be for the land reclamation. But he does have some skills. The attack is 3 mantises at the half-step master level. Unfortunately, the foundation is not that good. The Kui brothers are much weaker in overall combat effectiveness. So I destroyed it all by myself. By the way, I released the leader as you instructed. And after following along all the way, I've completely understood the situation of the passage between the 2 worlds. It's pretty much what you thought. This route is indeed much simpler than the one in the 10,000 Demons Cave. As for whose territory the export is, that's unknown. Nodded gently. Then Cao Wenbin waved his right hand, and the next moment, the space crack that the Kui brothers had used before was completely closed by him. After all, according to the Kui brothers, there is a Jedi on the other side of this crack. Although it has little effect on masters above the heavenly Dao realm, it is not suitable for large armies to pass through. Moreover, this passage is extremely long, and if you are not careful, you will probably get lost in it. And the most crucial thing is that the exit on the other side is quite far away from Yinhuan's base. It's impossible to launch a sneak attack. So keeping it will definitely do more harm than good. Walk. Let's go and take a look. If possible, it's best to find out the other party's bottom line. As soon as he finished speaking, his mind moved and he suddenly disappeared from the spot. When it appears, it has already arrived in the universe where the blue planet is. The speed was so fast that Hao Mengxuan felt it was unreal. Because this distance is really not close. Even if she used all her strength, it would still take her half a day to make one trip. But the little man next to him only took a few breaths. Chapter 770 Confrontation, Part 2. Is the gap so big? The corners of Hao Mengxuan's mouth twitched subconsciously. However, her eyes immediately turned into heart shapes. His eyes were full of admiration. But just as she was about to move closer to the little man, the space crack not far from them suddenly shook. Immediately afterwards, one after another huge scorpion warships emerged from it. The power was obviously stronger than the cicada insect battleship she was chasing before. And the detection systems of these warships are obviously extraordinary. Look, the ones leading the charge have obviously discovered them. So the protective shield was raised immediately. Then the abdomen is opened. All kinds of insects swarmed out. The most numerous of them are extremely huge creatures covered entirely with flesh. It is obviously a meat shield type of soldier. Wenbin, what should we do now? Retreat. Or should we kill them if they are still struggling to gain a foothold? Shaked his head gently. Cao Wenbin adopted neither of the two plans. Withdraw. If you give in on the first official encounter, how can you play with us in the future? As for charging in like a reckless man, that is even more unacceptable. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Going deep into the enemy camp without knowing anything is no different from committing suicide. Of course, he didn't wait foolishly. The next moment, he began to use the privileges he gained from being promoted to the domination realm to transport people here. He wants to confront the other party, so as to find out the other party's background. So, in the following time, both sides set up their formations in tacit understanding. Not until the entire starry sky is filled will they stop completely. Thank God. Luckily I didn't come here on my own. Otherwise, the 7th emperor will most likely become the 6th emperor. Those two brats are such idiots. Why don't they send back some useful information? It's all useless. After seeing the scene on the Supreme Plane side, especially the small group of people around Cao Wenbin, a look of relief immediately appeared on Yin Huan's little face. She knew she had escaped. Otherwise, she would most likely have two sons. Wrong. There could be more. After all, no matter how you look at it, Cao Wenbin doesn't seem like a good person. If you catch a beauty like her, you will definitely beat her to death. And she wasn't the only one who was shocked. The other 6 emperors who were looking to take advantage of the situation also had serious expressions on their faces. Even though the number of people on Cao Wenbin's side was not even 1,000th of theirs, they had fought against cultivators many times and knew very well that once the two sides started fighting, it would be hard to say who would be the winner. And their lives may soon be in danger. After all, what cultivators are best at is decapitation. What do you think we should do now? Just staring at each other like this is not a solution. Damn it. If I had known that the other party was a force of this level, I would have made more preparations. Very depressed. But more of it is greed. Because if they could devour Cao Wenbin. Besides, they are not blind. They can see clearly the quality of the women around Cao Wenbin. If I could get this. If you ask me, we should fight him. In this way, we can intuitively understand the opponent's combat effectiveness. Of course, the fight I'm talking about doesn't mean an all-out attack. But it's a fighting general. In this way, even if there are losses, they are within our tolerance range. While there are those who are panicked, there are naturally those who are more shrewd. Soon, one of the 7 people stood up. And soon came up with a suggestion that everyone could accept. But just when Yin Huan was about to act as a mouthpiece and have a good talk with Cao Wenbin, a casual question froze her in place. Then how should we distribute the harvest from this city? After all, whether it's the other party's flesh and blood or those girls, they are obviously rare resources. Silence. After a while, the person who made the suggestion said, whoever gets it, it belongs to him. Others are not allowed to think about it, and are not allowed to do anything bad in secret, okay. At this point, no one said anything. After all, whoever works hard gets the rewards, which is reasonable. But what made Yin Huan depressed was that she still couldn't speak. Because before she could speak, another voice sounded in her ears. But this time, it was no longer the movement of her companions. But, aren't you going to fight a general? We agree. How about we play 5 games? Best of 5. The losing party will allow the other party to take one item from the territory. The pupils of Yin Huan and others contracted unconsciously. Because there are many pincer insects distributed near them. Although this thing has no offensive power and its defense is extremely poor, it is definitely an expert in sound insulation. So far, they have never encountered anyone who can crack it. But now it is. He's definitely not a good person. The expression is very solemn. But in the end, they agreed. The only requirement is that there can only be 2 duels at most. The remaining 3 games must be small-scale team battles. What made them happy was that Cao Wenbin didn't even refute it. So, who's coming to the first game? What mode are you going to use? Don't talk much. But the 7 emperors were silenced again. After all, everyone knows that this first game is the most dangerous. Without knowing the other party's tactics, the probability of losing everything is extremely high. Then I'll do it. I choose a small battle, one with 100 people. After discovering that no one was willing to step forward, Yin Huan silently took a step forward. There's nothing I can do about it, since she was the one who brought this up. Then, she waved at her giant scorpion battleships again. Not much action, but the effect is excellent. The next moment, a full 100 butterflies flew towards the open space between the 2 sides. It is different from the immortal demon butterfly used by the Kui brothers. These butterflies are so beautiful. Each one is colorful. The most important thing is that they are all extremely unreal. It looked as if it had no entity. Dream Psylocke. Sister Yin Huan is really cautious. They actually sent out this type of troops. But that's true. They have no physical form, so normal attacks can't even touch them. They're truly the perfect choice for leading the charge. It's a pity that the strength is a little low. Only in the middle stage of Heavenly Tao realm. Otherwise, it would be even more perfect. Chapter 771, Shi Feng's Methods. Among the other 6 emperors, 2 were extremely dissatisfied with Yin Huan's choice. They are not lickers. Just focus on career, so I really can't stand this conservative behavior. But soon, they were no longer in the mood to pay attention to this. Because they found that the people on the other side were even weirder than them. After hesitating for a long time, they only sent out 1 person. And he is only in the middle stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. 1 against 100. Is this overconfidence, or has this person offended those in power? Very confused. But in the end, they still felt that the latter was more likely. After all, the beauty who came out was so beautiful. His looks even surpassed those of the 2 favorites among the 6 emperors. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be that the other party's senior management wants to play the unspoken rules, and this woman would rather die than obey, so. It is true that beautiful women have always been short-lived. Very emotional. And after the other party stood still, they finally knew each other's name. Feng Nisheng. Then, Sister Yin Huan, are you interested in making a deal with me? As long as you can bring this girl back alive. Then I'm willing to exchange 3 liters of Chaos Spirit Beast's heart blood for yours. Yin Huan was shocked. Then I subconsciously prepared to agree. After all, that was the heart and blood of the 3-liter Chaos Spirit Beast. If she adds some things, it will be enough to cultivate a bug at the master level. Although his combat effectiveness is extremely poor, they may not be able to defeat a cultivator who is half a step away from becoming a master. But the Lord is the Lord. If there is 1 more person, the status will immediately become different. But before she could open her mouth, another voice rang in her ears. Duan Hong, you're really stingy. You're asking this kind of price for such a beauty. I'll scratch you to death. Sister Yin Huan, if you can catch it, I'll give you 5 liters. My whole body shook again. But this time, Yin Huan calmed down. Especially when she saw that there were others eager to try, the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. The next moment, okay, stop arguing. I'll take action first. Once I catch the person, we can talk about other things. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly focused. The dreamy butterfly on the other side also responded immediately. Almost at the same time, he rushed towards Shi Feng. So confusing. There is no order at all. But keep moving forward. And their attacks are also very strange. He actually continued to extract the soul power from his already illusory body. The targets of attack were all Shi Feng's eyebrows. Obviously, they can only attack with souls. I just realized now that sending the dreamy Psylocke into battle is actually a good choice. After all, this thing is very good at catching people. And it doesn't hurt your body. Upon seeing this scene, Duanhong and others, who had disliked these butterflies not long ago, immediately changed their expressions. A profound interpretation of what the law of true fragrance is. However, their smiles did not last long. Soon it froze on his face. Because a bunch of uneducated ants actually dared to attack me. That's outrageous. First came a delicate rebuke. Then an extremely shocking change appeared before their eyes. Shi Feng, who was originally alone, created 99 identical copies of himself in the blink of an eye. And the standing position is extremely particular. Clone technique. Formation. Yin Huan and others' expressions changed drastically. But before they could come up with a countermeasure, the 100 primordial phoenixes in the field all cried out to the sky. To be honest, it wasn't a big deal. But the penetrating power is extremely strong. As for the power, that's beyond words. Look, the 100 dreamy butterflies that were so powerful just now exploded one after another. Even though they were under Yin Huan's control and tried their best to retreat, it was still useless. It was as if they were locked down, and none of them could escape. The soul power attacking Shi Feng was directly shaken into wisps of smoke. Good trick. Seeing Shi Feng walking back with his waist twisted after killing the spirit butterfly, without taking them seriously at all, Yin Huan's face turned green with anger. It's not that I feel sorry for these 100 psionic butterflies. Instead, he felt sorry for the several liters of chaos spirit beast's heart blood. Such a good opportunity just flew away for no reason. Depend on. If I had known this, I would have sent more powerful troops. But she didn't know that even if she sent strong forces, it would be useless. Because what Shi Feng used just now was the 100 phoenixes singing formation, which is unique to the Phoenix clan. It's useless no matter who comes. Unless she is halfway to becoming the master. But Cao Wenbin is not a fool. If the person who came out was a half-step master, how could he let Shi Feng come forward? This ancestor of the Phoenix clan who attracts attention wherever he goes is not only coveted by others, but he himself is also extremely rare. Good opportunity. But unlike Yin Huan, the other 5 male emperors became excited instantly. They saw an opportunity to get a beautiful woman in white. Because of this, the next moment, the 5 grown men immediately started fighting for it. Among us, my unit is recognized as having the strongest combat capabilities. So, naturally, I should be the one to lead the next battle. After all, we've already lost one battle. If we lose again, we'll be in a very passive position. Recognized as the strongest. Recognized by whom? I'd say I should be the one to win this next battle. After all, my troops are well coordinated and I know how to deploy them. Are you kidding? I'm the most suitable one, okay. Don't forget, I specialize in playing with souls. I'm perfect for catching people. Well, I can promise you this, if I succeed, I can let you have a taste of it. For a while, several people were arguing so fiercely. In the end, it was Kangwu, who had the strongest physique and the best eloquence, who grabbed this opportunity. With the lesson just learned, he was quite cautious this time. With one move, he launched 30 giant flying ants. Judging from their aura, without exception, they are all at the half-step master level. And the mouthparts are very sharp. The wings are quite powerful, obviously they have been carefully cultivated. Please teach me. The voice is full of confidence. Then, he looked towards the Cao family camp with longing. The one he hopes to fight is still the girl from before. Or something similar will do. In this way, you can. What made him happy was that his wish actually came true. Not long after, 2 peerless beauties appeared not far from him. Chapter 772, Goal Achieved. How Mengxuan, Yu Qiwei, please teach me. The sound is not loud. But I almost caught the Kangwu fish into a black carp. There's nothing I can do about it, the movements of the 2 women are just too tempting. And after he saw the 2 women's faces clearly, he almost lost his way. Depend on. Are all the women in that world so beautiful? Even if we search every corner of the 3 that have appeared so far, there are simply not many that can compare to them. No. Even if it's just for these beauties, I'll take it down no matter what. In an instant, he made up his mind. But the good times didn't last long. The next moment, Liang Yi life and death formation. In fact, whether it was Hao Mengxuan or Yu Qiwei, before coming out, they both wanted to play with these ants for a while. So as to explore more secrets. But the other person's expression made both of them extremely uncomfortable. So after a glance, the two of them tacitly used their trump card together. This is a killing formation that can only appear if they work together. As long as the person entering the formation is not much stronger than the other two, the balance of yin and yang will be immediately lost. Anyone who gets close to Hao Mengshuan will experience excessive yang energy, which will cause all the internal organs to burn. As for those close to Yu Qiwei, that is because the yin energy is too strong, and the blood in the body is completely coagulated. It won't be long before the person dies. Logically speaking, this heaven-defying formation is simply impossible to appear in the world. After all, the two girls just don't get along. Forget about cooperation. It would be a blessing if we don't fight when we meet. But now with Cao Wenbin as a lubricant, things are completely different. Not getting along. Then, squeak, squeak, squeak. Without any surprise, as soon as the formation was formed, the group of flying ants that Kangwu was proud of and had made great contributions to him immediately underwent a mutation. One part started to emit white smoke for no reason. The smell of burning permeated the whole body. The other part is moving slower and slower. In the end, he was completely motionless. No matter how Kangwu urged it, there was no response. This is. The pupils of Kangwu and others shrank unconsciously. His face instantly became extremely ugly. They are not stupid. Naturally, they could see that their troops were killed instantly again. Damn it. So, Duan Hong, who had the worst temper, immediately exploded. Then he stepped forward, pointed at Cao Wenbin and said, "Boy, don't be so proud. The reason you were able to win the first 2 rounds was entirely because we underestimated our opponents and sent people to show you how we were doing. That's how you took advantage of the opportunity. If you have the guts, then in this round, we'll both send out our men. Life and death will be entirely up to fate. How about that?" Obviously, this guy has discovered the root cause of his complete defeat in both games. That's why he used provocation right from the start. Of course, he didn't think this trick would be of any use. Chunchen just wanted to disgust Cao Wenbin. After all, this matter is actually a dead end for them. Send someone first, they can make targeted arrangements. But if we let them send people first, then they will have the final say on whether it's a one-on-one fight or a group fight. This is even more disadvantageous to them. But what he didn't expect was, send someone together. How boring is that? How about this, I'll take over the 3rd round. I'm all alone, and you can do whatever you want. Even if it's just a bug. Or send a swarm of bugs, I'll take them all. Domineering. Everything he said was full of confidence. But he was pretending to be happy, but Duan Hong and others were almost vomiting blood out of anger. After all these years, this is the first time someone looks down on them. Arrogant. If I don't grind you to dust today, I'll write my name upside down. The air is filled with murderous intent. However, even though they were angry, they did not reject this rule, which was extremely beneficial to them. After all, they have lost 2 games in a row. They can't lose this round no matter what. Besides, they also realized that Cao Wenbin definitely played an important role in the opposing camp. Once we can catch her, it is hard to say whether we can use the emperor to control the princes, but it is definitely possible to exchange her for a few more beauties like the previous ones, or for some more incredible resources. The 7 of them were indeed old partners who had worked together for millions of years. Although they had no communication, not even a glance, they all had a tacit understanding and each sent out a type of troop at the level of domination. 3 jellyfish, 2 giant elephants, and 2 bees. It's a zoo. When Nangong Qingyu, who had been following Cao Wenbin, saw this scene, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wenbin, these didn't exist before. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be newly bred. Cao Wenbin nodded subconsciously. The corners of my mouth curled up unconsciously. His goal was achieved. At the same time, he also began to examine these guys carefully. Of course, he wasn't just watching, but counting. He wants to know what's so magical about these things. So prepare early. This will prevent the female soldiers from suffering losses when they confront them in the future. And the efforts soon paid off. Before long, the characteristics of these types of troops appeared in his mind one by one. That group of jellyfish belongs to the control type of troops. Their brains are fragile, not to mention the same domination realm. Even if it is a more powerful heavenly Dao realm, he can be smashed to pieces with one punch. However, their tentacles are extremely tough. Even if you are a very strong person, you can't tear it apart. The suction power is extremely amazing. Once you're entangled, don't even think about breaking free. And it is also highly poisonous. Quite difficult. The giant elephant is a meat shield type of soldier. Extremely strong impact. If you are hit head-on by it, no matter who you are, you will not be able to escape unscathed. But the most amazing thing about it is that it can withstand a beating. For someone at the same level, it would be impossible to do anything to it without thousands of moves. Of course, it also has weaknesses. That is extremely slow. If it were alone, it would be a sitting duck. It's totally useless. As for the bee, the two of them are purely offensive. It's an assassin. The speed is incredibly fast. Although the defense is very weak, it will die if touched. But for those at the same level to want to encounter them is nothing but a pipe dream. And it has two means of attack. One of them is the poisonous needle at the tail. The throat is sealed with just one touch. Quite domineering. The second is the wings. Not only can this thing make bees move at high speed, the noise it makes when it's fanned can also be disturbing. It makes people feel irritated unconsciously. Chapter 773 Hongmeng's Sword Box. Tanker, Control, Assassin. Wow, the configuration is quite complete. You're going to fight me to the death. Cao Wenbin, who saw everything, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. However, he didn't take it seriously. So what if there are a lot of people? What if the configuration is complete? If his woman can kill instantly, then naturally he can too. It was precisely because of this idea that as soon as the 7 giant beasts not far away began to charge, a sword box immediately appeared in front of him. Very quaint. More than half a person's height. The whole body is covered with obscure inscriptions. It is the most powerful killing weapon in the world, the Hongmeng sword box. And as it was slowly opened, the starry sky immediately responded. The surrounding stars exploded for no reason. And they are connected one after another. And once one of the long swords finally appears, things will become even more out of control. The entire universe began to tremble wildly. It looked as if the end of the world was about to come. Then, this sword is called Tianyan, which means that if you take the sword out of the sky, it will fall. Alright, you can all go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, a devastating sword energy burst out from the Tianyan sword, pointing directly at the giant elephant that had already arrived in front of it. To be honest, the cooperation between these 7 guys is really good. The giant elephant, with the highest defense and the strongest impact force, is always at the forefront. He completely hid the jellyfish and bees, which had weaker defenses, behind him. Just wait until you get close to him before exploding completely. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, skills are simply not enough. After the sword energy arrived, whether it was the giant elephant or the tentacles of the jellyfish, they were as fragile as paper and collapsed at the touch. There is no chance of resistance at all. And that's not all. After dealing with them, the sword energy continued to smash millions of various insects, as well as 2 giant scorpion battleships, before slowly dissipating into nothingness. Silence. The entire starry sky was instantly transformed by this sword, making it so dense that even a pin drop could be smelled. The 7th Emperor's eyes were dull. It's obvious that he has been hit so hard that he doesn't know who he is. There's nothing I can do, this scene is just too unreal. Jellyfish and giant bees are fine. They have never been known for their defensive capabilities. There's nothing to say about being defeated in seconds. But the giant elephant is different. Since this thing was developed, it has never disappointed them. Back when they invaded other dimensions, they encountered a race nurtured by the power of destruction, with extremely strong attack power. It is said that nothing can be destroyed. But even a guy like this still used more than 1,000 moves to barely kill a giant elephant. But now, fake. This must be fake. Even after they reacted, the 7 of them were still desperately denying it. Of course, that's what they say, but their bodies are more honest than each other. He subconsciously commanded the warships to retreat. As for revenge, with such a great guy around, what's the point of taking revenge? The troops they brought were obviously no match for the enemy. Forcing them to stay will only result in more casualties and no benefit at all. However, although the warship retreated, the soldiers themselves did not leave. Still standing there, staring at Cao Wenbin. Obviously, this is not their true form. Dead or alive, it doesn't matter. And this is also a new method they have developed. The ability to save lives is greatly increased. If the Kui brothers had been able to use this trick before, Cao Wenbin would definitely have had to waste a lot more effort. Seeing how confident they were, Cao Wenbin also did not take action. After all the giant scorpion warships disappeared, he said calmly, "You guys don't look like people who can't afford to lose. In that case, I'll come to your house in person to select the bets in a month. I hope you can do a good job in reception." The corner of the 7th Emperor's mouth twitched. Reception. You are too arrogant. But in the end, they didn't say anything against it. After all, Cao Wenbin is on the same level as them. This trick of being arrogant is of no use at all. You can only accept defeat. So, don't worry. No matter whose territory you arrive at, we will make you feel at home. After that, they didn't stay any longer. He turned around and disappeared on the spot. Wenbin, should we catch up? Or should we let Yulin take action and place a seal here? He shook his head gently. Cao Wenbin did not adopt either of these two opinions. It's definitely not possible to catch up. Their mid-range strength is much stronger than ours. Once the two sides fall out, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. And if anything happens to any of you, I absolutely cannot accept it. So it's better to take it slow. As for the seal, this is also not the best solution. After all, a stone from another mountain can be used to polish jade. Working in isolation has always been a taboo. How about this? Let's use this universe as a buffer zone. Whether it's a battle or private trade, everything is placed here. In this way, everything will no longer be a problem. The women were stunned. Then they all nodded unconsciously. In fact, this method has also appeared in their minds. The reason I didn't say it just now was entirely out of consideration for Cao Wenbin's feelings. After all, this world is a little special. If this is ruined. But now it seems that they were completely worrying too much. This guy has changed a lot. I've become more playful and mature at the same time. Thinking of Nian Yuyu, who was still sitting on the first floor of the Happy Palace, the corners of their mouths curled up unconsciously. Of course, they didn't waste any more time either. Because they know very well that whether they can defeat the so-called Zerg depends on them. Not much. If 3 more of them can step into the realm of domination, those reptiles on the opposite side will have no choice but to kneel down. It seems that I will have to use the dragon attracting technique more often in the future. Although it will be a bit painful, it will be of great benefit to improving your strength. And there are many benefits to doing this. What if the quantitative change leads to a qualitative change, and directly allows Wenbin to reach a higher level, then? The more they think about it, the more excited they become. The look in Cao Wenbin's eyes became more and more abnormal. Some people like to plan before acting, and naturally some are more impulsive. Look, the next moment, Wu walked out slowly while tying her hair. Wenbin, I've encountered some problems in my cultivation. Are you free now? If so, how about we go to the Fun Palace and discuss it? Chapter 774 The Mysterious Underground Emperor. Oh my god, are these so-called Zerg people all fools? They're actually selling something as divine as the forget-me-not grass. Business opportunity, a huge business opportunity. If we can open up a trade route that can quickly travel back and forth between the two worlds, then we won't have to worry about money anymore. And as the saying goes, money can communicate with ghosts and drive away gods. Once I make it big, I'll go back and sell off my property and make a killing. After all, at 3,000 years old, it's time to make a breakthrough. Something like a war between two worlds naturally cannot be concealed. Smart people soon realized that the area near Blue Star had become a buffer zone tacitly accepted by both sides. So it didn't take long before a huge black market slowly took shape. And there are more and more products. After all, if you don't make money when you have the chance, you're a bastard. Businessmen have always been profit-driven. As the scale grew, the attention of some bigwigs was soon attracted. Just one evening, a woman who looked out of place suddenly appeared in this bustling market. A black casual outfit, not gorgeous, but it shows her perfect curves to the fullest. As for appearance, of course there is no doubt about that. This can be seen from the foolish looks of some vendors. However, if you look closely, you will find that those who are staring at it are all monks from the highest plane. But the Zerg people all looked away as if they had seen a ghost. Why is this killer here too? God bless you, please don't let her see me. I have old people and young children. That's right, this woman is quite famous among the Zerg. To some extent, he is even more famous than the 7 emperors. Because she is the underground queen. Although his strength is one level lower than that of the 7 emperors, he is more down to earth. Nicknamed, Night Owl. As for the real name, not many people know it. And no one knew whether their prayers worked or the Night Owl was indifferent to them. In short, Night Owl's eyes have always been wandering around the monk's stall. Don't even look at the Zerg side. It seems I came to the right place. You found something useful so quickly. And the efforts did not go in vain. Soon, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Then he took 2 steps at a time and arrived in front of a stall in the blink of an eye. Then, he pointed at one of the crystal stones and said, "How much is this thing?" She didn't have to wait long. Almost the moment she finished speaking, the stall owner spoke. "My original price for this blood crystal was 5 forget-me-nots. But beauty is justice. Since the beauty wants it, then give me 3. You can ask around the market. If you find someone who offers a lower price than me, I'll give you my head." This time, Night Owl was even more surprised. Because for her, this is simply a bargain. After all, forget-me-not over there, although it is not sold by the kilogram, it is not worth much either. But what about this blood crystal? It is no exaggeration to say that it is hard currency over there. No matter what type of soldiers you train, they are basically needed. Because of this, the ownership of this thing is getting lower and lower. The prices are also getting higher and higher. Once a rich mine is discovered, even the 7 emperors will fight for it. Let me ask you, do you have a lot of this stuff over there? Can you get it in large quantities? Remember, don't lie to me. Okay, then I don't mind giving you a chance to become rich. But if you dare to give me a perfunctory answer, you will immediately know how to write the word death. Of course, you can also choose to yell. Then bet on whether the management here can protect you. The stall owner was shocked. At the beginning, he did intend to call for help. After all, he paid the stall fee. The manager here also promised to keep him safe. But at this moment, he was a little hesitant. After all, your life is your own. If I lose this bet, I won't even know how to cry. So after taking a few breaths, he repeated the story truthfully. This thing is not uncommon over there. But it's about controlling resources. If you buy in small quantities, no one will pay attention to you. But if you want to buy in bulk, that's not something that ordinary people can do. After all, the situation over there is completely different from yours. We have the final say. Everything belongs to the Cao family. If they say they won't sell it, even if you're the king of the world, there's nothing you can do. Night Owl stared at the man for a while. After realizing that he did not seem to be lying, he slowly turned around. Immediately afterwards, a bundle of forget-me-nots suddenly appeared on the man's stall. No more, no less, exactly 20 plants. As a result, the man suddenly became excited. As for the frustration just now, that's called a matter. If a grown man doesn't even have this kind of broad-mindedness, what's the point of him? And precisely because he had given enough, when Night Owl was about to disappear, he subconsciously used the sound transmission technique to say, "Beauty, I advise you not to have any ideas about this thing. If you really want to do it, then take your time and do it. In short, don't contact the Cao family. Otherwise, with your looks." He didn't continue talking about the picture. And Night Owl didn't react at all from beginning to end. It was not until he returned to a huge cicada insect warship that he lowered his head and began to ponder. At the same time, her appearance also underwent a shocking change. She was already very beautiful, and now she becomes even more beautiful. And if you look closely, you can find that her new face is at least 50% similar to Nangong Qingyu. Collecting slowly. That won't do. The gap between me and those 7 people is huge. If you take it slow, I'll never be able to avenge my daughter in this lifetime. The gap between the 2 sides will only get bigger. As for the possible dangers, isn't she just Wenbin's good wife? Over the years, there have been so many people who have tried to take advantage of me. But who has succeeded? Others can't do it, and neither can you, Cao Wenbin. The more she murmured, the more determined her expression became. Then he controlled the giant cicada insect battleship and flew to the highest plane. What made her happy was that as she was flying, she saw a huge 3-legged golden crow, brushing past her warship and flying towards the Zerg. The person sitting on it was Cao Wenbin. God is really helping me. Except for him, the top executives of the Cao family are all women. Now, I don't have to worry about the unspoken rules at all. Chapter 775, Poison. Cao Wenbin, how dare you come here? It seems like you really think I'm easy to bully. Just as the mysterious man was frantically trying to find connections in order to smuggle various rare resources, the three-legged golden crow had already arrived at Yin Huan's base camp carrying Cao Wenbin. Unlike the Kui brothers' dirty and messy place, their mother's place is full of birdsong and flowers. Warmth is everywhere. The big city built according to the galaxy is extremely luxurious. However, these are not what attract Cao Wenbin the most. What really interested him was that everyone in this city called Huan was so excited at this moment. Regardless of gender, age or status, everyone's face was filled with warm smiles. It looked as if something good was about to happen. So, Sister Huan is joking. Everyone knows that you are the best fighter among the 7 emperors. How can you be so easy to bully? The reason I came to you first was just to clear up the misunderstanding with you. After all, it's better to resolve a feud than to create one. As for the 2 nephews who were killed due to misunderstanding, as the saying goes, if the old doesn't go away, the new won't come. Without them too, I believe Sister Huan will definitely have more. Yin Huan was stunned. Then her beautiful big eyes turned red. Have more? Is this even human language? You have to know that her husband has been dead for millions of years. She has been practicing the silent cicada for millions of years. In this situation, where else could she go? You. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. But before she could say anything, Cao Wenbin spoke again. By the way, Sister Huan, what's going on with these subjects of yours? Why are you all so excited? Is there something big and happy happening? Don't talk much. But it pulled Yin Huan back from her rage. Hold on, I have to hold it in. Based on the strength this guy has shown before, even if I reveal all my cards, I will definitely not be able to stop him. So we can only take it step by step. Thinking of this, she immediately took a few deep breaths. Then, her expression changed. Although it can't be said to be very enthusiastic, it is not as bitter and resentful as before. At the same time, today is our once-in-a-century insect god festival. The people are naturally excited. After all, today is not only the day to investigate qualifications but also the day to distribute the mother nest to the winners. It's also a once-in-a-century confession day. For those who successfully hold hands on this day, the probability of their offspring successfully claiming the mother nest is extremely high. Out of 10, at least 6 or 7 can do it. Far more than the usual 1 or 2. How about it? Are you interested in going in and taking a look? Of course, if you're afraid, you don't have to go. After you've chosen what you like, just leave. After all, a gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. I understand. What a poor way of provoking someone. But Cao Wenbin smiled. Then he made a gesture of invitation. The meaning is very clear, that is to lead the way quickly. Even if you don't let me in, I have to go in. Not to mention the invitation. I just hope you won't regret it in the future. My lord, this guy is too arrogant. His eyes have never left your lower body. So I think we have to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, who knows what he might do. After settling Cao Wenbin, Yin Huan immediately called his men to a meeting. The purpose is very clear, which is to come up with a plan to deal with Cao Wenbin. As soon as everyone arrived, a beautiful woman who had just participated in the confrontation immediately stood up. As for why she is so active, one of the 2 warships that Cao Wenbin chopped into pieces with a sword some time ago belonged to her husband. Of course, if that were all, she wouldn't be like this. But the key point is that the sword also took away her husband. Therefore, do you have any good suggestions? Seeing that someone had made a breakthrough, Yin Huan immediately smiled. Good. He is indeed the most convenient person to use. Good eyesight. It's very simple. Without any hesitation. This resentful woman whose husband died was obviously well prepared. So he quickly started to tell the story with confidence. I have a killer under my command. Although the battleship's level is not high. But all the insects she cultivated can provide her with enormous power in a short period of time. In other words, as long as she can get a chance to get close, she can definitely make sure that Cao never sees the sun again. And she herself is also very beautiful. Although she can't compare to the master, she is definitely a rare beauty. Given Cao Wenbin's character, he definitely won't be able to resist. The plan was perfect. Almost no flaws. It's still not enough. But after thinking it over again and again, Yinhuan still shook her head. We only have this one chance. If we make a mistake, it will definitely be a disaster. So we have to add some more insurance. Think about it, are there any other tricks that can increase the success rate? Silence. The room suddenly became quiet. Obviously, this question was beyond the expectations of all of them. But those who can stay here are the elite among the elites. So not long after, a person who had been looking through Cao Wenbin's information suddenly raised his head. My lord, after my careful study, I discovered that this Cao guy really likes those silk stockings that were just introduced not long ago. It's even reached the level of obsession. His women, there is nothing they don't wear. So we can definitely make a fuss about this. Yinhuan's big eyes suddenly lit up. You mean, put some of our unique poisonous insects on it? The person who spoke just now nodded immediately. That's right. This is something unique to us. There's no way outsiders would know. I can definitely catch him off guard. Based on our past experience, although the monks have abnormal bodies, most of them are just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. In this way, we will attack him from both inside and outside. No matter how hard he tries, there will be no chance of escape. At this moment, everyone was excited. After all, it makes so much sense. No matter how you look at it, there is no possibility of failure. And the resentful woman whose husband died seemed to be inspired by these words. The next moment, she actually added more. Chapter 776 Let's bet. Since we're already talking about poisoning, why don't we make it a drastic measure? Anyway, after this incident, my assassin will definitely not survive. So there's no need for her body to be idle. In particular, whatever the man eating GU, the man controlling GU, they're all targeting her. This way, we can ensure that nothing goes wrong. Everyone present was stunned. Then his expression changed completely. I admire you. Be alert. As for Yinhuan, it's nothing but joy. After all, most men are only enthusiastic for a short time. That guy named Cao really loved stockings before, but who can guarantee that he won't act crazy this time? And with this backup plan, we can absolutely ensure that nothing goes wrong. So, that's it. Then what remains is the layout. Remember, the process must be natural. Don't be stiff. That guy surnamed Cao is not stupid at all. If we let them become alert, we might end up losing more than we gain. Everyone nodded. That's true. How could a person who could become the dictator of all worlds be a fool? But because of this, they soon started to have a headache. There's nothing we can do, it's because they are not sure. They all know very well that the essence of the beauty trap lies in the people and the atmosphere. Beauty is the least important one. After all, who is worthy of being seduced by a beauty trap and has not tasted beauty? But the problem is that they simply can't set up a perfect scene in such a short time. It is absolutely impossible to train this assassin to become Cao Wenbin's white moonlight. As for the forced behavior, that will only backfire. Depend on. What a hassle. But as the saying goes, there is always a way out. Just when they were all about to go crazy, a maid suddenly walked in quickly. Then, my lord, Cao Wenbin just sent someone over to deliver a message. He said he'd already thought of the bet. It's nothing else but to make sure he, his family, and his friends are eligible to participate in the Insect God Festival. And the reward must be the same as ours. The person who was just thinking hard suddenly had his eyes light up. After all, this is definitely an opportunity. As long as that guy surnamed Cao participates, there will definitely be emotional fluctuations no matter what the result is. And this is the perfect opportunity for that assassin to intervene. If you lose, comfort loudly. Win, cheer loudly. As long as I can attract Cao Wenbin's attention, I can feel free to confess my love to him in the evening. Then, for the sake of future generations, this is a really good excuse. But unlike them, Yinhuan frowned immediately after hearing the report. After all, if this is agreed, the mother nest will fall into the hands of a powerful enemy. Although they are all low level. But once it's cracked. No, this is a serious matter. I must discuss it with those other 6 guys. Besides, we all lose this bet together. Why should I bear it alone? Do it when you think of it. The next moment, an extremely sci-fi screen suddenly appeared in front of her. At the same time, the figures of the other 6 emperors also appeared one by one. As she slowly narrated the story, the scene immediately fell into an eerie silence. However, this situation did not last long. Just a few breaths later. Arrogant. Truly too arrogant. Hitting us once wasn't enough, he's actually planning on hitting us a second time. Damn it, he's trying to tell us to stop struggling. Even if we can withstand him, the people behind us will never be their match. We Zerg will all be his sooner or later. Promise him, I have to promise him. I'm going to take the talented people with me right now. I don't believe we can still lose in this field. As for leaks, you don't have to worry about that at all. They don't have the brains to do that. That's right, we've come into contact with many cultivators, and they're just a bunch of reckless men. We can let them fight, but asking them to do scientific research is pure joke. Sister Yin Huan, you must make this known to everyone. This time, I'm going to make him lose face. By the way, the bet can be divided equally among the 7 of us. We won't let you bear it alone. Yin Huan was stunned. She never expected that the other 6 people's reactions would be so intense. But since it has been passed unanimously, then she didn't hesitate. After nodding slightly, he said to the 6 people, in that case, I will arrange it now. You guys should hurry up and come here too. As soon as she finished speaking, she disconnected the link. The body slowly disappeared from the spot. Husband, why do you make such a request? Our paths are completely different. Even if we get some mother nests, it won't be of much help to us. Nian Yuyu's voice was full of confusion. Obviously, although she has high attainments in some areas, her vision is not outstanding. But that's true. When God opens a door for you, he will naturally close a window for you. Cao Wenbin didn't hide anything either. After making sure no one was peeping, he explained with a faint smile, actually, haven't you noticed? The Zerg's abilities complement ours. We are few in number and have no cannon fodder. And this is where they are strong. So once we have that mother nest, we won't have to worry about many things. Think about the immortal demon butterfly used by the Kui brothers. They only have one ferocious beast. And we have 5 or 6 of them. Once you're lucky enough to find someone at the master level. Also, since they can cultivate domination level troops in large quantities, it proves that they have something. If we can fully grasp the essence of this, then perhaps we can help you break through to the domination realm in large numbers. When that time comes, Cao Wenbin didn't say anything else. Because Nian Yuyu's charming eyes have lit up. Of course, the most important thing is that the door also rang. Then, Mr. Cao, my master asked me to tell you that she has agreed to your request. And the grand event will begin in 3 hours. So please prepare early. No more waiting. After all, you know, we are very busy today. Chapter 777, Being Looked Down Upon. Damn it, what on earth is this Cao guy trying to do? Why did you bring so many people here? 3 hours is not short. But it's not too long. Soon, it was time to test talents and distribute the hives. Originally, the 7 emperors were all eager to try. Just waiting to slap Cao Wenbin in the face. But when Cao Wenbin really appeared, they were all stunned. Because Cao Wenbin didn't come here alone. Instead, he brought his whole family with him. A quick glance shows that there are at least 100 people. What made the 5 men among the 7 emperors even more jealous was that among these people, there was only one man, Cao Wenbin. The others are all women. Of course, if that's all, then it's nothing. If they wanted, they could also form a female team of 100 people. Even more is fine, but the key problem is that the quality is not up to standard. It's hard to be close. Isn't Yin Huan beautiful enough? In their world, he might not be the best, but he is definitely in the top 5. But among the group of women around Cao Wenbin, it is difficult to get into the top 20. Damn it, this guy is destined to die. If for no other reason than his madly hoarding resources and leaving nothing for others, I must kill him. The more they thought about it, the angrier Duan Hong and others became. So, they simply skipped the original polite formalities. Immediately afterwards, a piece of paper filled with rules slowly fell into Cao Wenbin's hands. Different from the talents of the Supreme Plane. The route here is technological, so the selection here is naturally based on knowledge. Of course, everything else is bullshit. The most important thing is the ability to innovate. That is the ability to use various randomly drawn materials to combine into military units. After all, this is the foundation of the Zerg. According to what was written on the note, The higher the level of the combined troops, the greater the potential of the resulting mother nest. If you can combine quasi-saint level troops, you can get a mother nest with the potential to become a great emperor. And if you can combine the troops of the supreme realm, you will get one with the potential of the heavenly Tao realm. It's basically jumping 2 levels. As for the troops that would form the patroller level during this selection, this kind of genius hasn't appeared in the entire Zerg race for millions of years. The previous one is the current underground emperor, Night Owl. Depend on. To be honest, this rule is actually very fair. Otherwise, it wouldn't have run for millions of years. But even so, after reading the rules, the girls of the Cao family still started complaining. After all, although the materials are randomly drawn, there is no possibility of cheating. But it is still very unfair to them. People have been influenced by it since childhood, and with more exposure, practice makes perfect. But I haven't seen many of these arms. How can we play this? But just when they were about to say something else, Cao Wenbin spoke. You don't need to rush. You must know that if you understand one principle, you will understand all principles. They do have the advantage of experience. But our deduction skills are not just for fun. Although many people are not proficient in it, they will always know how to do it, right? The women were stunned. Then both eyes lit up. Yes. They can use the art of deduction. With this cheating method, what is there to be afraid of? Wait a minute, I have to give these country bumpkins a little shock. Just as they were laughing secretly, Duan Hong's voice suddenly rang out again. Mad Wolf, go up there and show us how to fight. After all, they are guests coming from afar. At a time like this, we can't let them come first. Remember, just enough. Don't embarrass your guests. I'll make up for your losses later. Very crazy. And the person who stood up afterwards was obviously worthy of his arrogance. As soon as this man called Mad Wolf stood in front of an altar, bursts of exclamations immediately rang out from the crowd watching the excitement. Oh my god, isn't this the third seeded player this time? Logically, he should be the last to appear. After all, he's the one with the greatest hope of reaching the ranks of the emperor. Why is he out now? Don't you understand? The emperors are trying to intimidate these outsiders. I really feel sorry for these guys. They don't know anything to begin with, and now they run into this kind of devil. They're going to be humiliated. Serves them right. Who told them to be so disrespectful to us in the previous battle? If that's the case, then we naturally don't have to worry about anything. The voices of discussion are rising one after another. And Mad Wolf is not deaf. So soon, a hint of arrogance appeared on his face. However, his movements were not slow at all. The next moment, a burst of energy flew directly towards the altar. After being stimulated, the altar responded quickly. Not long after, tens of thousands of things appeared above the altar. There is blood. There is sand and gravel. There are also various animal carcasses. Obviously, this is what Mad Wolf got randomly. After taking a glance, the corners of his mouth immediately turned up higher. It seems that the term, rushing for happiness, is indeed not just a gimmick made up by those brothels. This time, I actually got a dragon blood stone by chance. The money was really not wasted. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately began to press the things in the air onto the altar frantically. And the order is extremely particular. At the same time, he became more and more confident. But that's true. After all, dragon blood stone can be said to be a very high-end material. With it, the combined troops are guaranteed to be at the supreme level. This round is a sure win. Of course, after this scene came out, Crazy Wolf was not the only one who laughed. All the high-ranking Zerg officials were in high spirits. Looking at that look, if he didn't care about his image, he would probably jump up. Finally, I can avenge that sword attack. But the good times didn't last long. As they subconsciously looked towards the Cao family, they soon became depressed again. Because the expected tension did not appear. Not only that, everyone in the Cao family was laughing. And the closer Mad Wolf's operation got to the end, the happier he laughed. Several people even had a look of looking at a clown on their faces. Is there going to be some kind of slip-up? My heart was instantly gripped. But what made them depressed was that they found nothing. Mad Wolf's operations are extremely standard. Based on their experience, the troops that will come out next will definitely be of the supreme level. I see. They must not understand anything. That's why I'm laughing so foolishly. Depend on. I still think of them as human beings. It turns out they're just some shelves. Chapter 778 Unbelievable. Buzz. I have to say that the judgment of Duan Hong and others is extremely accurate. Just like that, as the last thing was pressed down by Mad Wolf, a new type of soldier soon appeared in front of everyone. It looks 90% like a spider. The only difference is the legs. The legs of this new soldier are quite sharp. However, as the altar released the data of this guy, everyone discovered that it was not a combat-type soldier. Its legs are used to scare people. Its real function is to catch people. The spider silk it spits out is quite tough. Although it is only at the supreme level, once a patroller is entangled in its spider silk, he will not be able to escape easily. As expected of a mad wolf. He's really good at it. Functional arms are often much more useful than combat arms. Yin Huan and the others who saw everything also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this result is really not bad. But it's different from them. In the Cao family camp, several women who were very good at deduction immediately showed their contempt. Because in their deduction, using the materials just now, there is a 30% probability of producing patroller-level troops. There is a 50% chance of creating a type of soldier that will benefit everyone. However, the one that Mad Wolf came up with ranked second to last among all possibilities. Only slightly stronger than the other spider. And this is still the third seed. It seems that this Zerg has been at ease for too long. So long that even trash becomes treasure. After shaking her head slightly, Yang Xiao walked out of the Cao family camp with confidence. After watching just now, her self-confidence is now overflowing. So she took over this first game. Why you? Isn't that man your backbone? Why doesn't he come out? But as soon as she moved, Mad Wolf stopped doing it. His face was full of the expression of, how dare you look down on me? My husband, are you worthy enough? As the former ancestor of Tianji Pavilion, Yang Xiao is naturally not the kind of person who spoils children. So without even a second of hesitation, he retorted back immediately. At the same time, a look of strong disdain appeared on his face. You, no surprises. The Mad Wolf's eyes turned red with anger. But Yang Xiao ignored him. It was as if he was talking to her, which was extremely cheap. Immediately afterwards, Yang Xiao followed suit and directly released a beam of energy. Buzz. Extremely accurate. It fell right in the center of the altar. The next moment, tens of thousands of things appeared in the void again. But it is obvious that her luck is not as good as Mad Wolf's. Among all her items, only the white tiger blood is worthy of mention. But it is still inferior to dragon blood stone. Ha ha. It seems your luck is not proportional to your toughness. Just a drop of white tiger blood. What can you use to fight me? Seeing this scene, the Mad Wolf, who had just recovered his breath, immediately became energetic. But what he didn't expect was that even at this time, the response he received was still contempt. Then, you're still the third seed. You don't even know that the white tiger has a low lower limit and a high upper limit. That's enough. You'd better stay there honestly. I'll show you what a genius is. As soon as he finished speaking, all kinds of things in the void began to fall down madly. Very fast. People who are not strong enough will not be able to see clearly even if they concentrate all their strength. Arrogant. The Mad Wolf is very angry. But this time, he didn't speak. He has already thought about it, and everything will be decided after the results come out. At that time, facts will speak louder than words. He wants to see what this woman can say. Snort. Although white tiger blood has the effect of improving the grade, the success rate is extremely low. Given your luck, if you succeed, I'll be walking on my head from now on. But there are some things that you just can't do unless you believe in them. No, as time goes by. He quickly panicked. Because above the altar, a faint glow of light appeared. Although it was very faint, it did appear. And this is the sign that patroller-level troops are about to appear. That's impossible. Although he said so, he still sat down on the ground. And when a tiger appeared, he completely lost his mind. There is no way, the information given by the altar is so well written. Patroller. This is a real patroller. Although it is a combat type. In the ranking of military units, they are weaker than those with group enhancements, and also weaker than those with certain special abilities. But it is still not comparable to his spider. After all, inspectors are inspectors. Even 100 supreme beings cannot compare to that. And he was not the only one who was shocked by this scene. The other Zerg members, including the 7th Emperor, were all stunned by this scene. What did they see? In their clan, something that countless geniuses had failed to accomplish over millions of years was actually accomplished easily by an outsider. Are you sure you're not kidding? Of course, this situation did not last long. As the 7th Emperor's face gradually turned dark. Soon, a more perceptive person rushed into the field and quickly dragged away the mad wolf, who had just been highly sought after, like a dead dog. The difference in treatment is huge. And that's not all. The next moment, a person slowly walked out from Kangwu's side. Compared to the mad wolf, this person is much more popular. Not only not crazy. On the contrary, it is very gentle. Look, he bowed as soon as he came up. Then he made a gesture of invitation. Master Cao's men are truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I was greatly inspired by the girl's performance. But from now on, this should be my stage. So, Yang Xiao's beautiful big eyes made me fascinated unconsciously. She saw that this was a smiling tiger. Although it looks harmless, it will be extremely ruthless when it strikes. This is quite a character. Although she said so, Yang Xiao still didn't take it seriously. After all, there are many hidden talents in the Cao family. Dealing with a genius who hasn't grown up yet is so easy. Who will be sent out later? Liang Qi, Han Zhongyu. Still, well, there are so many people who are proficient in this field, it's really hard to choose. Chapter 779, Everyone is silent. The smiling tiger's surname is Kang and his name is Xiao. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be a relative of Kangwu. This can be seen from his clothes. Obviously more luxurious than ordinary people. And his fame is obviously much higher than the previous mad wolf. As he stood in front of the altar, the crowd of onlookers who had been hit hard and looked extremely depressed suddenly became energetic. Then, Master Kang, you must do your best. The reputation of our Zerg race depends on you to come back. It must be a patroller-level soldier. We will not accept any others. That's right. You must let these outsiders know that we Zerg also have geniuses. We are not all useless. The cheers of encouragement rang out one after another. Kang Xiao, who became the focus, immediately laughed. However, he still retained his elegance. After bowing a few times, he sent a burst of energy towards the altar. Buzz. Tens of thousands of items appeared again. As for his luck, that is truly incredible. The dragon bloodstone that had made Mad Wolf so happy before, actually had 3 pieces in his possession. Of course, this is not the most important thing. What really excited all the Zerg people was that this time there was actually a star core among the materials. You know, this is an excellent material for training meat shield type soldiers. The giant elephants used by Yin Huan and others before used a large number of it when they were being bred. So, those 2 words appeared in the hearts of the Zerg people again, stable. And Kang Xiao did not disappoint them. Before long, tens of thousands of items turned into a rhinoceros at the patroller level. Thick skin and flesh. The horns on the top of the head are extremely sharp. Even if you don't read the introduction of the altar, you can still guess its function roughly. That's it. After confirming that all this was not an illusion, Kang Xiao immediately swung his fist fiercely. Then he turned and looked at the Cao family camp. The purpose is obvious, which is to show off. He wanted to tell Yang Xiao that not only can you do it, I can do it too. But he had just turned his head and hadn't even seen Yang Xiao when he immediately froze in place. It's not that something major happened in the Cao family. The reason why he was stunned. Just because a beautiful woman came out of the Cao family. A peerless beauty. To be honest, as Kangwu's nephew, he really has a lot of knowledge. But he had never seen anything so beautiful. Of course, he wasn't the only one who was stunned by the woman's beauty. Except for the people from Cao family, everyone else present had their eyes wide open. Blurred eyes. How could such a perfect person exist in this world? This is the unanimous idea of everyone. But the good times didn't last long. As their eyes subconsciously swept over the woman's belly, their hearts suddenly twitched. Because, damn it, who is the shameless person who did this? How can a mortal desecrate such a goddess? Heartbroken. And when the woman spoke, their hearts suddenly ached even more. You've finished your performance, so isn't it time to go down? Just like you said before, this should be my stage from now on. After all, everyone's time is precious. My husband is still waiting for me to come back. Kang Xiao, who still hadn't come back to his senses, nodded subconsciously. There's nothing I can do about it, Tianyan's voice is just so beautiful. However, as soon as he raised his leg, he reacted immediately. Then, she asked in disbelief, you actually have a husband? Puff. Not surprisingly, Tianyan was immediately amused. Then he looked at Kang Xiao with a look of concern for the mentally retarded. Has your brain still not woken up? If I didn't have a husband, how did my belly get so big? You don't think I ate too much this morning? His face turned dark in an instant. Then Kang Xiao rushed back to Kang Wu without looking back. Obviously, he also knew that he couldn't stay there any longer. Otherwise, you will only suffer more humiliation. But even though the people left, their attention remained on the stage forever. To be more precise, it remained on Tianyan's body. She's mine. It's useless even if the King of Heaven comes. Even if she's already dribbling the ball. Very determined. And Kang Xiao didn't think that this was too high a goal. After all, this time he was able to combine patrol-level troops. What made him even more excited was that this woman named Tianyan also had bad luck. It's not even as good as the one just now. Among tens of thousands of things, there is only one star sand, which is still acceptable. If you can still combine patrol-level troops, I will take your child's last name from now on. But his confidence only lasted for a dozen seconds. As the altar began to emit a rosy glow, his face turned green. That's impossible. But facts speak louder than words. Whether he believes it or not, it won't change the outcome. The next moment, a huge tree, every leaf of which was shining with starlight, appeared in front of everyone. No surprise. It is also a patroller-level soldier. And it is a group gain type. According to the altar, on the battlefield, as long as the friendly troops are within 1,000 miles of this big tree, the recovery speed of their wounds can be increased by at least 40%. The closer you are, the more you will improve. Oh my god. Unlike Kang Xiao, the person involved, whose face was filled with darkness, the people around him who were watching the incident had a look of madness on their faces. Because this is totally illogical. According to what they learned since childhood, it is impossible to combine patrol-level troops with star sand as the main component. The genetic level is totally insufficient. But now, are we really waste? A million years of hard work is not as good as someone else's sudden inspiration. The more they think about it, the lower their morale becomes. At the same time, Tianyan's voice rang out again. Are you convinced? Not much talk, but it's heartbreaking. Look, Kang Xiao, who was being stared at, suddenly looked even uglier. However, no matter how aggrieved he felt, he also knew that at this moment, he represented the face of the Zerg. So you can do anything, but you must never be timid. That's why. Clothes. Why should I obey? Aren't the troops you put together also patroller level? How is it better than mine? So no matter how you look at it, we're tied in this round. Chapter 780. Everyone has their own little tricks. Cut. Hearing Kang Xiao's unreasonable words, Tianyan's face immediately showed a strong disdain. Then, he walked towards Cao Wenbin without looking back. Obviously, she didn't want to see this self-righteous smiling tiger anymore. Only one sentence remained in the air. Remember, you can get full marks in this competition, that's because you have the ability to get full marks. And I got full marks, that's because there were only full marks. You. Without any surprise, Kang Xiao exploded immediately. Then he prepared to jump onto the ring again. Judging from his appearance, he obviously wants to compete with Tianyan. But before he could turn his thoughts into action, Kang Wu gave him a look that said, you'd better stay here. Because Kang Wu sees it very clearly. There is definitely a gap between the two of them. Totally insurmountable. Even if you compete 100 times, the result will not be any different. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Don't look at Tianyan's strength, he is only at the early stage of Tiandao realm. But she has been the way of heaven for millions of years, and she has been scheming against people all day long. In terms of deduction method, apart from Cao Wenbin, there are really few people who can compare with her. It is precisely because of this that she will be the one to take on this round. Depend on. Even Kang Xiao has been defeated, so who should we send out next? Although they tried to stop them, the expressions of Kang Wu and others became more and more ugly. There's nothing we can do about it. The loss was so complete. We can't have the seven of us come here in person. No, no. It's really embarrassing that the referee has to leave the field himself. While they were racking their brains, the people of the Cao family ignored that. They went on stage one by one to show off their skills. Zhang Jian, a patroller-level soldier. Zhao Yuaner, a supreme-level soldier. Ling Ruobing. Oh my god, am I dazzled. The troops these people assembled aren't even one below the supreme realm. Are you sure you're not kidding? Damn it. They're not here for a competition. They're clearly here to buy goods. It's over. We're already evenly matched. If we really give them the stakes, we'll be put on the defensive in an instant. Don't panic. We've been through a lot. Wasn't the Nangong family so powerful back then? But what happened in the end? Didn't we destroy them and leave only the old, weak, and sick ones? Looking at the sky above the altar, where a new type of soldier appears every 10 seconds or so, the Zerg onlookers are completely numb. After all, the loss is really too great. It was so big that they could hardly bear it. Of course, it's not just them. The 7th Emperor, who was just struggling with how to save his face, also had no time to think about these messes. My mind is full of how to reduce losses. Otherwise, let's just cheat. Anyway, judging by what these people say, they don't want to give it either. If that's the case, then why should we hold on? As for face, how much is that thing worth? That makes sense. But just when most of the 7 emperors were about to nod, Yin Huan's voice suddenly rang out. Actually, I have a better idea. Not only will we not lose face, we might even be able to swallow up the so-called Supreme Plane in one fell swoop. This small area suddenly became quiet. Then the other 6 people subconsciously looked at Yin Huan. His eyes were full of anxiety. After all, people live by their face and trees live by their bark. They are already at the top, so of course they don't want to lose face if they can. And Yin Huan didn't hide it. The next moment, he shared his methods with Kangwu and others using a chat method that only the 7 of them knew. Actually, before this started, I had already planned to assassinate that Cao guy. Even the death squads who can instantly unleash extremely powerful energy are ready. Of course, to ensure that nothing goes wrong, I also placed a lot of heaven-defying poisonous insects on the bodies of the assassins as a backup. The only thing missing now is an opportunity for the 2 of them to have proper contact. According to my original plan, I wanted to have my loyal followers cheer for Cao Wenbin when he became famous, so that I could become a familiar face. Then at night, I'll take advantage of everyone's opportunity to confess my love to her and throw myself at her like crazy. In this way, great things can be accomplished. After all, if a girl chases a boy, it's easy for her to do so. But now, Yin Huan didn't say anything else. But the other 6 people understood it instantly. Then, that's easy. Just wait and see. After he finished speaking, Kangwu stood up suddenly. At the same time, his hands clapped gently. My nephew is right. Master Cao's men are truly full of hidden talents. Each of them is definitely worthy of being called the best among men. But Master Cao, why are you so unwilling to take action? Is it that you only have strength and are not good at using your brain? The intention of provoking is very obvious. What made him happy was that Cao Wenbin actually took the bait. The next moment, not good at using your brain. The reason why I didn't take action is because I was afraid you couldn't afford the compensation. After all, up to now, we have already defeated 6 hives with the potential of the domination realm, plus several hives with the potential of the heavenly Dao realm. Kangwu narrowed his eyes. Then he threw 3 small things that looked like open-air stadiums into Cao Wenbin's hands. This is the mother nest that has the potential to become a master. We only prepared 3 today. We'll deliver the rest to your house tomorrow morning. So, are you still worried that we can't afford the bet this time? Cao Wenbin smiled. This is exactly what he wants. After all, what you have in your hands is the real thing. Of course, he didn't stop when he saw the good results. Although he knew that these guys must be up to something bad. But he still wanted to play with it. As for the dangers, his predictive ability did not work. In other words, the opponent's arrangement cannot cause much damage at all. If that's the case, then what's there to be afraid of? So after making sure that everything was fine, he flashed and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already arrived in front of the altar. Then, he swung a beam of energy towards the altar in a very professional manner. Since you are interested, let's play a game. By the way, do you guys always give rewards based on the rule of increasing the level by 2 regardless of the type of troops you combine? What if I combine a group of soldiers at the domination level? Chapter 781, the result that makes everyone crazy. So fucking crazy. Cao Wenbin asked casually, but the corners of the mouths of all 7 emperors twitched when they heard it. Domination level troops. Why the hell don't you go to heaven? You know, the Zerg has a history of more than 6 million years. But even with such a long history, they only have 57 types of dominant military forces. On average, one species is born every 100,000 years. And this is the result of the joint efforts of countless geniuses. Want to combine one by one person? That is nothing but a fool's dream. Don't even mention Cao Wenbin. Even if you are the king of heaven, it's useless. However, although they were disdainful, they did not show it. On the contrary, I'm very happy. Because, come on, Master Cao. I believe you can do it. The sound is very abrupt. But it sounds beautiful too. So, Cao Wenbin subconsciously turned his head and looked over. Then a great beauty came into his sight. According to Cao Wenbin's estimation, if Nangong Qingyu were to turn back into the goddess record, this person would definitely be on the list. Not too high though, but there are definitely 40 or 50 of them. Interesting. Of course, what attracted him most about this woman was not her looks, but the various little things on the body. The stockings must have been introduced not long ago. You're wearing it now. And these secret GU. It seems this should be their backup plan. The more he looked, the higher Cao Wenbin's mouth corners turned up. However, although he saw through everything, he did not intend to expose it. Embarrassing someone in public is something only a child would do. He is going to use the opponent's trick. Then eat the sugar coating and throw the shell aside. Let them know what it means to lose both the wife and the army. It's done. But even though he was scheming against people, the 7th emperor didn't know it. In the eyes of the 7th emperor, he was fascinated by this backup plan. So soon, a hint of disdain appeared on the faces of the 7 people to varying degrees. Especially the 2 women, their eyes were almost rolling up to the sky. Those who only care about pleasure will never achieve great things. Even if your martial power is beyond belief. The more they thought about it, the more relaxed the 7 of them became. But soon, they no longer had time to think about these messy things. Because the item Cao Wenbin randomly obtained has appeared above the altar. Also tens of thousands of pieces. But the difference is that Cao Wenbin's luck is surprisingly good. There are several things in it, all of which are necessary to synthesize Heavenly Dao Realm troops. It seems like this kid is really going to get what he wants. This was their first thought. But as Cao Wenbin gradually pressed down the first 100 items, they immediately lost their composure. And after a few more breaths passed, they stood up suddenly. The previous taunt disappeared immediately. Instead, there was only shock. There is no way, the rays of light emitted from the altar are just too dazzling. This is the glory that only the soldiers in the Heavenly Dao realm are worthy of enjoying. Depend on. Is this guy so invincible? Combining Heavenly Dao Realm troops alone is something only we can do. He's an outsider, why? Very angry. But obviously, this is just the appetizer. As time went by, their mouths opened wider and wider. As for the reason, the glow is actually getting stronger. The look on his face clearly indicated that he was going to take it a step further. That's impossible. The 7 people's scalps felt numb. But just as they finished denying it, they were immediately slapped in the face. First, a dazzling flash of light appeared. Immediately afterwards, a big tree appeared in front of everyone. There is almost no difference in appearance from the one created by Tianyan. But the information revealed at the altar was completely different. Star Mother Tree. Auxiliary troops in the domination realm. Wherever it is on the battlefield, the combat effectiveness of the enemy units will be reduced by at least 20%. The combat effectiveness, self-healing ability, courage and other enhancements of our units are all increased by 50%. Fuck. This time, not to mention others, even the instigator Cao Wenbin was shocked. After all, the effect of this thing is really huge. Compared with this one, the troops displayed by the 7 emperors before are simply toys. However, although he was shocked, his reaction was not slow at all. With a wave of his right hand, the Star Mother Tree in front of him turned into nothingness in an instant. At the same time, the law of time suddenly enveloped the altar. You dare. At the beginning, the 7th emperor did not understand why he wanted to destroy the Star Mother Tree. His face was full of confusion. But when the law of time came out, they understood it instantly. Damn it, we have to erase all traces. It's obvious that he doesn't want them to know how to make the Star Mother tree. As a result, the 7 people immediately became angry. Unfortunately, they realized it too late. Before they could even make a move, there was nothing left on the field. So they could only stare helplessly. Just take advantage of the situation and kill this hateful guy in front of you. They do want to. But when they thought of Cao Wenbin's terrifying fighting ability, they immediately gave up the idea. After all, if a fight really breaks out, who knows who will die? Oh shit, this guy is a complete jerk, there's no way to bite him. Very crazy. Fortunately, the next moment, they suddenly remembered that they still had a trump card. Only then did I slowly calm down. Be sure to tell Xiao Yu to work harder tonight. Not only must we kill this guy, but it would be best if we could also get the formula for the Star Mother tree. Of course, while making decisions, their mouths were also busy. After all, the show has to go on. So, Mr. Cao is really stingy. They used our resources to conduct research, but they're unwilling to share it with us. This is absolutely wrong. But you are a guest after all, so we won't bother with you. But we can't give out your reward. I think you don't mind. Cao Wenbin smiled. But just when the 7th emperor thought that he would unconditionally agree to this statement, Cao Wenbin's next words made all 7 of them jump up in anger again. How can this be possible? You know, I didn't break any rules. The note you gave me didn't even say that I had to keep the results. So this reward, even if you say it to the sky, you must give it to me. If there is one less piece, it won't work. Quite tough. Chapter 782 Dig a Big Hole. All 7 emperors had their eyes wide open in anger. Pointing at Cao Wenbin, he was speechless for a long time. It was not until they saw the so-called little fish again that they turned away with dark faces. As for what comes next, they no longer have the heart to host. Whatever you want. Anyway, once these people from the Cao family interfere, the other people in their clan will definitely not be able to perform well. In that case, it's better to let nature take its course. Since the opponents have left, Cao Wenbin and others will naturally not stay for long. After saying, "See you in the evening," to everyone, he walked towards the residence arranged for them by the 7th emperor without looking back. Wenbin, wait a moment. But just when Cao Wenbin was preparing to gather his strength and then show his skills in the evening, Chen Zhaohua sneaked up to him. Why, are you greedy? This was Cao Wenbin's first reaction. But soon, he got a big eye roll. I'm greedy for you, you big-headed ghost. The reason I called you here is just to tell you that I received a large bribe before I came here. And the other party's request was just to ask me to do something convenient for them. Thus, they can smuggle large quantities of various rare minerals. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then he squinted his eyes unconsciously. What made him even more curious was that even with his ability of deduction, he couldn't figure out what the other party was trying to do. Do you really just want to smuggle the ore and have no other thoughts? Or is there something on you that can conceal the secret? Very curious. Seeing his expression, Chen Zhaohua immediately understood. Then, without waiting for Cao Wenbin to ask, he just told him everything he knew. The person who came is a woman. She's very beautiful. But from my observation, she should have used the technique of disguise. The very high-end kind. It's different from what you taught me, but not that big. As for her identity, after much research, I've determined that she's the underground emperor in this world, second only to the 7 emperors. That's the Night Owl. This made Cao Wenbin even more interested. Because of this, after thinking for a while, Cao Wenbin nodded decisively. Promise her, but don't give her the spot. But agree with her on an exact delivery time. Remember, this date must not be too far away. But it definitely can't be tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Do you understand? The corners of Chen Zhaohua's beautiful mouth immediately curled up. As a business genius, she guessed Cao Wenbin's purpose in an instant. You want to create a time difference. Let her sign the contract with someone else first, and then we find a reason to delay the delivery so as to take advantage of her. When facing his own people, Cao Wenbin would naturally not hide anything. So I nodded happily. That's exactly what I mean. I want to see who this night owl is. You can actually evade my deduction. It's said to be awe-inspiring. But Chen Zhaohua immediately rolled his eyes again. She didn't believe a single word of this. She was sure that this little man's ultimate goal must be. Why? Someone is going to suffer again. Of course, although I thought so, the words immediately changed after I said them. Okay. I'll arrange it right away. I'll definitely make her fall into the trap with a smile on her face. Boom, boom. As night fell, this already bustling city suddenly became even more lively. After all, daytime is a carnival that belongs exclusively to geniuses. It has little to do with ordinary people. But at night, it's completely different. Anyone who doesn't have a significant other can participate. Cao Wenbin, who had accumulated energy for a day, immediately opened his eyes after hearing the sound of the salute. The fun is finally here. The corners of his mouth curled up. The next moment, he suddenly disappeared from the room. When he appeared, he was already standing on the street. Without trying to hide anything, he quickly became the focus of everyone nearby. Damn, why is this guy here? Isn't he already surrounded by beauties? He even has a child. Logically speaking, he shouldn't meet the requirements. Idiot. This is a formidable figure who can even hold his own against the 7th Emperor, and yet the 7th Emperor can't do anything to him. And you actually want to restrict such a being with rules? Where's your brain? Damn it. Isn't this just being a scoundrel? With him around, what chance do we have? Can't we just watch him go from south to north and have sex? You can't say that. After all, his eyes are so high. There is no competition between us at all. Those who he likes will definitely not like us. Obviously, there are still many rational people. And the fact is, it is indeed so. Look, Cao Wenbin basically doesn't even look at the vast majority of the vulgar fans who come to chat with him. After all, his vision has been spoiled a long time ago. Intel. Master Cao, do you still remember me? Cao Wenbin smiled. What is coming has finally come. So he nodded without any hesitation. Of course I remember. You were the only one who cheered me on this morning. I never thought we would meet again. Why, are you out looking for true love too? That shouldn't be the case. With your looks, you should have been snatched away long ago. Cao Wenbin's face was full of confusion. When Xiao Yu heard this, he was immediately amused. Then, seemingly intentionally, yet unintentionally, he began to explain. Actually, before this, I was also very puzzled. Why has no one ever chased me? But now, I understand everything. So everyone thought I already had a boyfriend. By the way, Master Cao, do you have an appointment? If not, are you in the mood to take a stroll with me? The smile suddenly became brighter. Immediately afterwards, Cao Wenbin shook his arms. The meaning is very clear, that is, come and carry it quickly. The beauty has a date. Of course I can't refuse that. And the little fish who had been waiting for this scene for a long time did not show any reservation. She immediately put her slender arm through Cao Wenbin's arm. In an instant, the two people who were originally strangers became a couple in love. It vividly explains what it means when a man chases a woman, there is a mountain between them. If a girl chases a boy, it's easy. By the way, what's your name? Shen Chenu. Chapter 783, Start Digging a Hole. Wenbin, you are really popular. Seeing Cao Wenbin being harassed even when she was around, Shen Chenu was speechless. Aren't people on the internet talking about boycotting this guy to show the Zerg's character? How come everything changes at night? That flattering smile. But when Cao Wenbin heard this, he laughed unconsciously. You're wrong. I'm not the popular one. It's the power in my hands. Just think about it, with my status, if they followed me, how much would their lives change? They don't even need to be followed all the time. Just a brief encounter is enough for them to benefit from for the rest of their lives. Shen Chanu was stunned. Then he nodded unconsciously. Don't say it. It seems to be true. But soon, she no longer had time to pay attention to all this mess. Because she suddenly realized that the location they were in was becoming more and more remote. Not far away, a small forest appeared. If this goes in. This guy is really rude. I haven't even said a few words yet. Of course, although she thought so, she did not resist. Still accompanying Cao Wenbin and moving forward slowly. After all, we are the Emperor's servants and should be loyal to him. From childhood to adulthood, Yinhuan had never asked her to do any heavy work. Besides playing, it's all about playing every day. When it comes to food, clothing and other daily necessities, they all use the best. Now that she is finally employed, she must do her job beautifully. Even this matter requires her to pay the most precious thing. That's right. And the formula for the Star Mother tree. Thinking of this, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in her eyes. But after just a few breaths, she was in trouble again. Because she couldn't find a breakthrough point at all. You can't just ask directly. If she really did that, she might not even have a chance to assassinate him. It's like picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Never mind. Wait until this guy gets carried away before asking. Although by then, he might not be able to explain it clearly. But as long as we have an idea, then with our Zerg's research and development capabilities, it will definitely not be difficult to reverse engineer it. Coincidentally, she had just made the decision when the two of them happened to walk to the edge of the grove. So, the scenery here is so beautiful. By the way, Chanu, your family probably won't say anything if you disappear for a while, right? No reply. But silence is better than words at this time. The highest plain, Lingxiao City. This city, which originally belonged to the Cao family, was only slightly famous in the continent of gods and demons. In other places, you won't even get a number. But with the rise of the Cao family, things here have gradually become more complicated. Now, it has become the center of the entire Supreme Plain. A holy place in the hearts of hundreds of millions of people. It is no exaggeration to say that if someone owns a house here, even if the younger generation is a fool, the threshold will definitely be kicked down by the matchmaker. And precisely because of this, Night Owl's first stop is here. And from the moment you enter the city gate, you start spending money lavishly. Anyone who holds an official position is her target for bribery. Apart from her as a person, she will give whatever the other party wants. What made her happy was that her trick really worked. After waiting for a few days, she finally got to meet the housekeeper of the Cao mansion. Of course, she was a little disappointed when she first received the reply. After all, in her opinion, a housekeeper is completely useless. Although he is a 7th-rank official in the Prime Minister's office, he still has to do some things. But after she really got to know this housekeeper, she immediately changed her mind. She would never have thought that this housekeeper could be so awesome. Cao Wenbin's woman, in charge of Cao family finances. That title dazzled her, so when she received the invitation to meet again, she didn't hesitate at all. I agreed immediately. And the attitude is quite low. Not only brought a large number of Zerg specialties. He even arrived an hour early. So, Sister Night Owl, you are so polite. It's just a simple meal, why are you making such a big deal about it? Don't talk much. But Night Owl breathed a sigh of relief. Because she knew it was done. Chen Zhaohua's expression says it all. But the good times didn't last long. As the dinner progressed, her brows gradually furrowed. As for the reason, Sister Zhaohua, I need this batch of goods urgently. Can't you give me the goods in stock? Don't worry, my sister knows the rules. No matter how much you earn, my sister only wants 40%. Give the rest to my sister. These conditions are truly incredible. Unfortunately, even so, Chen Zhaohua still did not give in. Do you think sister doesn't want to give you the goods? After all, it's a great pleasure to pay for the goods in return. But the reality is that it simply doesn't allow it. Because even for me, it would take a lot of time to mobilize a large amount of supplies. Don't forget, even though I'm Cao Wenbin's woman, there's still someone above me. Night Owl was stunned. Then he sighed softly. She knew that Chen Zhaohua was not making excuses. But it's the truth. Let's not talk about Zhongzhou, who is recognized as the eldest wife of the Cao family. Even people like Han Zhongyu, Zhao Yuan'er, and Nian Yuyu, their status is definitely not comparable to Chen Zhaohua. However, this feeling did not last long. Soon, her eyes lit up again. Then, Sister Zhaohua, then tell me, can we bribe them as well? Don't worry, I'm very resourceful. Whatever they like, I can get it for them. Very sincere. But Chen Zhaohua laughed unconsciously. Bribe, my silly sister. Do you think that with their status, what can they not get? Do you still need to bribe? Honestly, if I didn't have the Chen family behind me and needed money to develop, you wouldn't be able to bribe me either. Oh, by the way, they can't be said to be completely free of desire. But from what I know, there's only one thing they want. That's to make Wenbin happy. And this requires. Chen Zhaohua didn't say the rest. But Yexiao understood everything in an instant. Because the look Chen Zhaohua gave her was just too obvious. Therefore, No, we must not let Master Cao know. In that case, then let's go slower. Chapter 784. The seven emperors were shocked. Hee. Looking at the night owl that was trembling with fear, Chen Zhaohua laughed so happily. But this is just a superficial phenomenon. If you look closely, you can find that her eyes are full of indifference. Of course, the night owl, whose emotions had been aroused, was unable to notice it at all. So, Sister Zhaohua, please stop making fun of your sister. Give me the correct information quickly. When can we get the goods? The voice is urgent. And Chen Zhaohua wasn't teasing her. After pretending to ponder for a moment, he slowly stretched out 5 fingers. 10 days. The location is still here. As for the deposit. Without any hesitation, Night Owl, who received the accurate answer, immediately took out a ring. Look at my memory. This thing should have been taken out a long time ago. Sister, please take more care of this matter. Sister is waiting for your good news at home. After she finished speaking, she didn't stay long. After drinking another sip of wine with Chen Zhaohua, she left with a twist of her waist. Looking at her back, Chen Zhaohua, who was originally smiling, quickly narrowed his eyes. This woman must have been through a lot. You're so defensive. It seems like Wenbin won't be able to taste the freshness of this first wave. If you want to succeed, you have to dig the hole deeper. This will ensure she can't climb out. Something happened. Looking at the gradually brightening sky and the gradually silent city, the seventh emperor's brows unconsciously frowned. Because this is really against common sense. Logically speaking, there should have been a deafening roar in the woods a long time ago. But now there is no movement at all. Similarly, the Cao family was eerily quiet. That is to say, but it happened that just when the 7 of them were feeling annoyed, a man in armor suddenly appeared in front of them. Not someone else. It was the scout sent to observe secretly. Then, the eyes of the 7 people suddenly lit up. Tell me quickly, what's going on over there? After stopping the visitor from bowing, the 7 of them started asking in unison. Quite a good understanding. Seeing this scene, the visitor did not dare to delay and immediately spoke with a strange look on his face. At the beginning, everything was normal. Looking at Cao Wenbin's expression, he probably doesn't doubt Shen Chanu. This can be seen from the fact that he didn't take any detours and directly took Shen Chanu to the suburbs. But ever since those 2 disappeared, everything started to get weird. First, the speed of time inside changed significantly. Then there were frequent natural disasters. All kinds of birds and beasts are running out for their lives. That look, it's obviously. The visitor didn't say anything else. But the 7th emperor's face immediately turned green. They are not fools. Of course we know what this situation means. Although she understood it, Yin Huan still stood up immediately. That's impossible. She has undergone special training. Although I have no experience, I will definitely not get lost. No one has this kind of strength. Of course, she wasn't the only one who didn't believe it. The other 6 emperors also didn't believe it. Because before Shen Chanu set off, in order to ensure that everything would be safe, they all put something on Shen Chanu. And those are their trump cards. Even the giant elephant in the domination realm cannot withstand one of them. Not to mention Cao Wenbin. Something unexpected must have happened. This is why all our methods failed to be triggered. Forget it, we have too little intelligence, it's impossible to analyze anything. Let's wait until Shen Chanu comes back. From the beginning to the end, they never thought about whether Shen Chanu had betrayed them. After all, they still have this confidence. And Shen Chanu really lived up to their trust. Not this. A few days later, Shen Chanu really came back. Even though I was shaky and could barely stand steadily, I was definitely back. But looking at the person in front of them who had not come to his senses even now and had walked back entirely by willpower, they suddenly couldn't ask any questions that they had in their hearts. Because everything is right in front of you. Cao Wenbin is really that strong. Their most powerful trick is that they can do nothing to others. They have to believe it. You have to believe it even if you don't want to. Oh shit, this guy really can't be judged by common sense. The more they think about it, the darker their faces become. And I don't know whether she was stimulated by their momentum or she had recovered after a short rest, but in the next moment, Shen Chanu suddenly came back to her senses. Then, he looked at Yin Huan with a guilty look on his face. Boss. I failed to live up to your expectations. That guy is really not a human being. By the way, his strength is definitely stronger than we expected. He must have been hiding his abilities last time. Or rather, we didn't force out the strongest version of him. All the tricks you used on me have turned into an extremely ethereal gas before they even reach him. Then it was directly absorbed by him. Silence. All 7 emperors were shocked by these words. Cao Wenbin, who had killed 7 domination-level soldiers and 2 giant scorpion battleships in one sword, was not in his strongest state yet. Are you sure you're not kidding? That's impossible. Subconsciously, the 7 of them rejected it together. But when Shen Chunu heard this, she immediately became anxious. This is absolutely true. I swear. Because this is my scouting unit, I discovered it in secret. According to his analysis, the energy intensity that Cao Wenbin unintentionally emitted has already exceeded our cognition. None of the arms we've created so far can reach that level. As soon as he finished speaking, a firefly immediately appeared in front of Shen Chunu. This is exactly the reconnaissance unit she mentioned. As the information carried by the firefly was read by the 7 emperors, they all fell silent. A hint of panic suddenly appeared on the 2 ladies' bodies. Although this emotion comes quickly, it goes away just as quickly. Almost in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. But it did appear. Depend on. What did this guy eat to grow up? How can you be so perverted? Chapter 785 Cao Wenbin's Methods. The 7th emperor's scalp felt numb. However, they were worthy of being people who had held power for millions of years. Although they were shocked, they quickly regained their senses. Then, that's not right. If Cao is so strong, how did you get back? Okay, even if he values feelings and doesn't want to kill you. But how could he not erase such important information? The analysis is well reasoned. But these few words made Shen Chunu's face turn red. After a while, he stammered and spoke again. That guy seems to be obsessed with me. So, whether it was the methods I used on myself or the firefly detection, he didn't notice anything. Yes, my lord. Do you need me to go undercover? If necessary, I'll go find him now. The 7th emperor was stunned. Then, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Undercover. Is there any other good thing like this? As if she had guessed what they were thinking, before they could even ask, Shen Chunu's voice rang out again. When I came back, the excuse I used was to pack up my things. Originally, he wanted to give it to me. After all, my condition is really a bit bad. But in order to avoid being exposed, I refused. Therefore, this time, the 7th emperor was no longer calm. After all, if he could place a spy next to Cao Wenbin, even a fool could tell what the watch was wearing. So without any hesitation, Yin Huan immediately shouted, "Need it. I need it badly. Remember, after you pass by, you must hide yourself well. Don't expose yourself. You can only take action after receiving a message from me personally. Do you understand?" Nodded gently. Then Shen Chunu stood up again staggeringly. After all, it won't take long to get something. She can't stay here any longer. But before she could even take a step, Yin Huan embraced her. I've asked someone to help you pack your things. So we can still chat a little longer. By the way, since the assassination attempt failed, did you get the formula for the Star Mother tree? The little face turned red again. Then she opened her mouth for a long time, but couldn't say a word. Obviously, there are some things that she is still embarrassed to say even if there are no outsiders here. But as the saying goes, silence is better than words at this time. Seeing her like this, the 7th emperor understood everything instantly. If nothing unexpected happens, Cao Wenbin is not the only one who got lost before. But that's true. After all, millions of years ago, they had already proved that no matter what happened, it was mutual. A slap in the face will definitely not make any sound. Of course, they understood it, but they didn't make it clear. Not until the things were delivered did Shen Chunu leave completely. They didn't say a single word. Everything is communicated in secret. Sister Yin Huan, you can't eat everything she sends back alone from now on. Be sure to share it with us. After all, one person's plan is short, but 2 people's plan is long. These are turbulent times. We must work together to overcome these difficulties. Otherwise, we will most likely be defeated one by one. Are you back? Although she walked a little unsteadily, it didn't take long before Shen Chunu returned to Tingchao Pavilion where Cao Wenbin was. The time control is quite good. As soon as she entered the door, a voice full of concern immediately came into her ears. However, she still rolled her eyes secretly. Because amidst that deep concern, she also keenly caught a hint of excitement. As to why this is so. What an animal. Still a tireless beast. Of course, although she was complaining in her heart, on the surface, she was still so pitiful. The voice is even more gentle and pleasant. I'm back. From now on, please have mercy on me. Cao Wenbin smiled. Seeing this scene, Shen Chanu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that what I did just now has not been exposed. Otherwise, no matter how much Cao Wenbin liked her, he would never be so kind to her. But the good times didn't last long. After Cao Wenbin spoke again, her already extremely pale face suddenly became even paler. Has the news about me been passed back as well? Not much talk. But it was like a bolt from the blue. However, while being shocked, Shen Chanu's reaction was not slow at all. He turned around and rushed towards the door again. Very fast. It's obvious that all potential has been unleashed. Depend on. This guy has been acting all along. The only one who was truly lost from beginning to end was me. Pity. Her efforts were completely in vain. With just one look from Cao Wenbin, she was frozen in place. Even if she burned the life force of all the soldiers, they still couldn't move even a little bit. The law of space. And Cao Wenbin obviously also knows how to kill people and destroy their hearts. Look, she didn't speak again until she was completely at her wit's end. Nothing else. In that case, then just go into the Happy Palace and guard the palace. By the way, you must follow my instructions in the future. As long as you can do it, I will ensure you a lifetime of glory. At the same time, it also allows you to fly whenever you want. You are quite attractive after all. Without any hesitation. Shen Chanu immediately shook her head frantically. Absolutely impossible. My lord's kindness to me is as great as a mountain. So even if you want to kill me, I will never pass on false information for you. Also, you'd better give up the idea of plotting against the master. After all, my lord is not stupid. As long as I don't show up for a few days, she will definitely notice something is wrong immediately. And then be on your guard against it. The analysis is very clear and logical. But what Shen Chanu didn't expect was that Cao Wenbin actually laughed again. Then, you're right. But the question is, what if there's another you? Then will Yin Huan still be able to discover it? As soon as she finished speaking, Nian Yu, the master of the Happy Palace, transformed into Shen Chanu's appearance in front of her with extraordinary agility. Even Shen Chanu herself couldn't find anything wrong. So, she collapsed immediately. She knew very well that since others had this trump card, she would be dispensable. And Yin Huan will soon become meat on the chopping board. It won't be long before you'll be fooled to the point where you won't even be able to find your way. After all, who would have thought that the undercover agent he arranged would be a fake? Chapter 786, Bluffing and Threatening. What on earth do you want? I give in. I'm completely convinced, isn't that enough? The more Shen Chanu thought about it, the more she collapsed. In the end, he even collapsed to the ground. When they saw this scene, both Cao Wenbin and Nian Yu, who had transformed back, laughed. In fact, Shen Chanu is completely confused by the situation. If she hadn't collapsed, but instead thought about it carefully, she would have realized that even if Nian Yu could become her appearance, she would never be able to deceive Yin Huan. It's not that Yin Huan is so smart. But there is an obvious loophole here. Not to mention anything else, just her unique mother nest, Cao Wenbin and others will definitely not be able to imitate it in a short period of time. Women, there really are obvious loopholes. It's too easy to be targeted. Shaked his head gently. However, even though I feel emotional, I certainly cannot miss such a good opportunity. So the next moment, what are you doing? The sky isn't falling, why are you so worried? How about this, considering your good performance some time ago, I'll give you a chance to save Yin Huan, how about that? Don't talk much. But Shen Chanu, who had just looked so hopeless, suddenly raised her head. Are you telling the truth? Don't worry, as long as you are willing to let the master go, I will do anything you ask me to do. By the way, isn't your Cao family not prosperous? Look at my good figure, I must be good at giving birth. From now on, I can do nothing but give birth to babies for you every day. The corner of Cao Wenbin's mouth twitched. At the same time, a sense of relief unconsciously emerged in his heart. Fortunately, his mother is not here. Otherwise, Of course, although this condition is extremely beneficial to the Cao family, it is not attractive to Cao Wenbin at all. After all, there are so many people who want to have children for him. If you add them all up, even a universe might not be able to hold them all. So, letting Yin Huan go is absolutely impossible. Because there is an irreconcilable contradiction between us. But originally, I was planning to catch her and make her my plaything, so she could never leave the bed. But if you're willing to cooperate with me, I wouldn't mind giving her the status of a concubine when the matter is settled. Shen Chunu's expression fell. Concubine. This is too low. You must know that Yin Huan is one of the 7 emperors. In the entire Zerg race, it is the supreme existence. But when I think of that so-called plaything. But she immediately didn't dare to ask for too much. After all, if she really fell into that situation, her master would definitely be in a state worse than death. So, what do you want me to do? The smile on his face grew even wider. Cao Wenbin then didn't even hesitate and immediately asked the most crucial question, do you know where Yin Huan's real body is? He shook his head gently, I don't know. This is our Zerg's absolute secret. Except for them themselves, even their immediate family members don't know. Not to mention me. Sighed secretly. Although this result was completely within his expectations, Cao Wenbin was still a little disappointed. After all, if we really get the location of Yin Huan's real body, everything will be much simpler. You know, he still has all kinds of information in his hands that he cheated from the Kui brothers. If you combine the two, then can you tell me what Yin Huan wants most at this moment? Remember, this is your last chance. After all, I'm a very impatient person. If your role is insignificant and I end up wasting too much time on her, I can't guarantee that the agreement will still hold true. A trace of cold sweat suddenly appeared on Shen Chunu's forehead. She knew that the guy in front of her was definitely not joking. Because of this, her brain immediately started working at high speed. She wants to fight for a chance of survival for her benefactor. Got it. And her efforts were soon rewarded. Then she said quickly, what the 7th Emperor wants most right now, besides your head, is the formula for the Star Mother tree that you created. After all, the pressure you put on them is really too great. They are in urgent need of improving their strength. So, Shen Chunu didn't say the rest. But Cao Wenbin understood it immediately. The more he pondered, the brighter his eyes became. Because he came up with a great plan. As long as this game is set up. Even if Yin Huan cannot be caught, there will definitely be other big fish taking the bait. That's it. The corners of his mouth curled up. Then, he hugged Shen Chunu and entered the happy palace. Have you all heard? Cao Wenbin, who shone so brilliantly at the Insect God Festival, has actually combined 2 more domination-level troops in the past few days. That's a lie. I admit he's incredible, but he can't be this incredible. Could it be that our millions of scientists can't match him alone? Are you kidding me? This is actually true. And I also heard that these 2 new domination-level soldiers, one is a combat type, and the other is a tank type. They both have extremely special abilities, which are quite abnormal. Your information is so out of date. I just got the latest intelligence. It says that Cao is ready to sell his domination realm troops. He's even selling the formula for the Star Mother tree. And the format is actually an auction. No matter who you are, no matter what your status, as long as you can afford the price, you can buy from him. That's impossible. That Cao guy is no fool. How could he sell something so important just for a small profit? You know, the formulas for military units are always the most secret of secrets. No one would even sell a patroller level formula, let alone a dominant level one. Why is this impossible? Don't forget, their cultivation system is completely different from ours. In other words, their weapon formulas are completely dispensable. If that's the case, then isn't it normal to sell the useless ones in exchange for something useful? Damn it. If that's the case, then wouldn't all the major powers be going crazy? After all, this is a domination realm troop. Even if they can't buy the formula, buying a few finished products would increase their strength exponentially. That's for sure. Just now, I saw that Fahia going from brothel to redeem the courtesans who only sell their art but not their bodies. If nothing goes wrong, it should be a gift for Cao Wenbin. After all, Cao Wenbin's hobby has long been known. He doesn't love the country, but loves beautiful women. Chapter 787, Taking the Bait. Chunu, does that Cao guy really want to sell all kinds of recipes? And it's done through an auction. If ordinary people can know this, then Yin Huan, the owner of Huan City, naturally cannot be unaware of it. So she immediately called back the undercover agent Shen Chanu. Of course, although she took it seriously, she didn't believe the rumor from the bottom of her heart. After all, Cao Wenbin has the mother nest in his hands at this time. Although the quantity is not large, it is enough. It can be developed slowly. There is no need to kill the chicken to get the eggs. But what she didn't expect was, "My lord, this is true." Because it was Cao Wenbin who leaked the information. I was right there at the time. As for why he did this, that's because his Yu Qiwei and Hao Mengshuan are about to break through to the domination realm. So there's an urgent need for resources. I have no other choice but to resort to this desperate measure. After all, the Lord knows the situation on both sides. Things that are actually rare to them are not uncommon here, even if they are not common. What you said makes sense and is well-founded. Then, Yin Huan's very attractive eyes suddenly lit up. Obviously, she was also moved. But that's true. Although when facing the outside world, the seven emperors are united. It is precisely because of this that they were able to defeat powerful enemies one after another. But in fact, there is also competition among them. Every 100 years, they will be secretly ranked according to their strength. And she is not the weakest one. But even the strongest one is still far away from the strongest one. If it were under normal circumstances, it would be extremely difficult for her to catch up. After all, while she is making progress, others are also making progress. But now, mine. Those 3 recipes must all be mine. As soon as this thought came to her mind, she couldn't control herself anymore. Then, she immediately asked, "Do you know what that guy's target price is? Especially the Star Mother tree. How much resources does he plan to sell?" His eyes were full of anticipation. What made her happy was that Shen Chanu did not disappoint her. He even helped her find out such a secret matter. And they were all organized on a piece of paper. Quite concise and clear. "It seems that guy really cares about you. I'll tell you everything." All he says is sarcasm. But her eyes never left the paper for a moment. The first thing above made her gasp unconsciously. The first thing you get is Hongmeng's spiritual liquid. No wonder that guy wants to sell the domination realm troops. Without this, it would be extremely difficult to gather all these things. As time went by, her brows became more and more furrowed. Especially after she saw the last condition clearly, she subconsciously stood up straight. "You even want a top beauty. Depend on. A dog will never change its bad nature. Never forget such a small thing." His face is very dark. But she had just complained a few words when she suddenly realized that Shen Chanu's face was full of strange expressions. Obviously he knows something else. Therefore, there are only 2 of us here. No one outside can eavesdrop. So whatever you want to say, just say it. No need to hesitate. And whether it was because she was encouraged by these words, or because she happened to have prepared herself mentally, in any case, as soon as Yin Huan's voice fell, Shen Chanu immediately said, "Master, before coming here, I got a piece of news." That's Wen Lan, another female among the 7 emperors. She's already communicating with Cao Wenbin. And the price offered is quite tempting. Yin Huan was stunned. Then he curled his lips unconsciously. Tempting. If it were anyone else, she might be nervous. After all, this is equivalent to seizing the initiative. But if it's Wen Lan, that's a different story. Because among the 7 of them, Wen Lan is the poorest. As to why this is so, who made this woman rise the latest? When she was pestering the Nangong family, she only tasted a little sweetness. But her idea didn't last long. The next moment, "Master, you must not take this lightly. Because from what I know, Wen Lan seems to be using me as a bargaining chip. And you also know what kind of personality Cao Wenbin has. Such a noble and beautiful lady came to him on her own initiative. There is no way he could refuse. The confidence I had before was frozen on my face." Immediately afterwards, solemnity replaced everything. But despite her expression, she waved her hand unconsciously. "This must be a rumor. After all, Wen Lan has always been proud. I will never sell myself out for external things. She still has some character. That makes sense." But Shen Chanu's next words directly shattered all her fantasies. "Since the Lord has said so, then maybe I really heard the rumor." That's right. Where there are many women, there are naturally many rumors. What's more, it's a place full of women. But my lord, Wen Lan is very open to new things. On the way here just now, I saw her walk into a stocking store. Sneaky. That look, it's obvious that he's afraid of being seen. This time, Yin Huan really couldn't sit still anymore. After all, Cao Wenbin's hobby is known to everyone in the world. It's really hard to think too much about Wen Lan shopping in that kind of store at this time. Slutty fox. A pure slutty fox. You are one of the 7 emperors after all. How can you degrade yourself like this just for a little bit of skill? Also, you've exposed your true form. Aren't you afraid that Cao will take everything he wants? Very confused. Also helpless. Because Wen Lan's move was so amazing. Almost blocking all her paths. Of course, she is not without a solution. As long as she is willing to give it her all, the problem will be solved. After all, as one of the 7 emperors, she is no worse. Even because the Kui brothers have a grudge against him, Cao Wenbin may be more interested in her. But the key point is that she really can't let it go. If she goes, she will most likely. Looking at her conflicted look, Shen Chunu subconsciously revealed an evil smile at the corner of her mouth. Are you already starting to get confused? It seems that the success rate of this move is not low. Then next, all we have to do is keep adding fuel to the fire. As long as she feels a sense of crisis. That's right. This kind of fish sinking is different from that kind of fish sinking. Although the body is still the same body, the control is temporarily taken over by Nian Yu. After all, Cao Wenbin is very confident in his own abilities. But at this critical moment, I will never take any risks. Chapter 788. The pit is even deeper. Chunu, the next few days will be the most important time for us in Wancheng. How much benefit you can gain from this feast depends on your performance. So you must pay more attention. Not only must we keep an eye on that Cao guy, but we must also keep an eye on that Wen guy. No matter what happens, they must tell me immediately. Of course, the premise of all this is not to expose yourself. Do you understand? The more Yin Huan thought about it, the more her head hurt. There is absolutely no way to break the deadlock. So subconsciously, she chose to take it one step at a time. After all, what if Wen Lan was acting on a whim, or had some conspiracy? If she rushes to attack, won't she be at a disadvantage? When Shen Chunu heard this, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in her eyes. Everything was exactly as they expected. That is to say, don't worry, my lord. I know what to do. By the way, I came here under the pretext of buying clothes. So you can't stay outside for too long. Look, gently waved his hand, then go quickly. Remember, you are a very important chess piece. If this isn't earth-shattering intelligence, don't expose yourself. That's very serious. And Shen Chunu did not play it safe. The head also nodded very hard. But she had just taken 2 steps and hadn't even reached the door of the room when Yin Huan's voice rang out again. Why is the aura of your military so weak? Did something happen after you went back last time? The question is very sharp. But Shen Chunu was not panicked at all. Because she already had a plan for this problem. So the next moment. That guy surnamed Cao is so incredibly powerful. Even more so, I don't care. So, in desperation, I had no choice but to use the vitality of my troops to feed myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't be alive today. As soon as she finished speaking, she flashed and disappeared from the spot. But she left in a very elegant manner, but Yin Huan was completely shocked. Do you need to use the vitality of your troops to feed yourself? Could that guy named Cao be that powerful? Are you sure you're not kidding? Why is it that I don't believe it? The highest plane, Lingxiao City. Like Yin Huan, Yi Xiao was also anxious after receiving the news. After all, why is she just an underground emperor and not the 8th emperor? After all, isn't it because we don't have enough strength and don't have any capable domination-level troops? But if she could buy a formula from Cao Wenbin that didn't require the Star Mother Tree, even if it was an offensive troop with special abilities, her status would immediately become different. The probability of revenge will also greatly increase. Because of this, she found Chen Zhaohua again as soon as possible. And the attitude is even more respectful. But after just a few words, disappointment unconsciously appeared on Yi Xiao's face. Because Chen Zhaohua's meaning was very clear, that is, she absolutely could not buy these 3 formulas. Don't even think about it. Of course, although she was disappointed, she did not give up. After all, this thing is really important to her. So, Sister Chen, can't you think of a solution? Don't worry, I'm very rich. By the way, I have a lot of beauties under my command. As long as Master Cao is willing to give in, I can give him whatever he wants. No second words. Chen Zhaohua still shook his head. Although Wenbin likes beautiful women, he doesn't want everything. Of course, if you're willing to contribute yourself, then everything won't be a problem. Don't even mention 3 formulas. If Wenbin is happy, he might even help you research 3 more. Very tempting. But Night Owl's body trembled unconsciously several times. Exchange yourself for resources. This is something she absolutely cannot accept. And what she was worried about was similar to Yin Huan's. That's because I'm afraid I can't explain it clearly. After all, there is no one behind them. If he follows Cao Wenbin, there is a high possibility that his entire family will be wiped out. By then, what they are doing today will no longer be business. But it's delivered thousands of miles away. Therefore, seeing her expression, Chen Zhaohua immediately understood everything. So I subconsciously shrugged. Look, I told you this is a no-go. But you don't have to rush. Even though you can't get the recipe, it's not difficult to make the finished product. It's just the money. Night Owl was stunned. Then the whole person suddenly became energetic. She never thought that there would be a twist in this matter. As for the money, that's bullshit. Even if you don't have any money, you have to sell everything you have to get it. After all, since ancient times, no one has ever heard of anyone losing money in the arms trade. Because of this, she grabbed Chen Zhaohua's hand without even thinking. Sister, you really are my sister. Don't worry, money is definitely not a problem. I can also ask for a smaller share. As long as there's stock. By the way, sister, how are you going to trade this time? Is it the same as last time? I pay the deposit first, and then I pay the balance after I see the goods. He shook his head gently. This time is completely different from the last time. So the way of trading must be different. To tell you the truth, the mother nest that can synthesize these 3 types of troops is actually managed by 3 people. And I'm one of them. But we only have supervisory power. The materials are all calculated in advance. So if you want to smuggle in some stuff, you have to give me the materials in advance. And then I'm secretly synthesizing it for you. Night Owl was stunned. Then there was complete silence. She understood. This time, she needs a lot of backlog funds. In other words, all the risks need to be borne by her. Once her funds can no longer sustain. Wrong. There doesn't seem to be any risk in this matter. Because I can totally subcontract it out. Let those who want to buy give me resources first. In this way, I can make a huge profit just by reselling it. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was the right way. Just get something for nothing. As for Chen Zhaohua's black-on-black scheme, she is really not afraid of this. After all, the 2 of them are like grasshoppers on the same rope. If Chen Zhaohua dared to play dirty, she could easily expose these 2 transactions. Once this matter is exposed, it is hard to say whether Chen Zhaohua will be in trouble. But the Chen family will definitely suffer the consequences. Cao Wenbin is definitely not the kind of person who spoils his children. Sister, I'll do as you say. Just wait, I will definitely deliver all the materials to you within 1 day. Chapter 789 Talking about business. Master Cao, we don't seem to be familiar with each other. I really don't understand why you invited me to dinner. And so high profile. Wancheng, in the highest standard hotel. While enjoying the delicacies on the table, Wenlan did not forget to tease the host Cao Wenbin. And that's not all. Soon, she started crying about being poor again. By the way, don't try to sell me your 3 types of troops. After all, I am very poor. Any Zerg person who can come to the fore knows this. I can't even afford it. Cao Wenbin was stunned. But soon, he laughed. This woman in front of me is quite interesting. It was completely different from anything he had encountered before. Of course, since the woman has already started joking, he naturally won't keep it to himself. The next moment, don't you understand yet? Actually, I'm not interested in drinking. After all, money is not as good as a beauty like you. By the way, don't you feel dizzy? You know, I added a lot of ingredients to these meals. As soon as you faint, I will immediately. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. The target was none other than Wenlan's thigh. Obviously, oral sex cannot satisfy him. He also wanted to satisfy his urge to masturbate. And the interesting thing is that Wen Lan didn't hide either. She even moved towards him. It seems this girl has other ideas. In that case, I won't be polite. Thinking of this, his speed suddenly increased to another level. But obviously, he was overthinking it. Just a few breaths later. So Master Cao is also interested in the mannequins he created. If that's the case, then you should have said it earlier. By the way, besides this one, what else do you like? I'll have it delivered right away. How about Yin Huan's? Cao Wenbin smiled awkwardly. The hand that was about to reach the target was unconsciously retracted. Puff. Seeing him like this, Wen Lan immediately laughed even more happily. But this time, she didn't make fun of it. Instead, after a while, she took the initiative to bring the topic back on track. Okay, playtime is over. We are all busy people, so let's get down to business. Master Cao, what is the real purpose of calling me here? Of course, if what you said before was not a joke, and you really want to use all your resources to knock me down, then don't say anything. After all, although I, Wen Lan, am at the bottom of the 7 emperors, I still have some backbone. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to rise from obscurity and become one of the 7 emperors with my humble beginnings. Silence. Apparently, she was right. So, after gently wiping her mouth with a tissue, she stood up gracefully. But just as she was about to say goodbye, Cao Wenbin suddenly spoke again. Sister Lan, I really want to know what you think of the 7 emperors alliance. Do you really believe that everyone prospers together and everyone suffers together, or as long as the benefits are sufficient, then doing something a little out of the ordinary is harmless? The body paused. Then a beautiful smile appeared on Wen Lan's face. Of course it's the latter. After all, strength is the root of everything. If I'm not strong enough, even if I'm thinking about the overall situation, I can't be ranked among the 7 emperors. But if I'm strong enough to crush everything, then even if I do all the bad things, they'll have to make room for me. This time, Cao Wenbin also laughed. Then he made a gesture for you to sit down. Since Sister Lan is so clear-headed, it will be easy. To be honest, I called you here this time because I really want to discuss a business deal with you. And for this, I have prepared 2 plans. The first set is to give you all 3 recipes. Plus a massive amount of resources. But since you're not interested, let's not talk about it. As for the second set, I want Sister Lan to act out a play with me. It's not difficult. Just pretend to be my girlfriend for a few days. Of course, you have to wear stockings the entire time during this process. And in return, I can make a special recipe for Domination Realm troops just for you. The type is up to you. Wen Lan trembled all over. At the same time, a look of horror appeared on her face. Customize the dominant level troops according to her wishes. How is this possible? And her reaction was all within Cao Wenbin's expectations. So the next moment, a palm-sized open-air stadium appeared in his hands. Don't believe it? Then tell me your request now. I'll match it for you on the spot. If there are any discrepancies, then whatever I come up with will be given to you for free. His expression was shocked. Immediately afterwards, Wen Lan said without hesitation, I need a support soldier who can control the group. It doesn't need to be too strong, just enough to slow down the opponent's actions. After she finished speaking, she looked at Cao Wenbin nervously. It is not difficult to see that this is really important to her. And Cao Wenbin did not disappoint her. The next moment, a pile of materials appeared above their heads. But each one of them is hazy. Even if Wen Lan tried every possible means, he couldn't see any of them clearly. It's obvious that there is some kind of restriction. This guy is really cautious. So helpless. But there is nothing we can do. What shocked her even more was that before she could even recover from the shock, all these visions disappeared again. Is this a failure? This was her first thought. After all, this is too fast. No matter how you look at it, that doesn't look like a success. But the next moment, he was slapped in the face. A dragonfly suddenly appeared in front of her. At the same time, Cao Wenbin also opened up the properties of this thing to her. Gravity Dragonfly. The initial stage of the Domination Realm. Weakness. No close combat ability. Almost no defense. Advantages. Extremely fast. Whether marching or retreating, it can always be one step ahead. And as long as it wants, it can control the gravity on the battlefield at any time, thereby slowing down the enemy's advance. The effect is determined by the number of dragonflies invested. The greater the quantity, the better the effect. If you are rich enough, you can even make it impossible for the other party to move. Chapter 790. Everything went smoothly. I want. Give it to me now. No surprises. After reading the properties of the gravity dragonfly, Wenlan's eyes suddenly widened. After all, this thing is exactly what she expected. It is also what she urgently needs right now. With this thing, her ranking among the 7 emperors would at least rise by 2 or 3 places. Of course, while she was yelling, her body was not idle either. With a push of her beautiful legs, she pounced directly towards the dragonfly. She can't wait. Although she is fast, there are people who are faster than her. Look, the moment she moved, the gravity dragonfly also moved. With the flapping of wings, the distance between the two sides suddenly widened. At the same time, the gravity of this space also changed significantly. It has no effect on Cao Wenbin. Just thought it was fun. But Wenlan is not like that. The speed suddenly slowed down. Compared to the initial time, it is at least 50% slower. So strong. But even though she was defeated, she was not angry, but even happier. Immediately afterwards, she turned all her attention back to Cao Wenbin. Because she knew very well that this man was the key. As long as she can handle it, she can have as many of these gravity dragonflies as she wants in the future. That's why. Master Cao, I agree to your terms. By the way, what color stockings do you like? I'll change now. What he said was very decisive. It is full of urgency. But before she could make any move, Cao Wenbin quickly shook his head. You said before, you are just a clone. So do you think this gravity dragonfly is only worth this one clone? Wenlan was silent. To be honest, she really wanted to nod. But her conscience was gone. Just as she was thinking frantically, Cao Wenbin's voice rang out again. Oh, and don't even think about using safety as an excuse. I'm sure your means of survival are definitely not limited to just clones. Otherwise, you would have died 800 times already. This time, Wenlan was even more speechless. After all the roads are blocked. Now she can only move forward or backward, there is nothing she can do. As the sound of the dragonfly's flapping wings continued to penetrate her ears, the scale in her heart gradually tilted. So, you're right. Whether it's you or this gravity dragonfly, neither of them can be matched by a single clone. In that case, as soon as he finished speaking, a space crack suddenly appeared next to Wenlan's clone. Immediately afterwards, an identical Wenlan appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. It's really the real one. Although from the outside, there is no difference between the original body and the clone. But the moment he saw the real body, Cao Wenbin's eyes lit up. Because the temperament of this entity is so outstanding. It is no exaggeration to say that it is at least 10 blocks ahead of the clone. It seems like I didn't lose out on this deal. He rolled his eyes lightly. Then Wenlan stretched out her little hand. Take out the battle robe you prepared long ago. Speaking of which, you're really willing to spend a lot of money for Yinhuan. It hasn't even happened yet, and they've already destroyed the formula for a domination realm troop. If you wait until she's completely asleep, you'll go crazy. Obviously, she has seen through everything. But that's true. How could someone who could become one of the 7th emperor be a fool? It would be abnormal if she couldn't see through it. And Cao Wenbin did not refute this. Crazy. She doesn't deserve it. Anything is valuable in my eyes. She is no exception. If she lets me off the hook, then we can both get what we want. But if she makes me waste too much energy, then sorry, the share that should belong to her will have to belong to someone else. For example, this gravity dragonfly that will soon be yours. Originally, if she had come to my house as soon as I released the news, then this would definitely be hers. But now, it's clear that she's going to get one less reward. I won't make it up to her. Wenlan was stunned. Then, a look of relief suddenly appeared on her little face. Fortunately, Yinhuan is cool enough. Otherwise, she would have had no chance of survival. At the same time, she was praying madly in her heart. She hopes Yinhuan can remain aloof forever. It would be best if she was so cool that all the rewards were squeezed out by her. In this way, Yinhuan sacrifices herself and she gets the reward. Absolutely perfect. While Wenlan was successfully tricked into joining the pirate ship by Cao Wenbin, Yishao was also working hard for her career. And this underground emperor is obviously very capable. Look, in just a few hours, he successfully fooled more than a dozen top families. However, even though people showed up, most of the people at the scene were full of doubts about the authenticity of the matter. This is not. Night Owl, are you sure you're not kidding? Do you really have the ability to obtain domination-level troops? Even the Star Mother tree is no problem. Night Owl laughed. She had anticipated this scene. So the next moment, a Star Mother tree appeared in her hand. She bought this at a high price before she parted ways with Chen Zhaohua. The purpose is to enhance credibility. And this trick is indeed useful. As soon as the Star Mother tree appeared, the heads of various families who were originally suspicious suddenly went crazy. There is no way, since this is something that even the 7 emperors love but cannot get. If they could get it, not to mention how much it would improve their own family, just the reward they would get from presenting it to the 7th emperor would definitely be enough for them to laugh for a while. Therefore, Yi Huang, how much are you going to sell this for? How much is the quantity? The attitude has obviously improved. Even the name has changed. The Night Owl, having achieved his goal, no longer hid himself. The next moment, he told the plan he had already thought of. Whatever quantity you want, I have it right here. Enough. As for the price, to be honest, I can't afford to keep the goods. After all, you should know the value of this thing very well. So if you want it, you can only pay first and then pick up the goods. There's about a week's time difference. And I only make 10% in commission. Never take more. Chapter 791, Taken the Bait. Part 1. Night Owl said it very sincerely. But the heads of the various families who were so excited just now fell silent in an instant. No one is a fool. Everyone knows what paying first means. But if you ask them to give up, they are unwilling to do so. After all, opportunities are rare. If you miss this village, you will never be able to find this store again. So after hesitating for a while, they had no choice but to look at Night Owl again. At the same time, Yi Huang, can you tell us the origin of this thing? You bribed the top brass of the Cao family. Or have you already been with that Cao? That's enough. But the meaning is self-evident. When Night Owl heard this, he subconsciously bit his lip. She knew very well what these guys were up to. It's nothing more than judging whether it's worth the risk. If she bribed the senior management, then these guys would most likely back off. Because this relationship is not solid. If there is any disturbance, it is very likely that you will lose everything. But if she slept with Cao Wenbin, it would be completely different. After all, everyone knows the power of pillow talk. Damn it. So, she cursed inwardly at first, and then she made up her mind. I don't want fame anymore. For the sake of money, she risked everything. And once this rumor spreads, it will definitely only benefit her, not harm her. After all, Cao Wenbin is at the peak of his career now. With this layer of protective clothing, anyone who wants to touch her will definitely have to think twice. Even the 7 emperors were like this. The subsequent developments soon proved that her judgment was correct. As a result, after seeing her shy attitude, the heads of the various families present immediately became more enthusiastic. Some of the more shameless ones even started to flatter him on the spot. The Night Emperor is indeed the Night Emperor. If you don't make a move, it's fine. But if you do, it's going to be a big hit. What happened to Cao Wenbin? I still fell at your feet. Here, I'll pay now. I want to buy 10 Star Mother trees. Time passed quickly, and as Cao Wenbin's plan gradually unfolded, the entire Wancheng was in an uproar. There's nothing we can do about it, Cao Wenbin is just too ostentatious. So, have you heard that Wen Lan, one of the 7 emperors, is dating that guy named Cao? This isn't news anymore. I saw them walking hand in hand yesterday. Our beloved Queen Lan, wearing a tight skirt and flesh-colored stockings, it's obvious she's been taken advantage of quite a bit. It's not good enough. That's nothing. I ran into them yesterday when I went to the musical. My goodness, they were so close, they forgot about me. Damn it. Isn't this treason? Even if Emperor Lan couldn't help it, he should have looked for someone within our Zerg. Could it be that there isn't anyone in our entire Zerg race who can compare to Cao Wenbin? Shame. This is a shame. The flowers that should belong to us were picked by outsiders. Of course, it's not just ordinary people who are shocked. The other 6 emperors also frowned when they heard the news. After all, if there is a change among them, things will become really serious. If things go wrong, this anti-enemy system that has been maintained for millions of years may completely collapse. And once that happens. So, after just 3 days, Duan Hong and others couldn't bear it anymore. A closed-door meeting was held directly. No outsiders. There were only 7 of them. But what Duan Hong and others didn't expect was that after everyone arrived, before they could say anything, Wen Lan actually took the initiative to speak. And quite strong. If the content of this meeting is related to those recent rumors, then you don't have to speak. Because that's my private matter, you have no right to interfere. I can only assure you that I will never do anything that would harm the Zerg. After all, I know that no egg can escape unscathed when the nest is overturned. Silence. Duan Hong and others, who were originally full of doubts, were suddenly speechless. Seeing this situation, Wen Lan didn't stay long. His figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot. There's nothing she can do about it. She really doesn't have time to argue here. According to the plan, she has to accompany Cao Wenbin to swim later. Last time at the opera house, he accidentally kissed me. This time, I must be careful. We must not let him succeed again. As soon as she left, the meeting room, which had been dead silent just now, immediately turned into a place for complaints. Kangwu, nonsense, pure and simple. At this moment, we should be open and honest with each other. Instead of making any promises. After all, if swearing an oath was useful, then there would be fighting in this world. Duan Hong. That's right, Wen Lan's action is a blatant destruction of unity. And promise not to do anything to harm the Zerg. She even accompanied us in her true form, and her stockings were all pilled up. Is this not destructive? If she was killed by that Cao guy, how passive would we be? What they said makes sense. But the remaining 4 people all had strange looks in their eyes. After all, this is really a bit too serious. Even Yin Huan, who has been cursing Wen Lan for not loving herself these days, thinks so. It was precisely because of this that as soon as the 2 of them calmed down, Chu Feng, the good guy among the 7 emperors, immediately spoke up and turned a blind eye. It's over, it's over. Although Sister Wen Lan's words were inappropriate. But if my guess is correct, everything she did should be for the military formula in Cao Wenbin's hands. After all, we all know Miss Wen Lan's personality. Anything else besides this wouldn't make her pay so much. At this moment, even Kangwu and Duan Hong were silent. Because they knew very well that what Chu Feng said was absolutely the truth. They thought of it a long time ago. As for what I just did, that's just the man's vanity at work. After all, although they like Yin Huan, who is mature, Wen Lan is also the little sister they have watched grow up. As the big brother in the team, not only did they fail to protect him from the wind and rain, but they also required him to sell his body in exchange for resources. If it were an ordinary man, he would not be able to accept it. Not to mention them. But what the 2 of them didn't know was that while they were pretending to be dead, Yin Huan, whom they were infatuated with, had other thoughts in mind. Chapter 792, Taken the Bait. Part 2. Judging from Wen Lan's recent state, although Cao is lustful, he is not someone who will do anything to achieve his goal. Otherwise, it has been 3 days now, and Wen Lan, who showed his true form, should have been eaten up by him long ago. And if that's the case, the more she thought about it, the brighter Yin Huan's eyes became. At this moment, her heart was moved. After all, whether it is the Star Mother Tree or Cao Wenbin's unparalleled creativity, they are what she urgently needs right now. If the other party has no intention of destroying the whole family and just wants to have fun, then it seems that there is nothing she cannot accept. No more delay. If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. If it's any later, all the benefits will be eaten up by that slutty vixen Wen Lan. Thinking of this, she stood up immediately. Judging from his appearance, he is obviously preparing to go home. But at this moment, Kangwu, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke again, since this Cao guy has brought us such great pressure. Then why don't we go to our ancestral land? It's time to open that thing. Talk too much. But the rest of the people suddenly stiffened. Unlike Wen Lan, the rising star, the 6 people present are all veterans of the Zerg. So it is very clear what Kangwu is talking about. That's a box. A cursed box. There are 3 floors in total. Not long after they opened the first layer, a shocking plague broke out among the entire Zerg race. Directly killed 1/3 of their Zerg population. And it will be even better once they open the second floor. In their universe, a particle storm swept across the entire universe. As for the results, killed half of their population again. Of course, every time this box is opened, it is accompanied by a huge disaster. But it also brings them amazing benefits. The reason why the Zerg can rise is because of the things in these two layers. Even their enlightenment is related to that box. But even so, they had already made the decision that they would never touch the box again in this life. Even if there is still one layer that has not been opened. After all, they are already invincible. There is absolutely no need to take any more risks. But now, the situation is slightly different. If the lives of some civilians can be exchanged for an opportunity to suppress or even kill Cao Wenbin, it does not seem unacceptable. That's why. That's not impossible. No one objects. So the next moment, several people disappeared together. Yi Huang, our goods should finally arrive today. After all, according to what you said, the latest time is 7 days. And it has been exactly 7 days since we handed the money to you. Same place, same people. But the atmosphere is completely different. There was a hint of impatience around everyone. Obviously, their patience has reached its limit. Looking at these guys who were obviously here to call for punishment, a trace of panic quickly flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. Of course, more of it is helplessness. She is not stupid. At this moment, she had already noticed something was wrong. If nothing unexpected happens, she must have fallen into the trap. Because in the past 7 days, she has gone to see Chen Zhaohua more than once. But the result is, don't be impatient, wait a little longer. It will definitely not delay anything. Great attitude, but doesn't do anything. There really is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I'm eyeing the small profits from transferring money from one hand to the other. But the one they're targeting is me. This level is really not even a little bit worse. So helpless. But, she didn't show it. Because she knew very well that she must not mess around at this time. Otherwise, these people who had already paid at least 10% or 20% of their wealth would definitely tear her to pieces. Even give her 2. And God did not force her into a desperate situation. As her brain worked rapidly, she quickly came up with a plan to escape. So the next moment, a set of pure purple clothes appeared in her hands. Quite tempting. And if you look closely, you can find a pair of black stockings hidden in the middle of the clothes. Immediately afterwards, her voice suddenly penetrated into everyone's ears. What are you so anxious about? Isn't it that Wenbin has been playing with Wen Lan these days? Where is the time to make any kind of soldiers? Forget it, since you're worried, I'll go there myself. Otherwise, if my reputation is ruined, I won't be able to do business in the future. Several family heads were stunned. Then he let out a long sigh of relief. Because they saw clearly that Yi Xiao was going to persuade someone in his partner's favor. And with her beauty and the battle suit she chose, what can't she get? Not to mention the types of troops, if you perform well, you may even get the recipe. Because of this, not only did they not get entangled, but they also gave way to Night Owl. She's truly a heroine. It's safe to do business with people like this. No matter what happens, we can solve it for you. Even if I have to suffer some losses for it. Very emotional. But they had no idea that after escaping their sight, the Night Owl's first reaction was to escape. And her body actually did that. But after flying for a distance, her speed gradually slowed down. In the end, it stopped completely. At the same time, a look of despair appeared on her face. Because she found that she couldn't escape at all. Otherwise, she would definitely become a rat crossing the street. Everything she has worked hard for over the years will be completely burned to ashes. If this happens, her plan of revenge will be completely shattered. No wonder that guy didn't send anyone to keep an eye on me. So he calculated that I wouldn't run away. Good trick. It's a good trick indeed. She shook her head, and then staggered towards Cao Wenbin's residence. The speed is very slow. Because she knew very well what the end of the road meant. But no matter how slow you go, you will eventually finish the journey. What made her even more speechless was that she actually saw Chen Zhaohua, who had lured her into the game, at the door of the house. And he was waving at her. It was obvious that the other party had already calculated that she would arrive at around this time. Sister Zhaohua, your acting skills are truly outstanding. I tricked my sister into being stunned. Chapter 793 Powerful Troops. Look at what you said. When did my sister lie to you? I'm just guiding you onto the right path. Otherwise, you might end up taking so many detours. Okay, let's go in. Wenbin has been waiting for you for a long time. The corner of Night Owl's mouth twitched. My whole body is filled with unwillingness. But it was obvious that the current situation was no longer under her control. So after hesitating for a while, she finally stepped over the threshold of the manor. It's very cozy inside. It made her mind unconsciously calm. However, this situation did not last long. Because soon she saw Cao Wenbin. Damn it, what a waste of this skin. She's so pretty, but she's doing nothing. Very unhappy. But she only dared to think about this idea. As for speaking out, even if she had more courage, she wouldn't dare. After all, nothing is settled yet. What if things were not what she thought, and Cao Wenbin set up this trap just for something else? Then wouldn't she be courting death if she spoke carelessly now? Just as she was trying to think positively, Cao Wenbin finally spoke. Sit down. What's the point of standing there all the time? By the way, you should take off your disguise as well. There are so many loopholes. It makes me feel awkward. Night Owl trembled all over. Then, a look of disbelief appeared on the little face. You know, her disguise technique is the unique skill of the Nangong family. Even during the heyday of the Nangong family, the number of them that could be used would never exceed 10. The effect is amazing. At least the 7th emperor couldn't see it. But the little brat in front of me is. Are you trying to trick me? This was her first thought. But just a few breaths later, she no longer thought so. Because Cao Wenbin changed his image 5 times in front of her. It was the 5 among the 7 emperors. Each one is lifelike. Whether it's body shape or temperament, they are exactly the same. According to Yi Xiao's estimation, even if the biological mothers of the 5 people came, they might not be able to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Is the gap so big? I thought it was a treasure before. A bitter smile. At this moment, Yi Xiao suddenly felt that she was like a frog in a well, and had no idea how big the Milky Way was. At the same time, her figure and appearance also slowly changed. After all, it's all been seen through. Then there is no need to be tense. Otherwise, if this guy runs out of patience and takes action himself, it will only be worse. Looking at the more attractive and familiar face opposite him, Cao Wenbin was slightly stunned, and then he smiled unconsciously. At this moment, he has understood everything. However, he didn't intend to say it out loud. It's better to wait until the benefits are in hand before talking about anything else. So, please introduce yourself again. Since the appearance is fake, then the name spread by the outside world should not be true either. No one hesitated. In order to avoid suffering, Yi Xiao was very obedient and immediately said, "My real name is Yun Wenya. He's the orphan of the Nangong family. The reason I changed my name to Night Owl is to seek revenge on the Zerg. Master Cao, since we have a common enemy, please let me go this time. Otherwise, the foundation I have painstakingly built for millions of years will be destroyed in an instant. Of course, I was wrong in this matter after all. So you don't have to give me all the resources I gave to Sister Zhaohua. Just return 70%. The rest is my gift to Master Cao. I'm talking about Chi. Most people would definitely feel uncomfortable hearing this. But Cao Wenbin is obviously not an ordinary person. Look, not only did no one feel sorry for him, but he laughed even more happily. Then, return 70%. It seems Sister Wenya still doesn't understand me very well. Go to the Supreme Plane and ask. Has anything Cao Wenbin, devoured, whether it was a beauty or an item, ever been taken back? I am a pixie. You are allowed in but not out. So now there are only 2 paths before you. One is to use secret techniques to escape. Then start all over again under the attack of me and the 7 emperors. Secondly, just cooperate with me. As long as I'm happy, nothing else matters. I'll even prepare a big gift for you. A gift that will make you so happy that you'll be completely lost. Yun Wenya was silent. She knew that it was useless to say anything more. It turns out that what she had expected before was just a fantasy. The guy in front of her was coming for her. As for the deeper purpose, while she was complaining to herself, Cao Wenbin was not idle either. In just a few steps, he was by her side. Then he stretched out his hand and held her horizontally in his arms. At the same time, he also pulled off one of his high heels. Don't forget to send troops to those guys. Don't worry, your reputation won't be damaged. I've arranged everything. It's time to change the rankings. The rankings must change. Like Cao Wenbin, Wen Lan was also very excited at this time. Of course, she wasn't stimulated by anything. Instead, two extremely powerful arms appeared in front of her. One of them is the gravity dragonfly. As for the other one, sky-splitting tiger, a mid-stage domination realm soldier. Advantage, mainly killing. Every time the tiger claws are swung, they carry tearing power and are almost indestructible. The tiger's roar has the effect of deterring the enemy. Although it cannot reduce the enemy's combat effectiveness, it can make people with weak minds unconsciously feel fear. The power is even greater. It is almost impossible for anything that is knocked down by it to get up on its own. Disadvantages, the speed is just adequate. But compared with those that can fly, it is completely inadequate. At the same time, although its burst is strong, its endurance is poor. So please use it when it's appropriate. Only in this way can you achieve unexpected results. There are shortcomings, but the flaws do not outweigh the merits. As for why an extra branch of the military appeared out of nowhere, Wen Lan said nothing, just kept applying lipstick. This is a new habit she has developed recently. Obviously, she didn't resist the temptation. But that's true. It's impossible for anyone not to be tempted when faced with good things all day long. And if the price is within an acceptable range, then it is even better. That's right. Even though the agreement isn't fulfilled yet and I still have to pretend to be that guy's girlfriend, it's time to let the other 6 know what I've gained. So they don't have to have any wild thoughts. Do it when you think of it. But the next moment. Chapter 794. Is this an old friend? All 6 of them are not here. Is this a collective action, and they didn't call me? After discovering that he couldn't contact Yin Huan and the others at all, Wen Lan's face immediately turned dark. After all, what does this mean? Even an idiot can figure it out. Good, very good, very good. I have been working hard to improve my strength without any selfish motives. But you guys are so good. You actually did this to me. What? Are you sure I'll definitely betray you? The more Wen Lan thought about it, the angrier he became. There was also a cold light in his eyes. As for what she is thinking, only she knows. Deep in the starry sky, on an inconspicuous planet, Yin Huan and the other 6, who were about to give themselves some special treatment, did not show any excitement. Instead, they all looked solemn. And they all stayed away from the black box. It looked as if he was avoiding some ferocious beast. As for why they didn't take action, they are waiting. Wait until their army is fully deployed. After all, no one knows what will pop out of the 3rd layer of this box. If it was just like before, a major natural disaster, that would be fine. But if a terrifying creature pops out, wouldn't they be in big trouble if they are completely unprepared? Because of this, they mobilized quite a lot of troops this time. Even those in the domination realm, there were more than 30 of them. Just in case. And the facts soon proved that their caution was correct. Just as everything was ready, Kangwu slowly pulled out the only remaining lid of the box, and an extremely evil demonic aura immediately floated out. Very fast. Even the air is polluted wherever you go. Then, I have finally reappeared in the world. It's not easy, it's really not easy. The one who released me wasn't the one I prepared as a backup plan. Instead, it's a group of strangers. The sound is not loud. But Kangwu and others all changed their expressions drastically. Because at the same time as this self-talking voice appeared, this space was actually collapsing rapidly. Those subtle shattering sounds were like a death warrant. It makes people's scalps tingle when they hear it. And they have only seen this kind of situation once in their lives. It was the time when Cao Wenbin killed 7 overlords with one sword. Activate the life barrier. No matter what, we must not let this fog out. As a result, Yin Huan and others who saw everything suddenly became nervous. After all, Cao Wenbin and the others haven't figured it out yet. If this happens again, however, they soon discovered that they seemed to be a little too nervous. Because the fog quickly turned into a person. But he didn't do anything to them. Instead, he just stood there in deep thought. Not long after, he even waved towards the supreme plane. This is. Yin Huan and others were very puzzled. But the person made of mist ignored them. Just quietly looking at the highest plane. And he is obviously not doing useless work. About half an incense stick later, a true spirit flashing with fluorescence suddenly flew over from the highest plane. The sound is terrifying. And ignore everything. The shield formed by the vitality of millions of Zerg soldiers seemed like a joke in front of it. It didn't work at all. As the true spirit entered the body, the expression of the person transformed by the mist gradually began to change. At first I was very calm. He looked as if he had seen through the world. Nothing is to his liking. But after just a few breaths, anger became the main theme. At the same time, no wonder it took me so long to come out. It turns out that there was a mistake in my backhand. Born directly in another dimension. There's no chance of touching the box. Damn it. Even though it's just one of my clones, you can't bully it like that. Use the secret realm to trap half of his wife's body, and then. Cao Wenbin, right. This grudge has been inherited by me. If I don't make you pay the same price, then I'm not the demon lord. That's right, this person is the real devil. The only Tao that has taken shape. It is precisely because of his existence that no demon cultivator can achieve enlightenment, no matter which world. The patroller is already the ceiling. As for why he was in the box. Clown doll, heaven is beyond our control. So in order to avoid sanctions, he had to seal himself in the box of 10,000 demons. Until the great Tao no longer appears in the world. Unfortunately, his deductive ability is really not that good. If the Zerg hadn't hit the jackpot by accident, he might have been sealed by himself forever. My friend, do you also have a grudge against that Cao? The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Look, after hearing what he just said to himself, Kangwu and others immediately became alert. Then he took the initiative to remove the life barrier. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. They can totally join forces with this guy to kill Cao Wenbin first. Then take a long-term view. As for why it's not the other way around. In the eyes of Yin Huan and others, although this freak that came out of the box was also very strong, he was obviously easier to deal with than Cao Wenbin. So, are you guys the same? If that's the case, then we really need to have a good talk. Although the demon lord is not good at deduction, he is not stupid. After discovering the stairs, he immediately took advantage of them. After all, those 30 or so domination realm soldiers who obey orders are not pushovers. If a real fight breaks out, he will definitely be in big trouble. So, those who had a common language soon began to whisper to each other. And it didn't take long before a plan was worked out. That's it. With our combined strength, I don't believe he can withstand it. This time, I will destroy his entire family. By the way, let's make a deal first. After this is done, I have to be the first to choose his women. As she listened to the increasingly perfect plan, Yin Huan temporarily buried the idea that had just come to her mind before coming here in the bottom of her heart. After all, as a woman, it is better not to be played with. Besides, she hasn't forgotten the revenge for her son's murder. Originally, she wanted to save the country in a roundabout way. Use the military forces pointed out by Cao Wenbin's research to kill Cao Wenbin. But now it seems that it doesn't have to be that extreme. As expected, our Zerg race has a deep foundation. With a little tweaking, the situation can be changed immediately. Chapter 795: A Big Change in Attitude. It turns out that there is a reward for every effort. All the previous efforts were indeed not in vain. While Kangwu and others were laughing wildly, Cao Wenbin was also not idle. Although his smile was not that exaggerated, his smug expression was still the same. Even worse than that. Beast. Pure beast. But he was happy, but Yunwen Ya, who was sitting opposite him, had a look of contempt on her face. Unfortunately, this has no killing power at all. Instead, it made Cao Wenbin subconsciously move closer to her. So, she suddenly panicked. She was afraid that Cao Wenbin would pick her up. After all, her appearance and elegance at this moment are no different from when she first came here. But the whole person exudes weakness from the inside out. If history repeats itself, no, we must escape from here quickly. This is the only way she can think of to save her life. And her body subconsciously executed this command. Although her legs felt a little weak, she still gritted her teeth and stood up. At the same time, Master Cao, I have already given you everything you wanted. In that case, can I leave now? Quite a reasonable request. But what she didn't expect was, you've been doing great these past few days. I'm very satisfied, so you'll live here from now on. It also saves me from running back and forth all the time. As for your business, it's the same process here. Besides, living with me will give you more prestige. Let your partners trust you more. Yun Wenya's mouth twitched, and she almost vomited blood in anger. After all, this is really unreasonable. If she behaves badly or resists, she will definitely be punished. But even if you perform well, you will be kept again. Being so stubborn, he ended up being blocked at both ends. Is there anyone who bullies others like this? Damn it. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Then she subconsciously wanted to refuse. But when the words came to her lips, she was unable to say them. Because she knows very well that she is the meat at someone's fingertips. There is no right to refuse at all. If you force it, who knows what will happen. So after struggling for a while, she had no choice but to speak softly. Wenbin, it's really not appropriate for me to live with you. Think about it, if I were still alone, I would still be the Night Emperor of the Zerg. Even though people are saying that I've slept with you. And I admitted it myself. But they still treat me as one of their own. But if I lived in this manner, the situation would be completely different. Not only will you not tell me all kinds of confidential things. Even the various benefits of the Zerg will probably be cancelled. This is extremely detrimental to our pest control efforts. Cao Wenbin smiled. The look he gave Yun Wenya was full of admiration. He is worthy of being the one who can single-handedly create such a big career. Such a perfect reason can become up in such a short time. There is indeed some quick wit. Seeing this smile, Yun Wenya was also happy. Then without saying a word, he walked straight to the door. Very fast. She wanted to disappear as soon as possible before Cao Wenbin could react. As for the future, anyway, through the hard work of the past few days, she has jumped out of the pit. If that's the case, what's the point in the future? As long as she steps out of this place, she will never let Cao Wenbin hear any news about her. Unfortunately, although the idea was good, she had just taken a few steps when Cao Wenbin's voice rang out again. Why are you in such a hurry? I won't eat people. Don't forget, I promised you a big surprise. And your previous performance clearly meets the requirements for receiving it. After he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin didn't hesitate. He waved his right hand, and a photo stone suddenly appeared in Yun Wenya's hand. But even though she didn't say anything to stop him, Yun Wenya's face turned pale in an instant. After all, she knows the effects of this stone very well. It is usually used to record. What a beast. Obviously, she thought it was her show. Cao Wenbin just wanted to control her in this way. But in the end, she still touched the stone. Because she wanted to see if she would have room for defense if this thing was really exposed. But after just one glance, she immediately realized something was wrong. After all, the background inside is not this manner at all. This is. And when a figure appeared inside, her body suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. Then, without even thinking, she rushed in front of Cao Wenbin. Then he started shaking Cao Wenbin's arm frantically. Tell me quickly, where was this video taken? As long as the situation is true, I will let you play with me from now on, without any hesitation. And whatever you say is up to you. Cao Wenbin smiled. Obviously, this situation was completely within his expectations. Of course, he didn't let Yun Wenya wait too long. The next moment. Don't worry, this was filmed at my base camp. She is extremely safe now. Actually, she has been following me for a long time. It's the earliest batch. It has provided me with a lot of help. The reason I didn't bring her this time was because I was worried it wouldn't be safe enough. After all, her identity is somewhat sensitive. Your ability to protect yourself is also quite poor. His eyes lit up instantly. Then a tear filled with excitement appeared in the corner of Yun Wenya's eyes. However, this touching scene did not last long. Soon, she gave Cao Wenbin a huge eye roll. If that's the case, then why are you treating me like this? It seems that what I said before was right. You are a scumbag. Although she said so, anyone could see that her attitude had obviously changed. Although she had paid everything she should and shouldn't have paid before, she still didn't treat Cao Wenbin as her own. But now, it's completely different. Looking at Cao Wenbin's eyes, it's like looking at. And this time, she wasn't running away. Instead, he moved closer to Cao Wenbin. And what she said next proved that these expressions of hers were not just for show. By the way, Wenbin, I wonder if you are interested in the Nangong family's relics. Your paths are similar, both focusing on strengthening yourself. So the treasures they left behind might actually give you a huge boost. Chapter 796, Unexpected Gains Part 1. Relic. A look of surprise immediately appeared on Cao Wenbin's face. To be honest, the reason he set up this plan, besides his own interests and hobbies, was just to plant a spy among the Zerg. Do some business by the way. But I didn't expect that I would get an unexpected reward. As Yan Wenya began to explain, he quickly figured out what this so-called relic was. It turns out that the Nangong family had already begun preparing for defeat as early as the beginning of the war with the Zerg. After all, the battlefield is changing rapidly, and no one can guarantee which direction it will develop. It is precisely because of this that they have stored up massive amounts of supplies in an isolated place for millions of years. The purpose is to give their orphans a chance to make a comeback if they really lose. And the facts have proved that they are far-sighted. As for why Yan Wenya didn't use it before, it's simple, she's afraid she can't protect herself. According to her original plan, she was going to wait until she reached the level of the 7th Emperor before getting it. Then use the things inside to turn the Zerg upside down. To be honest, her plan is really good. If there was no Cao Wenbin, the probability of success would definitely not be low. But I didn't expect. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. Walk. Whether it can be used or not, we have to go and take a look. As for this kind of thing, Cao Wenbin naturally couldn't refuse. So quickly, he put his arms around Yan Wenya's waist. Immediately afterwards, under Yan Wenya's command, he disappeared from the spot. Dark teleportation. But even with such a miraculous way of traveling, it still took the two of them several hours to reach their destination. There is no way, the distance between the two places is really too far. The place where the Nangong family hides their treasure is almost at the edge of the universe. With Cao Wenbin's eyesight, he could even faintly see the chaotic aura when he looked into the distance. But that's true. If it wasn't so hidden, it would never have been his turn to get the things here. It was found out by the Zerg people a long time ago. After all, the Zerg have bounty hunters, specializing in searching for the orphans and treasures of the Nangong family. As long as you can find it, or have a clue, you will immediately get a huge reward. Take Yan Wenya for example. If Cao Wenbin handed her over, I can't say how much he would get, but he would definitely be able to get more than a dozen of the top-level mother nests. Of course, Cao Wenbin would definitely not do such a thing. After all, Yan Wenya's value is far greater than those dozen or so mother nests. The playability alone is worth more than the price. It's this planet. Let's go over there quickly. Just as Cao Wenbin was looking around, Yan Wenya's voice suddenly rang out. It's full of surprises. However, as the two of them got closer and closer to the planet she was pointing to, Cao Wenbin's brows suddenly furrowed. Because he felt the extremely rich life force. In other words, the situation on this planet is completely different from what Yan Wenya had described before. It's not lifeless at all. There must be a ferocious beast on it. Or it has been occupied by someone. As for whether this was a trap set by Yan Wenya, not likely. Cao Wenbin does have this confidence. The subsequent developments also perfectly confirmed this point. After just a few breaths, Yan Wenya also discovered something was wrong. Then, he grabbed him. Then he shouted at the planet in front of him, "Who the hell is this? If you don't show up, don't blame us for being rude." Very powerful. At the same time, two sky-splitting tigers suddenly appeared in front of her. It was obvious that he was ready to take action at any time. But what's interesting is that even after all this, the guys on the planet are still not moving. Then, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in Yan Wenya's beautiful eyes. This is the signal to take action. And the two sky-splitting tigers were also not vague. They immediately swung out their right claws together. To be honest, this action is really not that big. But the thick cloud layer on the planet in front of him, and the formation it carried, were suddenly torn apart. And it took a long time to close. Arrogant. After realizing that there was no way to avoid it, the guys on the planet finally stood up. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Cao Wenbin and Yan Wenya. There are 2 people in total. But following them was also a giant wolf with 3 heads. Looks pretty tough. But the moment she saw these 3 guys clearly, Yan Wenya was stunned. Then he subconsciously muttered, 3 ice wolves. He's actually from the Nangong family. Of course, she wasn't the only one who noticed something unusual. Those 2 people obviously recognized Yun Wenya. It was precisely because of this that the 2 people from the Nangong family suddenly became furious. Then, Yun Wenya, you actually defected to the Zerg. And you even betrayed our biggest trump card. Bitch. Pure bitch. The voice was full of rage. Then they didn't listen to any explanation and directly commanded the 3 ice wolves to rush towards Yun Wenya. As for why they don't do it themselves. Both of them are only at the middle stage of Heavenly Dao realm. Naturally, I dare not stroke the whiskers of the 2-headed sky-splitting tiger. But the 3 ice wolves are different. This is the sacred beast of the Nangong clan. The real master realm. It can definitely defeat both Zerg troops. Stimulated by the momentum of the 3 ice wolves, Yun Wenya quickly came to her senses. Then, are you too crazy? Look carefully, I am Yun Wenya. She's the mistress of the Nangong family. How dare you rebel against your superiors? Don't you want to die? But her words not only failed to calm people down, but made the 2 young men from the Nangong family even angrier. Madam, do you think we are blind? You've let yourself be played by outsiders, and you still have the nerve to act like a mistress. I tell you, even if we die today, we will help the master clean up the mess. Even the King of Heaven can't stop me. Yun Wenya was so angry that she was fuming. But even though she was angry, her movements were not slow at all. While commanding the 2 sky-splitting tigers to meet the enemy, he was preparing to release more troops. After all, as the former mistress of the Nangong family, she knew very well the combat effectiveness of this sacred beast. Since you are so unkind, don't blame me for my hard work. Chapter 797, Unexpected Harvest Part 2. As the saying goes, women are weak by nature, but strong when they become mothers. Yun Wenya was in exactly this situation at this moment. Originally, considering that these 2 guys were also from the Nangong clan, she was not going to kill them. After all, Nangong Qingyu also needs help. But judging from the current situation, she had no choice but to take action. Moreover, she also realized that the reason why the 2 guys in front of her were so irritable was probably not because of the Nangong family. Betrayal and infidelity are all just excuses. If nothing unexpected happens, these 2 guys should want to take all the supplies here for themselves. Even if her husband were to be resurrected today, these 2 guys would definitely find a reason to attack. Money moves people's hearts. However, although her reaction was not slow, there were people who were faster than her. Look, before her Zerg army could take shape, Cao Wenbin suddenly moved. The Hongmeng sword box was not used. After all, the noise that thing made was really too loud. It's easy to lure the 7 emperors here. But even if they don't use weapons and only fight with their bodies, the 3 ice wolves are still not enough. The next moment, ouch! After just one collision, the 3 ice wolves began to scream desperately. There is no way, because the Hongmeng Qi is too overbearing. Although the 3-headed ice wolf, as a ferocious beast, has a deformed body, it still can't withstand it. And that's not all. Cao Wenbin, who was in a dominant position, quickly used his speed to ride on the necks of the 3 ice wolves. Then fists fell on the 3 wolf heads like raindrops. Ouch! The screams became even more shrill. Unfortunately, screaming is useless except for relieving pain. No matter how hard it tries, it can't get rid of Cao Wenbin. As for using the ice attribute to free Cao Wenbin, it's not without trying, but it's also useless. The icy energy just appeared and was immediately assimilated. Not only did he fail to achieve any success, but he also became Cao Wenbin's nourishment. That's impossible. But Cao Wenbin had a great time. But the 2 young men from the Nangong family were completely stunned. You know, this is the sacred beast of their Nangong clan. When the Zerg army attacked, the strength of both sides was extremely different. But even in such an unfavorable situation, these 3 ice wolves were still able to lead them out of the siege. And took the opportunity to bite to death 3 Zerg soldiers in the Overlord realm. But even such a ferocious beast as now. Of course, they weren't the only 2 who were shocked. Yun Wenya was also stunned. This guy's physical strength is so abnormal. No wonder I was like that before. I don't know what she was thinking about, but after she came to her senses, her little face quickly turned red. However, her seductive look didn't last long. Because... boom! Ah! Following a loud bang and screams, the three-headed ice wolf that was so arrogant before suddenly fell to the ground. And this fall is forever. Never got up again. Dead, dead. So fast. The two young men from the Nangong family were stunned again. But soon, they reacted. Then, without saying a word, he flew directly to the edge of the universe. Judging from his appearance, he is obviously preparing to dive into the chaos. I have to say, they still have some brains. After all, once one enters the chaos, even the consciousness of the master realm will not be able to spread far. There is no way to chase someone for a long time. Of course, this could also be a contingency plan that the top management of the Nangong family had already set up. They are just repeating what others have said. Sha Dan Wu Gong Yi. Unfortunately, although the strategy is good, their abilities are too limited. Although this place is not far from the boundary of the universe, it is still some distance away. Therefore, even if the two of them used all their strength, it would still be useless. They hadn't even left the planet yet, but Cao Wenbin had already pinned them in the air using the laws of time and space. There is no way, the two sides are simply not on the same level. To deal with the three ice wolves, Cao Wenbin may need to waste some time. But dealing with them is just a matter of a glance. Let's go. After finishing his work, Cao Wenbin did not hesitate. He clapped his hands lightly and fell directly to the surface of the planet. Of course, in line with the principle of not wasting, he also collected the corpses of the three ice wolves. After all, this is a dominance realm. With it, you can definitely train a lot of awesome soldiers. Wow! As soon as the two of them stepped on the ground, Cao Wenbin's eyes immediately lit up. Because wherever you look, there is an entrance to a cave in any dark place. And each one of them was shining with stunning light. How much did you guys bury back then? Yun Wenya shook her head slightly. I don't know the exact number. All I know is that ever since we made up our minds to build this place, we've been investing 5% of our annual profits here every year without fail. There won't be any skimping. Anyone with evil intentions, no matter who they are, will be killed. Cao Wenbin was shocked. 5% per year. This ratio is really not small. But before he could say anything else, Yun Wenya pulled him and rushed into one of the tunnels. Stop thinking about it. Although the other things here are not bad, the most useful to you are probably only those two. The rest is just icing on the cake. Very fast. After passing the formation at the entrance, Cao Wenbin discovered that the interior of this planet had already been hollowed out. As for why there are so many entrances, in Yun Wenya's words, the vast majority of the cave entrances are just tricks. In some places, as soon as someone passes through, the place will immediately self-destruct. Leave nothing for the enemy. Some will fall into the killing array. A narrow escape. In short, there is no good result. It's worthy of being the last resort. It takes a lot of thought. Cao Wenbin was very emotional. But after just a few breaths, he no longer had time to pay attention to these trivial matters. Because, that's it. Yun Wenya's voice was full of excitement. At the same time, two objects shining with dazzling light immediately caught Cao Wenbin's eyes. A piece of stone, plus a porcelain vase. This stone is called the Stone of Enlightenment. It's the Nangong clan's treasure. No one knows its exact origin. We only know that our first generation of ancestors was able to comprehend the Book of Revelation because of their long-term contact with it. And it can store energy at the same time. That's why it was collected here. Chapter 798, Unexpected Gains Part 2. Can it store energy? Then by now, has it already been filled with energy by your ancestors? Cao Wenbin has encountered something similar to this before. So I asked subconsciously. And Yun Wenya did not disappoint him. Nodded quickly. That's right. When we decided to bring it in, we formed a special team. The worst among them are at the early stage of Heavenly Dao Realm. The strongest ones even reach the peak of the Heavenly Dao Realm. But even so, it still took this team nearly 600,000 years to completely fill it up. During this period, 2 Heavenly Dao Realm cultivators even died due to overwork. But we don't regret it. After all, according to estimates, the energy stored in the Enlightenment Stone is enough to allow someone in the early stages of the Domination Realm to soar to the peak of the Domination Realm. And this is definitely the key to our comeback. At this moment, Cao Wenbin's eyes became even brighter. He doesn't even need to reach the peak of the Domination Realm. Even if he can recover to the middle stage of the Domination Realm, the Zerg at this time can only sing the song of conquest to him obediently. I absolutely can't show off anymore. But his excitement had just begun to build, and before it could settle, Yan Wenya spoke again. What a pity, you can't use this thing at all. Because after millions of years of contact, this stone of enlightenment has already recognized us as its master. Except for the bloodline of the Nangong family, no one else, no matter how strong they are, can use its main function. According to my estimation, it can only help you comprehend some skills at best. If there's more, I might not be able to do it. After she finished speaking, she was ready to introduce the bottle of medicine next to her to Cao Wenbin. Obviously, in her eyes, this pill is the one that can help Cao Wenbin the most. But after just a few breaths, she realized something was wrong. Because Cao Wenbin didn't follow her rhythm. Instead, he kept staring at the stone of enlightenment. Yan Wenya was a little confused. After all, she felt that she had made it very clear. And at this moment, Cao Wenbin took action. Not much action. Just place your right hand gently on the stone of enlightenment. But the next moment, a situation that shocked Yan Wenya occurred. The stone of enlightenment, which had been proven to be untouchable by outsiders after many tests, actually began to spew out spiritual energy. There was no fierce resistance at all. Could it be that this stone also bullies the weak and fears the strong? This was her first thought. But as she observed more deeply, she found that she was overthinking. It's not that the stone doesn't resist. But Cao Wenbin is too domineering. At some point, a crack appeared on that extremely hard stone of enlightenment. The spiritual energy was flowing out from the crack. That's quite violent. But that's true. All he wants is the energy inside. In that case, why bother about the quality of the stone? Just use the Hongmeng Qi to assimilate it. She shook her head slightly, and then she said nothing more. Just wait quietly by the side. Yin Huan, are you guys addicted to getting beaten? How dare you come and cause trouble for us? And you, Wen Lan. You are so shameless. Just a few days ago, I was being affectionate with my husband, kissing him like crazy. Today, you're actually going to dazzle us with swords and sticks. The universe where the blue planet is located. After many days, this place has become a battlefield again. And compared with the last time, the scale of this time is obviously even bigger. However, neither Yin Huan nor Wen Lan cared about Zhang Jian's ridicule. Instead, he scanned the Cao family camp. After a while, he asked, where is Cao Wenbin? Let him come out and talk. You, his playthings, are not qualified enough. Zhang Jian was stunned. Then he just laughed. Of course, I was laughing out of anger. After all, this was the first time a woman dared to speak to her like that. So, okay, you said we were playthings, didn't you? Then when Wenbin captures you, I will make you into a mount. This is what I, Zhang Jian, said. No one can change that. This time, it was Yin Huan's turn to turn green. She never thought that the eldest wife of the Cao family would be so cruel. But she wasn't really panicking. After all, so what if you are domineering? Your status is only valid with Cao Wenbin. In that case, why don't I just avoid contact with that Cao guy? Anyway, they have other trump cards. Just as her thoughts were racing, Duan Hong and the others sensed something was wrong. That guy surnamed Cao doesn't seem to be here. These women are obviously stalling for time. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was the truth of the matter. So soon, they all burst into laughter. Then, Ms. Zhang, I have to admit that your psychological quality is really good. Your backer is clearly not here, yet you still dare to curse at us. What? Are you taking us for fools? Or do you think our ancestors were useless and never even used the empty city strategy? After they finished speaking, they looked at Zhang Jian with amusement. It's obvious that he just wants to see the hostess of the Cao family make a fool of herself. But after just a few breaths, they were all stunned. Because what they were waiting for was not panic. Instead, he had a face full of ridicule. You guys are really good at making up your minds. When did my aunt say my husband was here? Okay, if you have any tricks, use them now. To deal with you, there's no need for my husband. We sisters are enough. Very domineering. Duan Hong and the others were all so angry that their noses were crooked. After all, the reason they retreated last time was entirely because of Cao Wenbin, who, even without using his full strength, was still able to kill 7 overlords with one sword. It has nothing to do with the others. But look what happened now. They were actually despised by a group of playthings. This is simply too much. Therefore, okay. You invited me to this. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Everyone, get moving. While Cao Wenbin is away, let's level his backyard first. But be gentle later. Just capture him alive, don't kill him. After all, the toys here are rare goods. Let alone heavy casualties, even if one person dies, it will be a huge loss for us. Chapter 799 What an old friend. Duan Hong's appeal is quite good. In addition, his words were in the interests of everyone, so the 7 emperors did not hesitate and immediately sent their troops forward. Idiot. Looking at the huge number of Zerg troops, Zhongzhou immediately rolled her eyes. Then he waved his little hand and immediately tore a space crack in front of him. Immediately afterwards, all kinds of strange creatures, which seemed to have no end, blocked the army of the 7 emperors. Of course, she wasn't the only one taking action. Zhao Yuan'er, Han Zhongyu and others were also not idle. And the quantity and quality of the army summoned are not inferior to Zhongzhian's at all. That's impossible. As a result, the 7 emperors were all paralyzed. In fact, they were not surprised that Zhao Yuan'er and others could take out Zerg troops. I was even mentally prepared. After all, they lost so many hives at once last time. It would be a disaster if they didn't use them. However, the fact that these hives could form combat effectiveness so quickly was completely beyond their expectations. You know, potential is potential, and strength is strength. Although the mother nests they gave had the potential to reach the domination realm and the heavenly Dao realm, they were all in their initial state. When I first got it back, let alone making soldiers of the domination realm and heavenly Dao realm, even making some soldiers of the condensation pill realm was a struggle. Under normal circumstances, if you want to unleash the full potential of the mother nest, even if there are unlimited resources, it will take at least several decades. But these women in front of me are. Damn it. Just like their husband, they are both so unreasonable. Obviously, even they still know very little about the laws of time. What they don't know is that the magical skill of the eternal realm can not only be used in the bedroom, but its power is also incredible when used outside. Of course, this wasn't the only thing that shocked them. As the troops of both sides began to clash, their eyes soon popped out again. As for the reason this time, the types of troops used by the women of the Cao family are all seriously exceeded. In a collision between opponents of the same level, although it cannot be said to be a crushing victory, it is still one-sided. Sometimes, it can even be 1 against 2, or 1 against 3. Depend on. Why is this black and white tiger so perverted? Almost no weaknesses. And what about that dragonfly? Why is it that no matter what type of soldier it is, their speed will always slow down as soon as they get close to it? And the closer you get, the slower it gets. Very confused. But soon, they discovered something that made them roll their eyes. That is, Wen Lan's team also included some black and white giant tigers and those strange dragonflies. So, women just have the fucking advantage. Just slide the shoulder strap and you have everything you need. But even though they complained, their actions were not slow at all. After looking at each other, they sent out more troops. Their idea is very simple. Since they can't compete in quality, they will focus on quantity. Insect swarm tactics. This is their strong point. As more and more troops were deployed, the smiles on their faces became more and more healthy. Especially when the military strength reached 5 to 1, they were so happy that they almost lost their minds. This time, I want to see what you vixens can do to resist our army. Just wait, it won't be long before you all are. But before they could finish their fantasy, the situation on the battlefield changed dramatically. The Cao family's troops, which were originally fighting independently, suddenly became well organized after a gesture from the women. There are 5 in a group. There are also groups of 10. And this is not a waste of time. As the formation was changed, the combat effectiveness of the Cao family's troops was directly raised to a new level. Even though they only had 1/5 of the troops, they still had a firm grasp of the situation on the field. Judging from the situation, if both sides continue to fight to the death and neither side retreats, the Cao family will definitely be the winner in the end. Formation. Damn it, can troops be used like this? This is unscientific. There is no hammer here. So very quickly, Kangwu and others understood everything. At the same time, they were also deeply shocked. At this moment, they seemed to have opened the door to a new world. In the past, they always thought that technology and spiritual practice were opposites. It determines both the winner and the loser, and also life and death. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. The two can be completely integrated. And the effect is quite good. As expected of a family that can unify a large plane with its own strength. He's really good at it. It seems that when we have time, we should also look through the books left by the Nangong family. Very emotional. As for the present matter, they are not messing around. It's not that they're out of stock. But there is no need for that. First of all, they have to keep some cards in reserve. After all, although the Zerg appear to be united on the surface, they actually have many problems in secret. Even if there aren't 100 people who want to replace them, there are definitely 80. Therefore, we have to be on guard. Secondly, they are not fighting alone. Since they have forced out some of the Cao family's trump cards. Then it's time for allies to take action. Coincidentally, as soon as this thought emerged in their minds, a monstrous demonic energy suddenly flew towards the battlefield. Wherever he goes, there is no enemy that can match him. Even delaying his progress was impossible. Even if it's a gravity dragonfly, that won't work. However, although this man is strong, Zhongzhou and others are not afraid of him. What really surprised them was that they actually sensed a familiar breath. This is especially true for Rose and others in Baihua Valley. Who could it be? Very confused. But not long after, a look of enlightenment appeared in their eyes. Of course, it's not that they remembered it themselves. But the person who came spoke himself. Rose, Baiyuya, and all my old friends from the continent of gods and demons, I hope everyone is doing well. Okay, stop messing around. Just line up honestly and wait for my favor. Don't worry, whatever Cao Wenbin can give you, I can give you too. And what he can't give, I can also give. The voice is full of dominance. But Zhongzhou and others didn't buy it. The next moment. Mara, you really can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. What's the matter? You think your last death wasn't frustrating enough. So you deliberately resurrected yourself and then died again. Chapter 800. What are you waiting for? Originally, the Demon Lord wanted to show off this time. So that the 7th Emperor will look upon him with even greater respect. And in his opinion, there would be no such thing as an accident. After all, his strength is there. Plus, the backbone of the Cao family is gone. But I didn't expect that Zhongzhou and others would be so tough. No regard for the consequences at all. Just let him have a big one. Die. All of you, go to hell. So, he exploded. While glaring at the women, his speed suddenly increased to another level. The evil energy around him rushed straight towards Zhongzhian's face. Very crazy. The murderous aura is extremely shocking. But as the saying goes, there are always people better than you. He is crazy, but there are people who are even crazier than him. The next moment. Roll. Sister Jian, how can someone as filthy as you get close to her? As soon as he finished speaking, the evil jade pendant, carrying energy that was enough to destroy the world, rushed into the evil energy at a rapid speed. Boom. The explosion was deafening. The shock wave directly turned several nearby galaxy clusters into pieces. To be honest, this scene is really terrifying. But the 7th Emperor didn't care about those trivial matters at all. The 7 people's eyes were fixed on the petite figure that suddenly appeared in front of Zhongzhou. There was disbelief in his eyes. They would never have thought that there was such a master hidden in the Cao family camp. Of course, they are not the only ones who are confused. The demon lord who was stopped was also confused. Because in Moro's memory, there is no such person at all. But how would he know? This is all because Moro is too weak. She has no right to meet Yi Qinger, who is deeply bound to Cao Wenbin. Who are you? So subconsciously, he asked. There's nothing he can do, he's really confused. After all, it stands to reason that there should only be one master of this level in a world. If there are too many, there won't be enough resources to go around. But this supreme plane is. Who do you care who I am? I tell you, there are only 2 paths before you now. First, get out of here right now with your tail between your legs. Second, stay here completely and serve as food for our bugs. Don't tell me, you're really muscular. If the bugs eat you, there might be unexpected changes. The words are still so sharp. The demon lord's anger, which had just dissipated due to shock, suddenly increased again. After all, he is the incarnation of Dao Rhyme. Born to be at the peak of the domination realm. When have you ever been looked down upon like this? Feed the bugs. You really dare to think so? So arrogant. After he finished speaking, a long spear immediately appeared in his hand. Then he took advantage of the situation and stabbed Yi Qing'er's vital points. It's getting faster. I just don't believe that I, the great demon lord, can't take down a little toy like you. But there are some things that you just have to believe in. Look, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't win Yi Qing'er. At first, Yi Qing'er was slightly at a disadvantage. But as time goes by, this disadvantage is slowly being smoothed out. Zhongzhou and others who saw this scene were immediately surprised. After all, they all knew that Yi Qing'er was unable to practice on her own. Even combat comprehension cannot be improved on its own. Under normal circumstances, if you are at a disadvantage when the battle starts, you will always be at a disadvantage. But now it is. I see. Wenbin must have gained some new opportunity. That's why such a change occurred. Depend on. Qing'er is such a fool, she's really lucky. You don't have to do anything, just lie down and make money. Different from the excitement of the girls of the Cao family, the demon lord at this time had gone crazy. And it's getting crazier and crazier. Because all of this is so illogical. He could feel that the woman in front of him was far inferior to him in terms of realm and magic weapons. But for some reason, the fighting power he unleashed was no worse than his at all. Damn it. What kind of trick is this? No matter what, we have to find out her true self today. Otherwise, we will be too passive in the future. That's what he thought. At the same time, we did the same. So, the two of them started fighting immediately. Grass. How can this girl's endurance be so abnormal? Logically speaking, women shouldn't have any advantages in this regard. I don't know how long it took, but the national quintessence appeared again. But compared to the beginning, the demon lord has completely changed. The appearance is still so handsome. But his aura had already weakened to the extreme. There was even a hint of sweat on his forehead. This is a sign that your physical strength is about to reach its limit. And precisely because of this, a thought of retreat suddenly emerged in his mind. He is ready to take a long-term view. Withdraw. But although the idea was good, the reality soon gave him a slap in the face. Look, he had just taken 2 steps back when a cold snort suddenly resounded throughout the entire venue. Withdraw. Do you think this is a vegetable market? Come when you want, leave when you want. As the voice fell, the sword light came out. Exactly the same approach as Yi Qing'er. But it is even more sharp. Because the equipment is better. Cao Wenbin. Not good. The faces of everyone in the Zerg camp changed drastically. At the same time, I really want to slap myself. Damn it. How could I forget about this evil star? Also, there is obviously no chance anymore. Will I die if I leave early? She is waiting for her husband. What are they waiting for? Waiting to die. The more they think about it, the more depressed they become. But even though they complained, their actions were not slow at all. The 7th Emperor immediately ordered his troops to retreat. On the contrary, none of them moved. After all, this is not the real body. Just die. But unlike them, the demon lord, who had no way to retreat, was directly paralyzed. He really can't do it when he's outnumbered. So while dodging frantically, he immediately started roaring. 7 friends, how about helping me play another round? As long as you can help me escape, all your losses this time will be borne by me, Mo. Plus a 30% commission. You don't have to worry that I can't afford it. As someone who has experienced the great catastrophe of the creation of the universe, my wealth is absolutely beyond your imagination. Not much talk, but it is quite effective. The Zerg army, which was originally retreating, suddenly stopped. Chapter 801 Heavy Losses. Is everything you said true? It was obvious that the 7th Emperor was moved. The demon lord, who had seen everything, did not hesitate at all and immediately roared, "If you disobey this order, the great Tao will destroy you." Now, the 7th Emperor no longer has any doubts. After all, although they don't practice cultivation, they also know what the Tao oath means. So the next moment, the 7 of them commanded their own troops and rushed towards Cao Wenbin and the other 2. Not seeking to kill the enemy, but only to disrupt the battle situation. As for the effects, you know what, it's really good. Even if it is a domination realm troop, it can only survive for 3 to 5 breaths in the hands of Cao Wenbin and Yi Qing'er. But there are so many of them. Therefore, the demon lord soon found an opportunity. So, Mr. Cao, today's matter is not over yet. See you later. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew towards the Zerg plane at a rapid speed. Not even a second was wasted. But obviously, things are not that simple. Looking at the hurried figure, Cao Wenbin's eyes suddenly narrowed. At the same time, the Hongmeng sword box also appeared in front of him. Are you coming again? All 7 emperors were facing a formidable enemy. There was no way, because the previous sword had left such a deep impression on them. But it didn't take long for them to realize something was wrong. Because as the sword box opened, what flew out this time was no longer a sword. But 3. Is it a more powerful trick? Thinking of this possibility, the 7th emperor's scalp suddenly felt numb. After all, what happened last time was already outrageous enough. If someone stronger comes, how can others survive? It should just increase the number, but not the power. The wish is beautiful, but the reality quickly woke them up. As Cao Wenbin gently recited the 4 words, 3 swords returned to the origin, everything changed. All the troops they sent out were suddenly stopped. Then it shattered directly. No sword shadow. But all types of troops were actually cut off. The demon lord, who was originally rejoicing at escaping death, suddenly changed his expression. Then, without even a moment's hesitation, he threw the chaos magic spear out. Of course, he didn't expect that he could block the attack with this. Because he could feel that the sword case that Cao Wenbin took out was quite extraordinary. So after the chaos demon's spear flew out for a distance, he gritted his teeth and detonated it. A brave man cuts off his arm. Boom. To be honest, he really felt the pain. After all, this chaos magic spear is his companion magic weapon. However, when he found that the feeling that made his heart palpitate had temporarily disappeared, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, without looking back, he dived into the space crack leading to the insect world. You're so fast. And as he disappeared, Cao Wenbin quickly put away his sword. As for the 7th emperor's clones, including their troops, they were all killed in the previous wave of attacks. Walk. Go back and divide the things. I gained a lot from this trip. In Wancheng, in an extremely luxurious house, Yin Huan's real body suddenly opened his eyes. That's right, Yin Huan was in Huan City from beginning to end. And it's in a wealthy area. It is exactly in line with the saying that great people hide in the city. The most dangerous place is the safest place. But at this moment, her face looked quite bad. There was palpitation in his eyes. That guy, how come he got stronger again? He actually wiped out hundreds of millions of Zerg soldiers with just one move, plus a Chaos Peak magic weapon. If I hadn't experienced this myself, I would never believe it even if you beat me to death. The more she recalled, the more shocked she was. Of course, I feel more depressed. Because this time, she really offended Zhongzhou. In other words, the path to the Cao family was basically cut off for her. Unless she is really willing to take the risk. But what Zhongzhou said was very clear. To make her a, hey, if I had known this, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. After all, more friends mean more paths. Shaked his head gently. Then she fell into deep thought. After all, the plan has been completely disrupted. She needs to replan. But before she could figure it out, a peculiar buzzing sound suddenly appeared in her ears. Immediately afterwards, the room she was in changed its appearance. The area has increased dramatically. And there are 7 more magnificent thrones. The situation is very strange. But she didn't panic at all. Because this is the unique means of communication of the 7 emperors. Each of them can activate. As she sat down in the 4th seat from the right, the other 6 people appeared one after another. Not one less. All here. Although everyone was gathered, no one spoke. Obviously, other people were also speechless. Intel. Stop being so arrogant. Hurry up and tell me what you think. After all, if this continues, our Zerg will really follow in the footsteps of the Nangong family. Duan Hong's words are very discouraging. But it did serve as a starting point for discussion. As soon as his voice fell, Kangwu immediately looked at Wen Lan. Then, sister, can we still trust you? The question is very abrupt. But I have to admit, this is indeed a good question. And Wen Lan had obviously expected this to happen. So quick laugh. Is this just desperate measures, or is it because the planet is unattractive and there's no toilet? Please, can you please use your brains to think about this? If I really had betrayed him, would Cao Wenbin have rushed back at the last minute? I guess they've already figured out a way to surround us. Also, if I really rebelled, why would I blatantly use those troops? Wouldn't it be better to hide it and then give you a fatal blow? Every word is heart-wrenching. As a result, embarrassment suddenly appeared on the faces of the other 6 people. After all, this seems to be the case. And they also remembered that in the final attack, Wenlan's troops were also unable to escape. As for whether this is a self-torture tactic, the possibility is really small. Because the price is really too high. It's so big that even Wenlan can't bear it. Sister, it's my brother who lacks consideration. I apologize. But can you tell me what those tigers and dragonflies you used are all about? Chapter 802, Heartbeat Again. Why can't I say this? Wenlan shrugged lightly, looking indifferent. However, as she organized her words, her expression gradually became serious. I won't talk about the sky-splitting tiger anymore. After the battle just now, I think you've already gotten a rough idea of its capabilities. As for the dragonfly, it can manipulate gravity. And it can be stacked infinitely. In other words, as long as there are enough of them, they can freeze everything. Of course, these are not the most important things. The real key is that these 2 things were specially put together by Cao Wenbin based on the needs I described. And it took less than half a cup of tea. Silence. The 7 emperors were all stunned. In less than half a cup of tea, 2 dominant level troops were combined. Or a combination on demand. To be honest, if this wasn't what Wenlan said, they would definitely send him to a mental hospital immediately. It seems this is another special effect produced by the combination of 2 civilizations. Damn it. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have made that bet with them. Now, the previous advantages are about to become disadvantages. Very unhappy. But soon, they thought of something extremely important. Therefore, by the way, sister, do you know why their nest has grown so fast? This is also very important. Without any hesitation, Wenlan immediately shook her head. I don't know. After all, I was just in a relationship with that guy named Cao. For now, it's just kissing, hugging, and touching. I haven't checked into a hotel yet. How could they possibly tell me such a confidential matter? Okay, you don't have to keep trying like squeezing toothpaste. I'll tell you the truth. So far, I've only obtained the formulas for the sky-splitting tiger and the gravity dragonfly from him. Otherwise, nothing. His face was full of helplessness. Clearly, she wasn't happy with her harvest. I think the effort and reward are not proportional. But unlike her, the other 7 emperors were all shocked when they heard it. That guy surnamed Cao, why doesn't he take the domination realm troops seriously? I haven't even slept yet, and you're giving me 2 directly. If I sleep, won't I be able to go to heaven? The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. But soon, they wilted again. Because they suddenly remembered that they simply didn't have the conditions. Depend on. Several 100 million have been lost. Very depressed. However, this situation did not last long. After rolling their eyes a few times, they suddenly looked at Wenlan again. Then, sister, since you have the formula for those 2 types of soldiers, could you help us make a batch? It just so happens that our losses this time are not small. They are in urgent need of replenishment. Wenlan smiled. This request was also within her expectations. So she nodded her head quickly. Of course there is no problem with this. And for the future of our Zerg, I don't care how much you want. Just an extra 10% handling fee. How about that? That's reasonable enough. No one objected. There is really nothing wrong with this commission. After all, producing troops requires the energy of the mother nest. This is also a cost. It is no exaggeration to say that if it is 10%, then it is basically hard-earned money. Besides, according to the previous agreement, all the expenses this time will be paid for by young Master Mo. If you look at it that way, then this time, it can be considered a blessing in disguise. It's like upgrading your musket to a cannon. Of course, where there are happy people, there are naturally unhappy people. Look, Yin Huan, who is usually quite active, didn't say a word this time from beginning to end. There's nothing I can do about it, she's just really jealous. She also wants this feeling of being wanted by everyone. And although a 10% commission may not seem like much, it is enough due to the large volume. Yin Huan was sure that after this wave, Wen Lan, who was far inferior to her in the past, would definitely surpass her in strength. Choice is more important than hard work. If I had been the one who took the initiative to post it before. Yin Huan bit her lip. She couldn't imagine that kind of scene. It is no exaggeration to say that with her background, she has the potential to become the leader of the 7 emperors. While she was daydreaming, the other people who had achieved their goals also left a special space one after another. Only she didn't move. Intel. Sister Lan, wait a moment. The sound is crisp, extremely beautiful. As for the effects, that's of course beyond doubt. Look, Wen Lan, who was also ready to quit, immediately stopped all actions. Sister Huan, what's wrong? Yin Huan was a little confused. Of course, there are many things that are hard to talk about. But when she thought of the current situation, she suddenly made up her mind. So the next moment, she asked a question that only a close friend could ask. Sister Lan, during the time you spent with Cao Wenbin, was it really just kissing, hugging, and touching? Did he really never think of controlling you from the beginning to the end? Wen Lan was shocked. Although he didn't say much and revealed very little information, she still understood it. This elder sister who had taken good care of her in the past was also moved. I want a piece of the pie too. To be honest, she really wanted to make up a story and tell a lie to scare this sister away. After all, family members know their own business. For those 2 formulas, what she paid for was far more than just touches and hugs. Otherwise, she wouldn't have developed the habit of wearing lipstick. Of course, the most crucial thing is that this was a trap set by Cao Wenbin from the beginning to the end. A trap set against her, her sister. If the main character falls into the trap, how can she, as a supporting character, benefit from it? But when she thought of the agreement between her and Cao Wenbin, she suddenly fell silent. After a long while, he gently shook his head and said, I can honestly say that guy never did anything to control me. Not even once. He really touched you with his heart. But he is indeed domineering. Maybe it's my personality. Anyway, when you're by his side, you have to obey him in everything. Yin Huan's eyes lit up. Nothing else matters, as long as you are not controlled, everything will be easy. But just as she was thinking secretly, Wen Lan spoke again, Sister Huan, I know what you are thinking. This is indeed a shortcut to improving your strength. But the problem is, the door to this shortcut is completely closed to you. Don't forget, Zhongzhou said that in front of everyone. Even more confident. This is absolutely not a joke. Could it be that you can really become? This is too much to pay. This is the only thing she can do. As for whether it can succeed. Chapter 803 Finally let down my guard. I naturally cannot accept what that woman said. But, there's still room for maneuver. Don't forget, I just want some troop formulas. I don't want to marry into the Cao family. She, Zhongzhou, does hold great power. But she can control everything, but she definitely can't control Cao Wenbin's lower body. She can't follow me around all the time. In other words, I just need to avoid her, and then leave immediately after I succeed. Then she will definitely not be able to do anything to me. Obviously, Wen Lan's efforts were in vain. Yin Huan has not only made up her mind. He even thought of the means. So, Wen Lan didn't say anything else. After leaving a message wishing me good luck, he disappeared. However, having said so, Yin Huan did not take action immediately. After all, this matter concerns one's life and property. If you take a wrong step, you will lose everything. So after ending this special communication, she flashed and went to Eternal Night City again. This is the Night Owl's territory. Eternal Night, Eternal Night. As for her purpose of coming here, it's nothing, I just want to add an insurance for myself. After all, it is absolutely not advisable to just believe what one person says. As soon as she arrived at her destination, she was immediately attracted by all the attention of several teams. There's nothing we can do, these guys are just too dazzling. Especially the carts of resources they carried were extremely eye-catching. Are you delivering materials? It seems the information is correct. This night owl has truly gotten the management rights to the Star Mother tree. As for how it was obtained, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Then she didn't delay and walked past the crowd in a few steps. Hey, what's wrong with you? No surprises. The guy who was at the front of the line and had been waiting for a long time was about to scold. After all, you don't have much. Why cut in line? But when he saw Yin Huan's face clearly, he immediately shut up. Then, he rolled and crawled to his knees on the ground. The 7 emperors cannot be humiliated. This is an iron rule. Touch it and you will die. The reason he knelt down was not to save his own life. I just want to find a way to survive for my family. But after waiting for a long time, he still didn't feel any pain. This is lucky. Or am I hallucinating? Looking at the empty space in front of him, his eyes were full of confusion. Of course, he was not the only one who was confused. Yun Wenya was also puzzled at this moment. She really couldn't understand why Yin Huan, an emperor who had almost no connection with her, would come to her territory. Is he jealous of her business? It shouldn't be. The 7th emperor just suffered a great loss at the hands of Cao Wenbin. Logically speaking, even if he wanted to use her to make up for his losses, he would have to wait for a few days. After all, she is not a pushover. Besides, she didn't believe that the 7th emperor didn't know about her affair with Cao Wenbin. So no matter how you look at it, this woman shouldn't have come there. How strange. However, this situation did not last long. As the two began to chat, Yin Huan brought up Cao Wenbin intentionally or unintentionally, and a hint of enlightenment suddenly appeared in her eyes. So he saw how strong Wenbin was, so he came to me for help. 7th Emperor. That's all. My aunt is so weak that she was taken away by force because she had no other choice. How nice of you to actually send it from a distance of billions. Very disdainful. However, the smile on her face did not diminish at all. After all, if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken, if you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Since we are all members of the Cao family, we naturally have to consider the Cao family. So she quickly moved closer to Yin Huan and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, I understand the Emperor Yin's intentions. But what I want to say is that you must think this through carefully. After all, that Cao guy is really quite capable. Even if we don't consider other factors, this job is still not that easy to take on. Yin Huan was stunned. She really couldn't understand the meaning of these words. If other factors are not considered, what else is there? Seeing her expression, Yun Wenya's mouth corners unconsciously curled up. Then she moved forward again. The sound is also quieter. How is this possible? At the beginning, Yin Huan still looked disdainful. But as Yun Wenya spoke more and more, her expression gradually changed. In the end, I was just dumbfounded. Obviously, what Yun Wenya said was beyond her understanding. Nothing is impossible, so you must think carefully. As for the rest, then you really don't have to worry. Because based on my observations during this period, that guy is a complete scumbag. But he is quite arrogant. In this regard, he really doesn't bother to use any tricks. In his own words, he relies on strength, and that's how he conquers everything. And I'm not afraid of you laughing at me when I say this, but if I didn't have a heart that wanted to dominate the world, I would have lost myself long ago. Yin Huan nodded woodenly. After a while, he finally came to his senses. After receiving assurances from two people, she finally let down her guard. Kei Xin let it go, but her face was getting redder and redder. Because another difficult problem was placed before her. That's how to invite Cao Wenbin. Go find it openly. That definitely won't work. After all, the huge mountain of Zhongzhou is right there. Of course, she is not without a solution. The easiest way is to let the girl in front of you call Cao Wenbin to the Eternal Night City. As long as Night Owl is willing to help, it will definitely be done without anyone knowing. Not to mention Zhongzhou, even the King of Heaven could never have imagined that. But the problem is, she is too embarrassed to speak up. The previous hint was already the limit of what she could do. After all, she is one of the 7 emperors. Actively call someone to come. That's not easy to say. What should I do? Hey. It would be great if this guy surnamed Yi could bring it up on his own initiative. Very confusing. Yun Wenya, who knew everything, did not agree with Yin Huan. She wants to tease this previously high and mighty emperor. Because of this, Yin Huan didn't speak until her face turned red. Chapter 804 is slightly stronger. Looking at what my sister said, it seems she still wants to challenge me. In that case, why not let your sister help you connect with them? And the location is in my Eternal Night City. This will not only fulfill my sister's wish, but also help her save the Emperor's reputation. The most important thing is that with me here, we can still take care of each other. Hearing this, Yin Huan, who had been holding it in for a long time, was stunned at first. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Just a little bit. If Yi Xiao doesn't speak up, she really won't be able to hold it back anymore. If that happens, it will be really embarrassing. But the good times didn't last long. After just a few breaths, she frowned unconsciously. Because, of course, there are risks involved in this. After all, you and Zhang Jian are having such a bad relationship. If the news leaks out, I will definitely be in trouble. So no matter how much benefit you gain this time, you must give 10%. Don't talk much. But the more Yin Huan listened, the more she wanted to curse. After all, she lost face. She suffers the consequences. You just provided a venue and said a few words, and that's all you want. Why don't you go to heaven? But after thinking for a while, she made a sad discovery that she really had no choice but to agree. There was no other way, because she could never find such a perfect place except here. You can't go to the deep mountains and forests. So, after taking a few breaths, she nodded gently. Seeing this scene, Yunwenya's beautiful big eyes immediately turned into crescents. She knew that she had done a great job. After this incident, she will definitely get a lot of benefits. After all, that little man has been struggling for this for a long time. That's right, I have to dress her up later. This way, Wenbin will feel more at ease. Wancheng. Like Yin Huan, Wenlan was also not idle after the meeting. What's interesting is that their ultimate goals are surprisingly the same. It's all Cao Wenbin. However, unlike Yin Huan's roundabout way, Wenlan, who had laid the groundwork before, was much more direct. Straight to your door. Because of this, while Yin Huan was still scheming, Wenlan had already had dinner with Cao Wenbin in a private room. Interesting. Although Cao Wenbin felt very puzzled about this delicious food that was delivered to his mouth, he did not refuse it. Instead, they are still taking advantage of others. However, he only gives without giving anything in return. As soon as the topic becomes sensitive, he will immediately find an excuse to change it. The main goal is to get something for free. Intel. Yin Huan took the bait. Is the location still Eternal Night City? After analyzing the information that suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness, Cao Wenbin was stunned at first. Then, a sly smile appeared unconsciously on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he understood everything. Everything in front of me immediately became reasonable. Then, without even hesitating, he took Wenlan beside him and hugged her completely in his arms. He thinks very simply. Now that there is meat entering the mouth, the one in front of you can naturally be a little more radical. Of course, this is just the obvious operation. And in the dark, his spiritual consciousness also gave an order to Yu Qiwei and others. That is to rush to Eternal Night City as soon as possible. What are you doing? I'm telling you, don't even think about pushing your luck. I also have a bottom line. Wenlan, who had no idea that Cao Wenbin was doing two things at the same time, quit immediately. But having said that, she didn't struggle too hard. It was obvious that she had really taken Cao Wenbin's pulse. She understood that with Cao Wenbin, it was impossible for her to be both a whore and a saint. If you want to make a big profit before Yin Huan completely surrenders, you must show your attitude. But just a few breaths later. What? Don't you know what I want to do? By the way, Sister Lan, what kind of troops do you want this time? Just speak boldly. Brother can definitely satisfy you. After all, I only have one goal today. That will completely break your bottom line. When the first few sentences appeared, Wenlan's face suddenly lit up with joy. At the same time, I also breathed a sigh of relief. After all this hard work, I finally got the reward. And it was a great harvest. But as soon as she said the last two sentences, her whole body froze. She is not stupid. Although Cao Wenbin's words were vague, she knew exactly what he was hinting at. As Cao Wenbin became more and more excessive, she soon became unable to sit still. A burst of energy suddenly burst out from the tiny body. Not grand, but it works. Directly helped her escape from Cao Wenbin's arms. Then, Master Cao, this doesn't seem to be in line with our previous agreement. We agreed on that. I was just pretending to be your girlfriend. In that case, it naturally doesn't include what you're thinking of. You just crossed the line. He was not angry because the prey escaped. Not even the smile faded a bit. Cao Wenbin just stretched his body a little, and then slowly said, what you said makes sense. I was indeed abrupt just now. But don't you want new soldiers? If I remember correctly, I've already given you all the benefits we agreed upon. And it's an overage. Wen Lan's body stiffened again. The anger on his face was instantly reduced by half. To be honest, if these words had appeared when they first met, she would definitely have turned around and left without even a second thought. But after experiencing the benefits brought to her by the sky-splitting tiger and the gravity dragonfly, she no longer had that kind of ambition. Although she didn't want to admit it, the fact was that she had been corrupted. Faced with such enormous benefits, she really could no longer remain indifferent. Because of this, after struggling for a while, she slowly asked, "How about we each take a step back? Except for what you want most, I will do whatever you want." This concession is really not small. In Wen Lan's opinion, Cao Wenbin would definitely agree. After all, there are some things that this little brat in front of her has hinted to her many times, both explicitly and covertly. But she didn't expect that. "I've already told you my bottom line. There's no room for bargaining. After all, even for me, it would take a lot of effort to figure out the type of troops you want. After such a huge investment, how could we only get a few tiny profits? I'm not stupid. What is the purpose of chapter 805? No surprises." Wen Lan was so angry that her eyes turned red. She never thought that the little brat in front of her would be so strong this time. Don't give her any chance to find any loopholes. It's clear that the carriage and horses are too. So, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Without saying anything else, she turned around and walked towards the door of the box. Very fast. He looked like he was just about to say that he didn't want to serve me anymore. Of course, this is obvious. And in fact, stop me. Stop me now. If you just speak up, I can take another step back. This is her real thought. What made her happy was that just when her little hand was about to touch the door handle, the sound she was expecting really rang out. Wait, not much noise. But the corners of Wen Lan's mouth still curled up unconsciously. Mock up. Just a retreat to advance, and I've taken you down. It seems you can't do it either. Very proud. But before she could say anything. Did I let you go? I'm telling you, whether you agree or not, I'm going to play with you today. God, it's useless. I will make you see blood. Wen Lan's face changed drastically. She understood. Cao Wenbin has run out of patience and is ready to resort to some means. As for whether or not I'm kidding. Just now, she felt a spatial fluctuation. It's obvious that someone is blocking this space. Depend on. It's getting out of hand. Bit her lip. Then she didn't dare to delay for a moment. With a flip of his little hand, an ant appeared immediately. This thing is called space-time ant. Can't fight. There is no defense either. The auxiliary ability is even more useless. The only function is to bite out a temporary wormhole, thus helping people escape. Bite. The voice is urgent. The space-time ant did not let down either, and immediately began to gnaw at the void frantically. I hope I can make it in time. Of course, she also knew that praying was useless. So while muttering, she also threw out 3 domination realm soldiers. Not seeking to kill the enemy. I just hope I can buy some time for the space-time ants. But she had just finished summoning and had no time to do anything else when she collapsed. Because of her unintentional glance, she suddenly discovered that the space-time ant, which had never failed before, was defeated this time. It's not that I can't bite through the void. But the speed of destruction is not as fast as repair. At this rate, even if I keep biting him for my whole life, I will never be able to find an escape route. Completion. The body suddenly stiffened. However, even though she was devastated, her years of experience in fighting enemies reminded her all the time that she had to stay calm. At this time, the most taboo thing is to lose your composure. And her calmness soon brought her a way to maximize her benefits. So the next moment, Master Cao, I suddenly feel that the conditions you mentioned earlier are not so unacceptable. How about this? As long as you match 5 more troops according to my requirements, I will accompany you well. How about that? Don't worry, I'm a very contract-abiding person. You'll be satisfied. You can definitely see whatever you want to see. Very tempting. But Cao Wenbin smiled. Even a fool can see the disdain in it. You are no longer qualified to negotiate with me. Why should I pay when I can get it for free? What? Brain cells are worthless. As soon as he finished speaking, the happy palace suddenly appeared in his hands. After all, although the environment here is good, it still can't be compared with the happy palace. You. As soon as these words came out, Wen Lan's anger, which had been suppressed with great difficulty, immediately broke out again. Especially when she saw the happy palace, her whole body was trembling. You really think you can defeat me? They even provided the venue. Damn it. If our 7th emperor only had this much ability, we would have died 800 times already. First he snorted coldly. Then she took out another nut. Then, I'm asking you one last time, are you willing to give me 5 formulas? If you agree, I'll be yours for the next few days. Whatever you want, that's it. But if you don't, then we'll part ways and never have anything to do with each other again. Looking at the nuts that seemed to have nothing special about them, Cao Wenbin's eyes were full of curiosity. There's no way. No matter how you look at it, this thing doesn't look like it can help people escape from his hands. As for this ultimatum, Cao Wenbin laughed even more happily. Then he slowly stretched out his right hand. Give it to me. Wen Lan was stunned. This is nonsensical. What does this little brat want? However, when she realized that Cao Wenbin had been staring at the nuts in her hand, she suddenly took a few steps back. At the same time, a hint of disdain immediately appeared on her face. You want this innate puppet fruit? Come on, are you still asleep? To tell you the truth, the reason why I was willing to compromise with you just now. It's not because I like you. Chunchen just can't bear to part with this thing. You know, there are only 3 of them. As long as you hold it, you will never die under any circumstances. Because once the holder or it suffers a fatal attack, it will immediately send the holder to its birthplace. And then be left alone to take the attack. As soon as she finished speaking, she began to use force with the hand holding the fruit. Obviously, in her opinion, there is no way today will end peacefully. In that case, it would be better to leave as soon as possible. But just when the fruit was about to break. What are you excited about? Haven't I answered your final ultimatum yet? By the way, since you told me something intimate, then I'll tell you something sweet. Actually, from the beginning to the end, I never thought of rejecting you. After all, it's just 5 recipes. To me, it's really not a big deal. Okay, start your performance. If you make me happy, then it's not impossible for me to give you more benefits. After all, you know I'm always generous. The movement of his hands suddenly stopped. Then, a hint of confusion appeared in Wen Lan's eyes. Have you already agreed to the price she offered? Then why didn't you say it earlier? Wouldn't it be better to do something else with this time? You might even have started taking a break. Chapter 806. Don't even think about it. I see. The reason you waited until the very end to confess was because you wanted to force me to reveal my true identity. So that we can prepare for the future. Okay. You're truly worthy of being Cao Wenbin. I've already said something so tempting, and you're still thinking about it. Anyone who can reach the top cannot be a fool. So after just a few moments of confusion, a flash of enlightenment immediately appeared in Wen Lan's eyes. When Cao Wenbin heard this, he laughed immediately. However, he did not respond to this question. Instead, he flashed and rushed directly to Wen Lan's side. Then he put his arms around that perfect waist that couldn't be more perfect. Alright, time is running out, let's not dwell on these details for now. Hurry up and get into the fun palace. But let's make this clear first, I have something to do later and can't start right away. So you need to wait inside for 2 more days. Of course, I know your time is precious. So you won't be waiting in vain. I can promise you that for every day you wait, I will give you 1 more formula. We'll pay together later. When she heard the first few sentences, Wen Lan subconsciously wanted to refuse. Wait, who do you think my aunt is? But as soon as the compensation plan came out, she quickly swallowed back the words of rejection that were on the tip of her tongue. 1 recipe a day. Is there such a good thing in this world? Wait, I can wait until you die. Of course, while nodding in agreement, a hint of doubt slowly emerged in her mind. She really couldn't understand what could be more tempting than her. It's worth it for this brat next to her to give up the opportunity to play with her and choose to leave. You know, in previous encounters, this brat has always been impatient. As long as there is something sweet in it, we will never waste even a minute. How strange. This time, she was really confused. And it took a long time for me to come back to my senses. However, even though she was confused, she did not stop her actions. She twisted her waist and walked towards the door of the happy palace with a smile on her face. Looking at his back, a hint of amusement soon appeared at the corner of Cao Wenbin's mouth. It seems you don't know the truth that trying to gain a small advantage will lead to a big loss. I don't even know what a blank check is. In that case, I won't be polite. After I finish dealing with that one, if you can still find your way and still think about the reward, then I will take your last name. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. Are you all ready? Outside the Eternal Night City, as soon as Cao Wenbin arrived, he immediately asked about the layout. After all, he didn't want to waste any time on Yin Huan. Must win in one fell swoop. It's natural. Don't worry, my husband, she won't be able to escape. HMPH. I let her talk. This time, I must let her know what it means to speak out of turn. That's right. Zhongzhou, the second in command of the Cao family, also came in person. As for the purpose, killing people and destroying their hearts. And women's minds are obviously even smaller. Look, before Cao Wenbin could ask anything, Zhongzhou had already started pushing him into the city. All right, stop wasting time, hurry in, I'm here. So, Cao Wenbin reluctantly entered the city. And soon they reached the Yi mansion. You guys are really fast. Judging from the time, you should have rushed here immediately after receiving my message. What greeted him was nothing but a mocking tone. You want to die. But these words did not hurt Cao Wenbin. After all, he has experienced a lot of teasing. What is this? But that's not the case with Yin Huan. So he started playing with Yun Wenya right away. To cover up the shame. She didn't stop until she kicked Yun Wenya out of the room completely. But before she could catch her breath or even drink a sip of water. Is this the place you chose for the transaction? Yes, quite romantic. This table and this chair are both very sturdy. It's easy to see that it won't break easily. The little face instantly became redder. Afterwards, Yin Huan didn't even have time to rest. He immediately pounced on Cao Wenbin again. It is obvious that he is preparing to repeat the same trick. Unfortunately, she miscalculated this time. The reason why Yun Wenya joined her in making trouble was because she wanted to go out herself. Don't want to stay in the way. That's why I cooperate with her. But Cao Wenbin is different. As the real owner, he is here to have fun. Besides, I don't spoil my children. Therefore, as soon as Yin Huan approached, he opened his hands and hugged her in his arms. As a result, the temperature in the room soared instantly. It even became so loud that you could hear a pin drop. It was not until Yin Huan realized that she had unknowingly lay on the table that the ambiguous atmosphere completely disappeared. Etc. As soon as she finished speaking, she flashed and directly widened the distance between the two of them. Then, the rumors outside are indeed true. Mr. Cao is indeed quite capable. Even I almost fell into your trap. Come, sit down and have a drink first. Let's talk about the price. After all, we came all the way here, not to fall in love. But I'm here to do business. If we can't negotiate a good price, there will be a lot of trouble later. As she spoke, she waved her little hand. The formation that comes with this room is activated directly. It was obvious that he didn't want the following conversation to be heard by a third person. When Cao Wenbin saw this scene, he immediately laughed. Isn't this a coincidence? He was originally still thinking about how to cover up the noise outside. I didn't expect that as soon as I dozed off, someone immediately brought me a pillow. Don't blame me for this. The corners of his mouth curled up. Then, that's sensible. In that case, then make your offer. I won't be leaving for the next few days. What will it cost? What will it cost me to borrow your jeans? Yin Huan was stunned. A look of deep disbelief soon appeared in his eyes. She never thought that Cao Wenbin's ambition was so big. She had thought, this guy is really bold. She curled her lips subconsciously, then shook her head without hesitation. The first one can talk. As for the second one, don't even think about it. After all, if you succeed, it will be hard to explain. Chapter 807, There is no hope. Yin Huan refused with absolute certainty. His expression was extremely solemn. Obviously not joking. But Cao Wenbin looked indifferent about this. Nothing to discuss. What if I insist on talking? Soft yet firm. As a result, an expression of displeasure suddenly appeared on Yin Huan's delicate little face. Then, Master Cao, it seems you've won too much recently and have become a little carried away. Have you forgotten that the one sitting in front of you is one of the 7 emperors? It's not just any cat or dog. What we are discussing now is business, not compensation for defeat. So if you're still so stubborn and completely unwilling to listen to other people's ideas, then I can only say sorry. After she finished speaking, she slowly stood up. And he pretended to go out. Mock up. Still want to control me. From the moment you rushed here in such a hurry, you've lost the ability to take the initiative in this deal. Everything, you have to listen to me. Very confident. But what she didn't expect was that Cao Wenbin didn't stop her. Just let her walk out. What's going on? Is he certain that I will give in, or am I mistaken? He has never taken me seriously from the beginning to the end. Confused. But her body was still moving out. She wants to test it out. Anyway, the journey is still so long. If it doesn't work, we'll talk about it later. But soon, she felt embarrassed. Because even when she put her little hand on the door, the sound she was expecting still did not come. In the entire room, the only sound was the occasional sound of wine tasting. Depend on. Very depressed. Then she returned to the table silently. There's nothing she can do about it, since she really can't bear to give up the huge profits. Besides, she is not a grown-up girl anymore. So. Why, can you accept my request? Can you put aside your pride? Yin Huan bit her lip lightly. Stop making sarcastic remarks. I admit, you win. That's fine, right, but you should also be aware of how excessive your request is. So this price will definitely not be low. Otherwise, even if I'm short of resources, I have to leave. After all, no one would do something if the effort and reward are not proportional. Cao Wenbin smiled. Then he nodded with a playful look on his face. That makes sense. How about this, you name a price first, and then we'll negotiate. Yin Huan was shocked. Then, without even a moment's hesitation, he said, according to my requirements, make me 5 domination realm formulas. Then let me become a cultivator in the heavenly Tao realm. There are only 2 conditions in total. But in Cao Wenbin's eyes, there was still an expression of care for the mentally retarded. Become a cultivator in the heavenly Tao realm. You really dare to think so? But before he could say anything, Yin Huan spoke again. Don't be so hasty to refuse. Although I have some selfish motives in proposing the second condition, it's also for your own good. After all, the stronger I am, the better your offspring will be. So this second condition is completely about mutual benefit. Very good eloquence. But Cao Wenbin still waved his hand. The meaning is very clear, that is, don't even think about it. Then, a look of dissatisfaction suddenly appeared on Yin Huan's face again. Then what do you want? You wouldn't be so stingy as to only want to use 5 formulas in exchange for an heir, would you? The waving gesture appears again. But unlike before, when Yin Huan saw this action again, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, it's okay. This guy still has some humanity. I know that an equal exchange is required. But before her thoughts faded. Looking at you, it seems like you've misunderstood again. I'm waving my hand, not because I think the price of 5 formulas is too low. But I want to tell you that it's still higher. We need to lower it again. Yin Huan was stunned. Then, he stood up suddenly and asked, 5 formulas are still high. Then I'll let you have fun for nothing. This is just an angry remark. But what she didn't expect was that Cao Wenbin actually nodded. Now that you say so. Then I will be disrespectful to refuse. Yin Huan was furious. Then she walked towards the door again without saying a word. This time, she really left. Instead of pretending. Damn it, how dare you play tricks on me? Just wait for me. But when she really opened the door, her anger disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there was a deep sense of horror. Because there were already a lot of people standing outside the door. Not only is there Yun Wenya who just came out of here, but also Zhongzhou who has a very bad relationship with her. And the sky has changed. If nothing unexpected happens, this area should have been set up with some means. We've fallen into a trap. This guy never thought about giving resources from the beginning to the end. I just want to get it for free. The reason you were willing to talk to me just now was just to buy time. This was her first thought. However, although her mind was in turmoil, her body did not stop for a moment. The moment she realized something was wrong, she took out an egg. Then he threw it out without saying anything. And this thing is obviously very spiritual. Look, it was as if it knew someone was blocking it. As soon as it left Yin Huan's palm, it immediately became illusory. From then on, no matter what I encountered, I couldn't do anything about it. It will pass through them out of thin air. Hee. Want to catch me? You're still a little naive. Mr. Cao, let me tell you, from today on, if you want to do business with me, the price will at least double. This is the price you pay for your reckless actions. Yin Huan's little face was full of pride. But after just a few breaths, she couldn't laugh anymore. Because she found that neither Cao Wenbin nor Zhongzhou showed any anxious or angry expressions. There is only amusement on his face. When Cao Wenbin spoke again, she began to tremble unconsciously. What you threw out was the egg of the Void Ice Phoenix. It contains your true spirit and all your memories. Once you die here, this egg will immediately be reborn from the ashes into an identical you. Well, I don't know if I'm right. His face changed drastically. A hint of despair spread instantly. However, Yin Huan's mouth is still as hard as ever. So what if you know this thing? You know, once this Void Ice Phoenix egg is activated, it can ignore attacks. Any obstruction. Plus, it's extremely fast, there's no way you can stop it. Chapter 808 A False Alarm. A dead duck still speaks stubbornly. Looking at Yin Huan who was still holding on, Cao Wenbin shook his head speechlessly. At the same time, a cry suddenly rang out from the Cao family camp. Not much noise, but the effect is excellent. The phoenix egg, which had just been moving forward, suddenly stopped the moment the cry started. After a few breaths, it slowly flew towards the source of the sound. And the one who caught it was none other than Shi Feng. That's impossible. Although Shi Feng downplayed it, Yin Huan, who saw everything, went crazy. There is no other way, since this is the only way she can save her life at the moment. The others were all placed in her nest. After all, she has already conducted many discussions and this time, there will be basically no danger. But I didn't expect. Impossible. Don't forget, I was the one who killed your two cheap sons. And it's fun to say. In order to save their own lives, they told me all your weaknesses at the last moment. So forget about this trick, even if you take out all the treasures in the bottom of the box. Then I can crack them one by one. Yin Huan's slender figure shook violently. Then he slowly fell down. But she didn't fall. Because she had just shown some signs of abnormality, Cao Wenbin had already hugged her in his arms. How about it? Do you want to continue to toss? If not, then it will be my turn to do it. Yin Huan smiled bitterly. Then he shook his head again. Toss. You've made it so clear, why is she still making such a fuss? If you have that kind of energy, you might as well keep it. When Cao Wenbin saw this scene, he immediately laughed. Then he waved his hand and closed the door that had just been opened. Of course, before everything fell silent, another voice suddenly rang out at the scene. Husband, don't forget my business. Huh, finally, we found everything we had hidden before. Cao Wenbin, this time, let's see what you can use to fight me. Looking at the axe of destruction in his hand, the demon lord's eyes were filled with madness. He has already decided that he must find an opportunity to fight Cao Wenbin again. He wants to take back everything he lost in one fell swoop. As for how much confidence, it's a sure thing. After all, this axe of destruction is not his companion treasure. The compatibility is much worse than that of the chaos magic spear, but the grade is very high. It is a genuine Hongmeng thing. It's in no way inferior to Cao Wenbin's sword box. Your collection must belong to me. All your efforts over the years will eventually become my wedding dress. Of course, although he thought so, he did not start planning immediately. Instead, he rushed directly to the heart of the Zerg. There's nothing he can do about it, since he still owes the 7th Emperor a huge favor. If this is not repaid as soon as possible, it will be extremely detrimental to his future development. As a monk, he attaches great importance to this. And his speed is beyond words. In less than an hour, he saw Kangwu and others. Then, here, what's inside is what I promised you. Just order it. By the way, where are the two ladies in your team? I obviously informed them. To be honest, he just asked casually. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Kangwu and the others, who were just full of excitement and desperately counting resources, suddenly frowned. Yes. Why didn't Yin Huan and Wen Lan come? Are you delayed by something? Bullshit. What could be more important than counting compensation? You know, the harvest this time is enough for them to upgrade their weapons. Could something have happened? The five people's hearts suddenly tightened. Then, without saying a word, he packed up his things and started heading towards Wenlan's Shanshui city. I don't even bother to take inventory. After all, although the things are good, they are not good enough when compared with others. As for why I went to Wenlan first, there is no other word, just one word: close. Because of this, it didn't take long before the five people from Kangwu and a demon lord who was watching the fun arrived. As they stepped into the city gate and got closer to the city lord's mansion, their hearts became heavier and heavier. Something is wrong. Something is quite wrong. Logically speaking, since they came together, Wenlan should have come out to greet them a long time ago. But now it is. Something really happened. And when they learned from the servants in the mansion that Wenlan had not returned for nearly a month, their hearts sank to the bottom. Then, without any further delay, they went straight back to Wancheng. But the result? What? You haven't been seen for nearly a month. The scalps of the five people from Kangwu suddenly felt numb. The previous mentality of luck disappeared without a trace. At this moment, they finally confirmed that the two women had met with an accident. After all, Wenlan is not going home, so what else can we say? It is very likely that Cao Wenbin offered a price that he could not refuse, and then he took it. And this arch. But Yin Huan is different. This queen is not in a relationship with Cao Wenbin. He also has a deep grudge against Zhongzhou. So in this case, disappearing for a month for no reason. But soon, a doubt came to my mind again. That's what happened. Who did it again? Cao Wenbin. Not very realistic. After all, there is no way Yin Huan would go to see Cao Wenbin in her real body. And her nest was not destroyed. The most crucial thing is that their joint defense mechanism has not been activated. So, damn it, what the hell is going on here? Could it be that I saw a ghost? The more they thought about it, the more headache they had. Because I have absolutely no idea. But just when the five people from Kangwu were about to go crazy, the demon lord suddenly looked behind him. At the same time, why are you all here with me? What? Are you going to confiscate my house? The five people from Kangwu were stunned. Then they all showed expressions of great joy. They recognized it was Yin Huan's voice. But when they looked in the direction of the sound and saw the person clearly, their brows unconsciously frowned again. Yin Huan, it is indeed still the same Yin Huan. It's not an impersonation by an outsider. And it's the original body. They can guarantee this. But his temperament had changed drastically since the last time they met. Yin Huan used to be very charming too. Even more familiar. But she definitely couldn't be this charming now. And that walking posture. Chapter 809. I'm totally convinced. What on earth happened to her this month? How could she become like this? Looking at Yin Huan, who was slowly walking towards them, Kangwu and Duan Hong, the two bootlickers, felt their hearts twitch unconsciously. At the same time, an ominous premonition suddenly emerged in their minds. Their goddess is most likely. As the saying goes, what you fear will come to you. Seeing that they remained silent for a long time, Yin Huan's voice suddenly rang out again. Forget it. Your purpose for coming here is not important at all. After all, even if you don't come, I will call you. By the way, judging by your appearances, Brother Mo's compensation should have arrived. In that case, please give me most of the resources. This time, I got a great opportunity. I got several powerful troop formulas. You definitely get great value for your money. Kangwu and Duan Hong's hearts suddenly ached even more. Opportunity. Bullshit opportunity. So far, among the two top-level planes combined, only Cao Wenbin can come up with a formula for the troops of the domination realm in a short period of time. So this so-called opportunity. However, this statement solved their previous troubles. The reason why Yin Huan disappeared for a month. Nothing happened. But I went to deliver it. Damn it. People with power can really do whatever they want. We feel it's blasphemous to look at a goddess like this, but she can. Very frustrating. Of course, there are people who care about these things, and there are also people who don't care about them. Just when the two of them were sulking inwardly, Chu Feng, the good-natured man among the 7 emperors, had already come to Yin Huan's side. Then, sister, please tell me the details. If it's really as you said, then I can give you my share. The voice was full of excitement. Obviously, he only cares about whether he can become stronger. Everything else is just empty talk. And Yin Huan did not disappoint him. The next moment, a huge flying fish appeared in front of everyone. Then, this unit is called the causal swordfish. As for the effect, it's a sneak attack type of soldier. Because it carries a trace of the law of cause and effect within its body, whenever it strikes, it will definitely hit its target. And how sharp its beak is, even if I don't tell you, you should be able to see it. So, there was no surprise at all. Before Yin Huan finished her introduction, shock appeared on everyone's faces. Even Kangwu and Duan Hong are the same. Will you hit the target every time you take action? Such a heaven-defying concept of military force was actually created by humans. Are you sure you're not kidding? And after Yin Huan successively brought out two types of soldiers whose strength was no weaker than the causal swordfish, Chu Feng and others could no longer remain calm. The resources that had just been obtained from the Demon Lord were directly given to Yin Huan. Come on, I want 3 causal swordfish. I want 2, plus 1. The scene is very chaotic. The only one who can remain calm is the Demon Lord. Of course, he was also jealous. But he knew that it was useless for him to be jealous. First of all, it's impossible for others to sell it to him. Secondly, even if he got it, he couldn't use it. After all, he has no hive. As a result, his attention was quickly drawn to the man and woman who had been standing behind Yin Huan. You two have a very strong aura. It seems he is also a martial artist. I don't know what to call you. You're welcome. But what the Demon Lord didn't expect was that even though he took the initiative to talk to these two people who were obviously guards, they still ignored him. It is still the same as before. Didn't even look at him. Arrogant. So soon, he got angry. But before he could do anything, Yin Huan suddenly blocked his way. Brother Demon, calm down. You must not touch these two people. After all, they are my secret weapons that I have been cultivating for many years. If they weren't here, it's still unknown whether I could come back this time. Not much talk, but the information revealed is quite huge. Therefore, even Kangwu and others who originally did not care about this small conflict were immediately attracted. Unfortunately, Yin Huan had no intention of continuing to explain. After chatting with everyone in a fake manner for a while, he coldly ordered them to leave. As for the pickup time, she directly sent me to work for a month later. In her words, this type of troops is different from the previous ones. Even her mother nest is extremely slow to produce. Master, mistress. And when the outsiders were gone, Yin Huan, who had just been the focus of everyone, immediately bowed deeply to the two people behind her. That's right, she has gained a lot in this month. But I am really convinced. It's not that she has poor concentration. It's really too long with the blessing of the eternal realm. Besides, Cao Wenbin is really not a human being. So half a month ago, she had completely surrendered. What revenge for the sun? She had thrown all the glory of the 7 emperors behind her. It is precisely because of this that Cao Wenbin dared to let her come back. As for why I followed, do you think those 2 guys will take the bait? Without any hesitation, Yin Huan nodded immediately, of course. Given their obsession with me, they must be eager to know the truth after discovering such a big change in me. And my words prove that you followed me the entire time. So I'm sure they'll invite you tonight, or tomorrow at the latest. When that time comes, Cao Wenbin smiled. Then he stretched gently. In that case, let's wait a little longer. Let's go in and solidify our relationship. Yin Huan trembled all over. Still consolidating. Isn't this fatal? Although she thought so, her body was extremely honest. Without wasting even a second, he immediately followed. The other side. After leaving Wancheng, the Demon Lord was originally planning to go to Blue Star. After all, it is closest to the Supreme Plane. It is also the core area of the black market, where all kinds of information can be obtained. And this is very beneficial to his revenge plan. However, he had just flown out not far when 2 calls suddenly came into his ears. Brother Demon, wait a minute. Chapter 810 guessed it right. The Demon Lord suddenly turned around. Then, his eyes narrowed unconsciously. You 2 came here secretly, is there something going on? The voice was full of doubt. And Duan Hong and Kangwu did not let him guess blindly. After getting close, he immediately whispered, we know that Brother Mo also hates that Cao guy. So we want to cooperate with you. Cooperate to kill it. How about it, are you interested? My whole body was shocked. Then, a hint of enlightenment appeared in the eyes of the Demon Lord. At the same time, the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. It seems that these two guys are really angry. But that's true. My goddess has been forced to walk with her legs apart. Of course they can't continue to play dead. Otherwise, Yinhuan will have nothing to do with them. The more he thought about it, the more playful the look on his face became. But although I looked down on these two brothers. But he didn't intend to refuse this proposal. After all, this was part of his plan. Now that two helpers have shown up, we naturally cannot push them away. Therefore, do you two have any ideas? If you have, tell me about it. If it's feasible, we can work together again. Duan Hong and Kangwu were overjoyed. Then, without any hesitation, the two of them expressed their thoughts immediately. We have a type of soldier that can sneak. Of course, it's not stealth in the physical sense. It's the kind that's free from time and space. Very advanced. And because it's big enough, it can bring quite a few companions with it. So they thought. The two of them didn't continue talking. It's not that they want to keep you in suspense. But before they could finish speaking, they were interrupted by the demon lord. Stop talking. That Cao is proficient in the art of deduction, and therefore extremely sensitive to all kinds of energy. If you say it so openly, he will definitely feel it. I may not understand the specific situation, but I will definitely be vigilant. By then, our success rate will inevitably drop significantly. Duan Hong and Kangwu were stunned. Then they all showed expressions of horror. Will mentioning it make them alert? That guy surnamed Cao, is he so perverted? Depend on. Compared to him, the old man from the Nangong family is just a child. Shaked his head gently. Then, the two asked seriously, what should we do? Shall we get some paper and pen and write this down? The demon lord laughed. Need not. All you have to do is tell me whether you have used this thing before. Also, is this trick safe? For example, if I fail, how will I retreat? By the way, how can you ensure that the guy doesn't have too many helpers around him when we take action? Every question is quite sharp. However, Duan Hong and Kangwu both breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Obviously, they have plans for these problems. And precisely because of this, the subsequent conspiracy went extremely smoothly. The demon lord became more and more excited as he listened. So, okay, let's follow this plan. I'll go back and prepare now. 3 days later, take action. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. Very fast. There is no way to track it. After watching the thug leave, Kangwu and Duan Hong turned around and returned to Wancheng. Yinhuan's guess was correct. They both really wanted to know what their goddess had experienced in the past month. Otherwise, I would feel very upset. Brother, could you please move a little? Don't worry, I mean no harm. Instead, I'm here to bring you an opportunity. In Yinhuan's mansion, Cao Wenbin had just walked out of the boudoir that had made him linger there when a guy dressed as a servant suddenly jumped in front of him. Then, he was dragged to a secluded place without any explanation. And Cao Wenbin did not refuse this. Instead, I was secretly excited. Here he comes. Of course, he manages his facial expressions quite well. Even though he was very happy in his heart, on the surface, he still looked like he didn't want anyone to approach him. He had absolutely no intention of replying. Depend on. So, the servant who was originally planning to chat with him quickly rolled his eyes. Not long after, he took out a piece of paper. This is the address some big shot gave you. If you want to get ahead and play with all kinds of beautiful girls, then make time to go there as soon as possible. I can guarantee that your trip will be worthwhile. After he finished speaking, he turned around and disappeared from Cao Wenbin's sight. If nothing unexpected happens, he should have left completely. No one will be able to see him until there is a result. That's quite decisive. Shaked his head gently. Then Cao Wenbin began to examine the note. There are not many words above, only 3 in total. Full house. After setting his target, Cao Wenbin did not hesitate and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When they appeared, they had already arrived in front of an extremely luxurious restaurant. It's a huge investment. A faint smile. Then he crossed the exquisite threshold. Brother, you are here. Come on, please take a seat. There are no 7 emperors today. We won't leave until we're drunk. And the ones who greeted him were none other than Duan Hong and Kang Xiao. However, even when facing these two people who were so polite and humble, Cao Wenbin still did not give them face. There is no expression on his face at all times. After all, this is the character setting of his identity. And that's not all. The next moment. No need to drink. That thing paralyzes my mind and makes me make wrong judgments. So we'd better get straight to the point. Right, let's make it clear first. This time, I want 5 domination-level mother nests that have been cultivated to perfection. Not even one less. Duan Hong and Kangwu were stunned at first. Then he just laughed. Of course, I was laughing out of anger. 5 domination realm mother nests in perfect condition. Why the hell don't you go up? You have to know that for things of this level, even among the 7 emperors, each of them has less than 20. Wen Lan, who had the weakest strength before, was only a little over 10. You really don't accept my toast and then drink the forfeit. As they spoke, the two of them summoned their troops. Judging from his appearance, he obviously wants to teach Cao Wenbin a lesson. But after just a few breaths, they suddenly froze again. Because. Chapter 811A Super Big Pit Part 1. You don't really think I'm a fool. If I didn't have some confidence, would I dare to be so rampant? Still that poker face. But what he said made Kangwu and Duan Hongquan change their expressions. Yes, since they dared to ask for this price, then there must be a reason for asking for this price. Even if there is a real premium, it will never be too much. Otherwise, wouldn't that be courting death? So after thinking about it for a while, tell me what your confidence is. If it's really worth the price, then we can satisfy you. By the way, can you also tell me what Yin Huan has done in the past month? Remember, this is also very important. It's even more important than your confidence. A smile unconsciously appeared on Cao Wenbin's face. Sure enough, a dog liquor is a dog liquor. Even at this point, you still refuse to accept reality. But he didn't laugh for long. Before the two of them could react, he immediately returned to his previous appearance. Then, why are you two doing this? Actually, everything is already written down in various details, isn't it? But since you two asked, I'll tell you the details. It all started a month ago. And it was Sister Huan who took the initiative to send it up. The reason is very simple. She covets the huge profits from arms sales. And if we want to snatch a part from Wen Lan's mouth, we naturally have to create a powerful army. But if I study it myself, it's obviously too late. Let alone the scientific researchers under her, even if the entire Zerg race were tied together, it wouldn't be enough. So, in desperation, she had no choice but to contact Cao Wenbin. At first, her idea was very simple, which was to follow Wen Lan's path again. Also have a relationship with Cao Wenbin, and then change the formula. After all, Wen Lan can do it, so there's no reason why she can't. But I didn't expect Cao Wenbin to play by the rules at all. Just tell Sister Huan directly that you can have the formula, as much as you want. No matter how perverted it is, it's okay. But it's impossible to get it just by dating. We must contribute to the Cao family. Having said that, Cao Wenbin paused. Of course, he didn't mean to keep you in suspense. But Kangwu and Duan Hong, the two bootlickers, have exploded. The table in front of the 3 people was smashed into pieces by the 2 men. You know, this is made of ambergris. One of the hardest materials of Zerg. And this is not over yet. Right after that, the 2 started competing. Smash whatever you see. The speed is faster than one. Even the chair Cao Wenbin was sitting on was not spared. Only when there was no intact object on the entire floor except the 3 of them did the 2 of them stop in indignation. Then, and what was the result? Such a perverted request. Yin Huan definitely didn't agree, right? He shrugged slightly, and then Cao Wenbin showed a helpless expression. That's exactly what happened at first. In Sister Huan's words, if she really is pregnant, there's no way she can explain it later. Then she started bargaining with Cao Wenbin, trying to exchange other things for the formula. By the end, she didn't even care about time. She just told me that she can be called anytime if she needs anything in the future. Unfortunately, even so, Cao Wenbin still didn't agree. He's clinging to the conditions of branching out. In the end, Sister Huan, who was asking for help, was unable to defeat that Cao. And then for the whole next month. Oh, by the way, I also heard that Cao Wenbin seems to have some way of controlling time. For us, it's a month, but for Sister Huan, it could very well be decades. At this moment, Duan Hong and Kangwu's faces became even darker. Decades. Damn it. He first cursed fiercely, and then prepared to start smashing things again. Unfortunately, there is nothing left here for them to squander. As for demolishing the house, they do want to. I can afford to pay for it. But the key point is that they dare not. This Mengkalu is one of the top restaurants in Wancheng. If it really collapsed, it would definitely attract Yin Huan's attention. By then, everything will be over. So, even though their lungs were about to explode, they still had no choice but to endure it. Fortunately, after just a few breaths, Cao Wenbin spoke again. Otherwise, don't panic, both of you. After all, although the monks' fighting power is abnormal, it is not easy to achieve victory. And from what I've observed, Cao's luck is clearly not very good. Even after several decades, we still haven't achieved our goal. Duan Hong and Kangwu were stunned. Then the two of them suddenly became excited. How could that guy surnamed Cao be so unlucky? Decades of no success. However, as they recalled the situation of the Cao family, they suddenly felt that this seemed normal. After all, up to now, the Cao family has not yet had the next generation. The fastest one will take at least several decades to wait. We still have a chance. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. Then, they all looked at Cao Wenbin. Thank you for the information. We keep our word. We'll give you a nest with the potential to reach the domination realm. By the way, you can say you are confident now. We'll pay for the goods. We'll pay together after we're done. Cao Wenbin nodded slightly and did not reject the proposal. Because what's coming next is the highlight. What came before was just a prelude. So soon. I wonder if Sister Huan is worth 5 perfectly functioning nests to you too. If it's worth it, then let's continue chatting. If it's not worth it, then just pretend I've never been here. From now on, you guys take your Yangguan road, and I'll take mine. Not much talk. But for Kang Xiao and Duan Hong, it was like a bolt from the blue. They were so shocked that their whole bodies began to tremble. But soon, both of them reacted. Then in the blink of an eye, he rushed to Cao Wenbin's side. You mean, you can make our wish come true? Or even let us completely win the beauty? No one hesitated. Cao Wenbin immediately nodded with a smile on his face. Indeed. As for my methods. Chapter 812A Super Big Pit Part 2. I wonder if you still remember the woman who followed Sister Huan. She's actually my sister. We were both taken in by Sister Huan at the same time. It's been over 1,000,000 years. Plus, this time we successfully helped Sister Huan escape from her suffering, so she trusts us quite a bit. Recently, I've even handed over all the trivial matters like food, clothing, housing, and transportation to my sister. Therefore, Cao Wenbin didn't say anything else. Because Duan Hong and Kangwu were so excited that they lost their minds. Obviously, they also know what this means. So, boy, you're pretty good. I've decided on you as my brother. Well, I'll give you a special powder. Then have your sister put it into Yin Huan's food in batches. As long as nothing goes wrong for half a month, we will give you the 5 hives you requested. The more they talked, the more excited they became. The expression on his face became more and more wanton. But what they didn't expect was that the moment they finished speaking, Cao Wenbin actually shook his head. Then, a murderous aura suddenly spread. The way the two of them looked at Cao Wenbin was as if they were looking at a dead person. Then, what do you mean, kid? Are you kidding us? Cao Wenbin smiled. At the same time, he shook his head again. I'm not that free. Besides, you two are both in high positions of power. What good would it be for me to tease you? The reason I'm shaking my head isn't because I don't want to add some ingredients to your meal. But I don't agree with this way of doing business. After all, my sister and I have little influence. The only thing I can show off is my relationship with Sister Huan. If my sister and I had done what you said. And if you don't pay the bill, who can we go to for justice? Looking for Sister Huan. By then, she must have hated us to death. That makes sense. But Duan Hong's face immediately showed dissatisfaction. Judging from his appearance, he is obviously ready to break up with Cao Wenbin. But before he could say anything, he was pulled behind Kangwu. Kangwu understood that it was useless to say anything now. It's obvious that people don't trust them. So let's talk about something practical. Arguing is just a waste of time. So the next moment. Then tell me a solution. See if we can take it. Without any hesitation, Cao Wenbin immediately held up 3 fingers and said, it's very simple. You just need to pay us 3 already trained domination realm mother nests, and then we'll start right away. The rest will be discussed after it's done. This way, we'll have the power to protect ourselves. Of course I won't worry about you defaulting on your debts. Duan Hong, who was already very unhappy, was so angry that he laughed. Pay the bill first. Or more than half. Please, do you think we are fools? What if you take the things and then turn around and sell us out? Who can we turn to for justice? The concerns are also justified. But Cao Wenbin immediately shook his head. You're making far-fetched arguments. Don't forget, the strength of you two is extremely strong. Even if we sacrifice 3 finished domination realm mother nests, the other 7 emperors are definitely no match for you. If that's the case, then if I really don't keep my word and you guys start a fight, do you think Sister Huan will protect me? We'll have to spit it all out then. Duan Hong was stunned. Because he found that he couldn't find any reason to refute it. But the problem is, he really doesn't want to accept it. After all, according to his original idea, he wanted to get something for nothing. Damn it, what a cunning boy. Just when he didn't know what to do, Kangwu spoke again. 3 is too many. Since ancient times, there has never been such a large amount of startup capital. Besides, if there are 3 of us, we can't split them up. I can't give you a solution alone. So if you ask me, it's better to have 2. Plus the information you just gave is about the initial mother nest. Duan Hong was stunned again. Then he nodded unconsciously. If it's just 1, then it's not unacceptable. After all, although this will have an impact on their strength, it will not be very big. What made him happy was that this time, Cao Wenbin did not raise any objections. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. I was fooled so easily. Just wait for me. When this is all over, I'll make you spit this one out too. While thinking about it, he prepared to pay. Coincidentally, he actually brought with him a well-cultivated domination realm mother nest. But before long, his movements stopped. Because. Don't worry, I still want to ask you something. That Wen Lan, is he worth anything to you guys? This time, it wasn't just Duan Hong who was stunned. Kangwu, who seemed very smart just now, was also confused. They would never have thought that Cao Wenbin would say something like this. Could it be that Wen Lan was also trapped in it? But that's not right. If Wen Lan is in the same situation as Yin Huan, what can you do? Because of this, they soon looked at Cao Wenbin with scrutiny. But Cao Wenbin didn't care about it at all. Still going at your own pace. The next moment, it seems that you also have thoughts about that little pepper. In that case, let me tell you. She's also doing business with Cao Wenbin. You should know that too. And she is indeed very cautious. Always maintain due vigilance. Unfortunately, the devil is 1 foot high, but the Tao is 10 feet higher. Long before Yin Huan, she had also been tricked by Cao Wenbin. But she's really tough. Although I've lost my freedom, I've still not let Cao Wenbin succeed. So if you want to save her, then give me 2 more already cultivated nests. That way, next time Cao Wenbin comes looking for Yin Huan, I can ask my sister to find an opportunity and release him in secret. At this moment, Duan Hong and Kangwu frowned even more tightly. Because this statement is too general. There were many things they didn't understand. So, she released him secretly. Does your sister have such great ability? Chapter 813 A Super Big Pit Part 2. Also, since Wen Lan has been captured, how did he survive until now? Could it be that she has thorns growing on her body? But that's not right. Given Cao Wenbin's physical strength, which allows him to tear apart domination-level soldiers with his bare hands, why would he care about this? Isn't it better to just ignore everything and break through all the laws with one force? The doubts are even stronger. But Cao Wenbin, who had already had a plan in mind, remained calm. The next moment, that little pepper doesn't have any thorns on its body. But there is a magical leather jacket. That thing seems to be able to change time and space. So Cao Wenbin can't do anything about it for now. But according to my sister's observation, she won't be able to keep this method going for long. Because Cao Wenbin seems to have some knowledge of time and space. As for why my sister has such great ability, it's all because one time that guy surnamed Cao had too much fun, and then. Originally, we were planning to take this opportunity to cling to Cao Wenbin's thighs. What a shame, that guy is such a scumbag. Even if you have that kind of connection, you still need to rely on your own abilities to get to the top in his place. There are no shortcuts. So, we have no choice but to resort to this last resort. Duan Hong and Kangwu were shocked. Then, excitement appeared in their eyes. Even though both of them are Yin Huan's bootlickers, they only want to get this queen. But we have to admit that Wen Lan is definitely a rare beauty. If only I could taste this. Of course, this is not the most important thing. What really interested the two of them was what Wen Lan mastered. If they can take this opportunity to completely conquer Wen Lan, their strength will definitely have a qualitative leap. If it is done well, you can even rule the world. By then, the damn 7 emperors can just have the final say like Cao Wenbin did. This is a small opportunity to win big. You absolutely can't miss it. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. Then they disappeared from the spot together in tacit understanding. By the time they appeared, it was already an incense stick later. However, Cao Wenbin was not impatient at all. Because at this time, there were 6 more mother nests in front of him. 4 finished products, plus 2 initial states. Apparently, the 2 doubled their pay. But just as Cao Wenbin was about to collect it. Wait a minute, brother. Although the things are prepared for you, we must agree on 2 rules before you take them. First of all, you must ensure that Wen Lan is intact when she arrives in our hands. This is extremely important. Otherwise, we will not pay the balance. I'll even get back double the extra money I gave you. When saying this, both Duan Hong and Kangwu looked very serious. Obviously not joking, but that's true. The reason why they never thought of relying on conquering Yin Huan to obtain everything in Huan City was because Yin Huan knew a lot. Even if they succeed, at most they can just take advantage. As for the rest, don't even think about it. But Wen Lan is different. This woman has no experience at all. Once you become her man, you are her original wife. There is a high probability that the two of them can use their strength together. That is why blood is of paramount importance in this transaction. Without it, Wen Lan is not worth the price at all in their eyes. After seeing that Cao Wenbin did not object, Duan Hong and Kangwu also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that what this guy said before was true. Then, Duan Hong raised another finger. The second point is that you must swear an oath to the way of heaven. So that we can have peace of mind. Cao Wenbin smiled. I laughed from the bottom of my heart. Without even a second thought, he slowly raised his right hand. God bless you, Ling Zhao, I swear on my life today that I will abide by the agreement between me and the 2 emperors. If you break this oath, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to quickly collect the mother nest. The expression of impatience was portrayed so vividly. But this time, Duan Hong and Kangwu not only did not stop them. Instead, they all laughed from the bottom of their hearts. It looks like good things are really coming. No. I have to go back and prepare something. Otherwise, if I only use ordinary means after these 2 beautiful girls arrive, it would be too much of a waste of talent. It was precisely because of this mentality that when Cao Wenbin raised his head again, the 2 had already disappeared without a trace. So, 2 sticks. Swear. What does Ling Zhao's oath have to do with me, Cao Wenbin? He shook his head slightly, then slowly walked towards the restaurant door. But before he could cross the threshold, he suddenly stopped. Because, Brother Ling, please wait a moment. The sound is not loud. But Cao Wenbin's brows immediately frowned. At the same time, he suddenly took a guarded stance. Then, why are you back, Brother Kangwu? Are you still busy? Or do you regret it? Suddenly you don't want to get involved in this mess. Kangwu, who spoke, was stunned. Then he chuckled. Brother Ling Zhao, don't be nervous. The reason I came back is to give you greater wealth. I'm not here to rob people. After all, even though you are very rich now, it's not worth it for me to do this. After saying that, he suddenly took a few steps forward. It didn't stop until it reached Cao Wenbin. Then he said in a more subtle voice, Brother Ling Zhao, you have something else to add to Wen Lan and Yin Huan's food. Look, he didn't say anything else. But Cao Wenbin understood it immediately. This guy really wants to have it all to himself. Duan Hong, who also provided resources, ended up with nothing. It's true that people's hearts are hidden behind their stomachs. Just now, they were just like brothers. Very disdainful. But Cao Wenbin didn't say anything. After all, he had no intention of shipping the goods. No matter how these two guys fight, he will be the one who benefits in the end. So he quickly started thinking about what he should want this time. The finished nest. I guess this guy won't give it to me again. Otherwise, its foundation will be damaged. No matter how much this guy likes Yanhuan and Wenlan, he would never do such a thing to dig his own grave. Order the unfinished ones. Anyway, I have the realm of eternity. It's nothing more than a waste of resources. Do it as soon as you think of it, and then he made a 10 gesture. And this is obviously within the range that Kangwu can bear. So the next moment, the two began to plot again. Chapter 814 Dream Dancer. Cao Wenbin. You are so fucking dishonest. Not only did he not pay the bill after the game, he even resorted to trickery to control me. And you, Yanhuan, can you be any more shameless? This guy surnamed Cao has a grudge against you for killing your son. It would be fine if you didn't think about revenge, but you actually surrendered. Unlike Yanhuan, Wenlan, who has a stronger personality, has not surrendered yet. It is for this reason that Cao Wenbin called her, Little Pepper, many times. Naughty. Cao Wenbin didn't care too much about this last roar. After all, it is most likely that this girl said something similar at the end. Before, he just focused most of his attention on Yanhuan. Only when you want to change the taste will you think of this little pepper. But then, the situation was completely different. Of course, he didn't act immediately. After a faint smile, he slowly ate his lunch under the service of Yanhuan, the Zerg goddess. But he felt comfortable, but Wenlan, who saw everything, immediately panicked. Because the food on the table is really the blood of the 9-colored deer. The treasure in the palm of the chaos god sheep. The one who looks down upon the 9-headed tiger. What is this for? Killing people. You're already perverted enough. Why is he still adding status to himself? Just when she was panicking and worried about her future situation, a very familiar voice suddenly came into her ears. Sister Lan, why are you doing this? You should know very well that after you were tricked into coming here, you will never have another chance. In that case, it would be better to surrender earlier than to surrender that night. Or, you've already fallen in love with. The reason you're still holding on is just to enjoy that final madness. Wenlan was stunned, but soon, she reacted. Then he glared at Yanhuan. Don't bring your feelings into me. I just feel disgusted and humiliated. There's no enjoyment at all. Yanhuan smiled. The next moment, really? But why did I overhear last time? The beautiful face is full of playfulness. So, before she could finish her words, Wenlan suddenly jumped up and covered her mouth. You're going to die. Okay, tell me why you're here. I don't believe you're here to chat with me. You're not that free. No surprises. After her purpose was revealed, Yanhuan fell silent immediately. After a while, he stared into Wenlan's eyes and said, I want you to take the credit for your surrender on me. After all, you know my current situation. Although some things only happen when no one is around, it's still embarrassing enough. The words are very obscure. But Wenlan still nodded unconsciously. It's really embarrassing. And she really didn't expect that Zhongzhou would keep her word. You know, this is the goddess in the hearts of billions of Zerg creatures. Here it becomes. But despite her sympathy, she still asked, why should I help you? Don't talk about the bond of kinship. That thing is worthless. You're welcome. But Yanhuan was not panicked at all. Obviously, this was all part of her plan. That's why. Just consider it as I owe you a favor. Don't forget, once Wenbin takes over this place, it will also need someone to manage it. And if you don't have anyone to help you, you won't stand a chance. After all, you know how powerful Yun Wenya's background is. They invested in original shares. But with my cooperation, it's completely different. Even if you can't get the full-time job, being a deputy is definitely a no-brainer. This time, Wenlan was no longer calm. Aim for the top of the Zerg race. In the past, she only dared to think about it. But even she herself never felt that it could be achieved. There's nothing we can do about it, her foundation is just too weak. But now it is. Although this challenge is not a real challenge. There will always be someone above her. But that is 100 times better than the current divide and rule. Have you figured it out? That's right. What's the point of fighting for face at home? So what if it's a little bit mean? Going out with dignity is the real dignity. Seeing Wenlan's reaction, Yanhuan immediately laughed. Then, without saying anything, he immediately dragged the little hottie towards Cao Wenbin. As for what comes next, it's a huge profit. You didn't pay anything, just a blank check, and you got me out of my current predicament. Damn, why didn't I realize this girl was so naive before? I believe whatever I say. She doesn't even think about it. With my status in the Cao family, which is even lower than that of the three-legged golden crow, what kind of help can I provide? For the next 2 days, Yanhuan's mansion was unusually quiet. The door is always closed. No one goes out. They don't even welcome outsiders. To be honest, if such a strange situation happened in the past, rumors would have been flying all over the place. But this time, no one paid any attention at all. As for the reason, have you heard? The Dream Dancer is making a comeback. And the first performance will be held in Wancheng. That's bullshit. You have to know that the Dreamweaver dancer has been closed to dancing for decades. When he retired, he announced to the entire Zerg world that he would never dance for anyone again. And as the leading figure in the Zerg dance world, a national treasure, how could he go back on his word? You're incredibly ignorant. 3 days ago, the Dreamweaver dancer team personally announced that Dreamweaver, after years of contemplation, had finally come up with a dance that would eclipse the heavens and the earth. And to prevent this dance from being lost, they've made an exception and held a dance party. So that everyone can enjoy this peerless dance. Fuck, if that's the case, I'll have to queue up overnight to buy tickets. Even if it means losing everything. After all, Deming is my dream girl. Idiot. They said it's open to everyone, and you really think that's what they meant? Forget about queuing up all night. Even if you could turn back time, you definitely wouldn't be able to buy a ticket. That's right. This performance will only be a feast for the superiors. The fact that we can see some of the fragments that have been circulated is a gift from the superiors. Chapter 815 Big Change. The entire insect world is celebrating the upcoming comeback of the Dream Dancer. Even some people in the highest plane are the same. Driven by curiosity, they also looked through some videos left over from Dreamweaver. So, they sank directly. That beautiful dance can really make people sink into a dream unconsciously. And this woman's appearance and figure can definitely be called perfect. The most beautiful can't afford it. But if you say that she is one of the best in the two worlds, no one will object. Especially when she wears a burgundy tight-fitting long skirt, it is easy to arouse people's imagination. However, the Demon Lord is not impressed by this. Even a little irritated. Of course, he has no problem with Dreamweaver. On the contrary, he also admires Dreamweaver. After all, this is his colleague. We will soon work together to assassinate Cao Wenbin. What annoyed him was that as the time for the assassination got closer, his heart was actually getting increasingly anxious. And he couldn't control it at all. He looked like a young man who was just starting out and was about to enter the bridal chamber. What's going on? It's never happened before. Very confused. I can't understand it at all. Because of this, he decided to do something else to divert his attention. But soon, he found that this trick was useless. Not only did the situation not ease, it became even worse. By the end, he even had trouble walking. Am I about to encounter some danger? Is my body warning me? This was an idea that popped into his mind by chance. But what horrified him was that the moment this thought came to his mind, the panic that made it difficult for him to move suddenly disappeared. Fuck, no surprises. He jumped up straight away. Then he walked quickly towards the door of the room. He must notify Duan Hong and Kangwu as soon as possible and cancel tomorrow's assassination attempt. He is not stupid. He knew very well what could threaten his life. Apart from close contact with Cao Wenbin, anything else is absolutely impossible. A collective ambush by the 7 emperors is not even enough. But before he could step out of the threshold, his body suddenly stopped again. Because he found out that he had no evidence at all. What do you say about the past? He couldn't just tell those 2 guys directly that they had to cancel tomorrow's operation just because he was nervous. If I really did that, wouldn't those 2 guys laugh to death? And those 2 guys probably won't listen to him. Just scold him for being a coward and then move on. After all, the other party paid a huge price for this. According to his secret understanding, the reason why Dreamweaver withdrew from the stage. It's because she married into the Duan family. And the 2 of them have a son. It's just that it has never been made public. Depend on. What should I do? The more he thought about it, the more headache he got. Intel. By the way, I can let that crazy bitch out. With her as my backup, even if Cao Wenbin is acting weird, I will never get caught up in it. It's even possible to turn a bad thing into a good thing. This way, we can attack when advancing and defend when retreating. No one can find fault with it. There was a gleam in his eyes, and then without saying a word, he flew directly into the depths of the starry sky. And the woman he was talking about was none other than his fiancée. He sealed it with his own hands. Of course, there is no conflict between the two. The reason why he also fell into a deep sleep was because his fiancée, although she could burst out the strength of the peak of the domination realm in a short period of time, was not a true domination realm cultivator. Quite a lot of weaknesses. So he was afraid that someone would be forced to wear a cuckold when he was not around, so he took action. As for why I didn't let go during this period of time. That woman is so clingy. And extremely jealous. According to his original plan, he would enjoy himself for a few hundred years, have a large number of wives and concubines, and then consider letting her see the light of day again. But now, Yin Huan's residence. Although only 2 days had passed in the outside world, for the people in this house, more than half a year had passed. And because of this, Wen Lan at this moment is completely different from before. Little Chili Pepper has completely disappeared. Instead, there was a top-notch young woman whose maturity was no less than that of Yin Huan. Obviously, Cao Wenbin has really worked hard. And what has changed in Wen Lan is not only her temperament. Her attitude towards Cao Wenbin was a complete 180-degree reversal. This is not. Wenbin, do you really want to go to that Dreamweaver performance? If you ask me, forget it. After all, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Since we know it's a trap, why should we jump into it? If you really like that Dreamweaver, I'll find a chance to make you happy. Even though she's married to Duan Hong, opportunities like this aren't uncommon. The voice was full of worry. As she spoke, she peeled a fruit for Cao Wenbin. To be honest, if Duan Hong and others saw this scene, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Because according to their original estimate, neither Yin Huan nor Wen Lan would tell the matter of Dreamweaver's identity. It is precisely because of this that they dared to set up such a plan. After all, these two people have a deep grudge against Cao Wenbin. They are all beings that wish they could eat their flesh raw and drink their blood. But I didn't expect. If a trap has been seen through, can it still be called a trap? Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Besides, the reason I'm going there isn't just for dreamweaving. This trap itself is also extremely tempting to me. After all, if it's done right, it's very likely that the Demon Lord will be completely wiped out. At the very least, we can remove some of his parts. That's right, at this time Cao Wenbin had already calculated that the Demon Lord would get involved in this dispute. As for the basis, without the intervention of this genuine peak-level overlord, the high-end combat power of the Zerg would definitely not be a threat to him. Even if there is a trap. Even if he is alone. Duan Hong and Kangwu couldn't possibly be unaware of this. So the Demon Lord must be there. All right, but you have to let me go with you. That way I can have someone to look after me. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. After all, the troops I have now are very powerful. The request is reasonable. But Cao Wenbin shook his head again. Chapter 8:16 A bad sign. Will you come with me? Have you forgotten that I set a trap for you? If you show up, won't everything be ruined? So anyone can go with me, but you. Wen Lan pouted subconsciously. Because in her opinion, appearance is not a big deal. After all, she has been here for so many days, how could she not have heard of the Cao family's disguise technique? But in the end, she didn't say anything. There was no way, since she knew Cao Wenbin's temper very well. If I say I won't take her with me, then it's impossible for me to take her with me. For example, in the past 6 months, if she was told to stick her legs out, she would never. All right, then I'll just watch from a distance in this house. It's not far anyway. As the performance got closer, the flow of people in Wancheng became more and more astonishing. Especially around the performance venue Qingyanfeng, it was surrounded by 3 layers of people. If you don't have some skills, don't even think about getting in, let alone being a human or a ghost. There's nothing we can do, it's just too crowded. Of course, these people don't have tickets. You absolutely cannot enter. But even so, no one was willing to leave. They are all looking forward to Dreamweaver entering from their direction. So that you can see the goddess from a distance. If luck is better. Just wait and see. The Dreamweaver goddess will definitely enter through the door next to me. And my position happens to be just right, so I'm sure to get an autographed photo. If I'm lucky, I might even get a chance to take a photo with her. Brother, if you're still sleepy, then take a nap. It's so crowded, you won't fall down. With the seat you grabbed, if you don't say anything, I can't even see you. Not to mention the goddess. Just wait and see, I'll definitely be the one getting the autographed photo. Everyone, please go away. My wife suddenly found out she's pregnant. So we have to cancel this event. Whoever pees yellow, come over and pour the water over him to wake him up. Remember, those who eat sweet stay away these 2 days. We can't let him get a taste of sweetness. Everyone is trying their best to move to a better position. But they didn't know that they were doing completely useless work. Because Dreamweaver has already entered the scene. Even her makeup is already done. However, at this time, Zhimeng encountered something that gave her a headache. That is, Mother, don't stop me. I'm going to argue with that old bastard Duan Hong no matter what. Does he have Alzheimer's? How can I let you do such a thing? What if something happens? The person who spoke was none other than Dreamweaver's son, Duan Yonggang. The reason why he was so tough and even dared to call Duan Hong by his name was because he was not only the only male in the Duan family, but also, through his own efforts, he had already cultivated a mother nest of the dominant realm at the age of 20. Such talent is rare in the world. But he is crazy, but as a mother, Zhimeng can't just watch him being crazy. The extremely experienced Zhimeng understood that Duan Hong might let his son mess around with trivial matters. If something goes wrong, he will help clean up the mess. But when it comes to major issues, I will never tolerate them. After all, for Duan Hong, power and strength are the most important things. Everything else is just floating clouds. If you lose your son, you can have another one. He won't die anyway. But if power and strength are gone. And this time, the matter is obviously a matter of right and wrong. So Duan Yonggang had just turned around when Zhimeng grabbed him. Then, Hanger, stop messing around. This time it's serious business. This isn't playing house. Even if you go and make a big fuss, there will be no result. You will only be whipped. Besides, your father has given Mother many ways to save her life. To be honest, even I can't figure out how I got into trouble. This is the truth. Duan Hong really gave her a lot. And each one is more amazing than the other. But that's true. After all, as long as you are a man, it is impossible for you to like green. If we couldn't think of any other way to single out Cao Wenbin this time, we would never let her take action. But unlike her full confidence, Duan Yonggang, who did not dare to struggle hard, had a look of worry on his face. So the next moment. But the problem is, that guy surnamed Cao is not an ordinary person. What a beast. If you're not careful, then. No surprises. Dreamweaver immediately rolled his eyes. Then, you kid. Can't you just hope for me to order something good? Okay, if you really don't trust me, then for the rest of the time, you can just follow me as my assistant. But you better remember this. During this period, no matter what happens, you must never show disrespect to others. Don't even take action, otherwise. Duan Yonggang was overjoyed. After all, with his protection, the probability of something going wrong is really close to zero. Because of this, before Zhimeng could finish speaking, he nodded quickly. Don't worry, Mother. Your son still has some cunning. So, Mother, what should we do next? Go straight on stage. She rolled her eyes again, then Dreamweaver lightly picked up a hairpin on the dressing table. You say you have good taste, but didn't you notice that my hair hasn't been tied yet? If you go on stage like this, once the dance starts, your mother, will go crazy. Okay, stop standing there. Come over here and tie my hair up with this. Duan Yonggang was stunned. Then, he started laughing. At the same time, he also took the hairpin. But just as he was about to take action, he suddenly froze in place again. Because Dreamweaver's makeup style today is exactly its most classic burgundy color. Adding the hairpin in his hand, Duan Yonggang suddenly remembered a song he had accidentally heard some time ago. Who put your long hair up? Who made your wedding dress? Depend on. The more he thought about it, the darker his face became. After all, this is not a good sign. His mother's current attire indeed looks like she's getting married. So, he immediately prepared to take out the things he had kept in the bottom of the box. Give his mother some more insurance. Unfortunately, it's too late. The next moment. Chapter 817. The show begins. Sister Meng, haven't you packed yet? Everything is ready outside, except you. The voice was full of anxiety. Clearly, there is no time to waste. So in desperation, Duan Yonggang had to help Zhimeng tie her hair first. Never mind. There's always time. Even if that Cao guy is a pervert, he can't do anything to my mother in public. Duan Yonggang is comforting himself. And the extremely confident Didi didn't even think that much. As everything was ready, she didn't even hesitate, and immediately went on stage with her waist twisted and charming. He looks very excited. Of course, she doesn't really love performing. On the contrary, she had already hated dancing hundreds of years ago. After all, this is work. It's hard to like. She was excited because the opportunity to achieve success and fame was about to come. You know, this is an assassination attempt on Cao Wenbin. If she succeeds, she will definitely leave a very strong mark in the history of the Zerg. And the most important thing is that from now on, even the 7th Emperor will have to look up to her. Because in this matter, everyone owed her a favor. But as the curtain slowly opened, the smile on her face froze. Because she couldn't find Cao Wenbin among the audience in the front row. Is this not coming? That shouldn't be the case. With my beauty and national prestige, plus that guy's nature, I'm lucky he didn't snatch me back and play with me. How could he not come? Very confused. At the same time, she instantly lost her desire to perform. After all, although these guys below are either rich or noble, and several of them are second only to the 7 emperors, they are still not worthy of appreciating her dance. But she is not interested, but the people below are. Just as she was lost in thought, something exploded below. Oh my god, Dreamweaver is wearing this dress today. It's beautiful, so beautiful. I really hope that the dance later will have some high leg movements. In that case, we can. You're so fucking disgusting. We're here to appreciate art. We can't be thinking about that kind of nonsense. Hey, what conditions are needed to taste the taste of dream weaving? You know, this is my motivation to move forward. But I have fought so hard to get the mother nest of the Master Realm, but I still can't see the slightest hope. Who isn't? Is it really like what the outside world says, that the 7th Emperor is the ticket to cross that curtain? This time, Zhimeng's face became even darker. Then she no longer hesitated, turned around and prepared to leave. As for the reason for the strike, she made up her mind. Just use these dirty words to make a fuss. She's not short of money anyway. At worst, it's double or triple compensation. But she had just turned halfway when the theater door, which had been closed for a long time, was suddenly pushed open again. Then 2 extremely eye-catching figures appeared in front of everyone. A man and a woman. The man is tall and straight. So handsome that it makes people dizzy. The woman is charming and noble. It is so beautiful that people can't help but be intoxicated. This is Cao Wenbin and Yin Huan. After seeing the face of the person who came, the venue, which was full of whispers just now, suddenly became quiet. There's nothing we can do, the guy is so powerful. Yin Huan is fine. Although he is one of the 7th Emperor, many people here have dealt with him before. It doesn't feel so unattainable. But Cao Wenbin is completely different. This is a powerful man who single-handedly caused the 7 emperors to suffer heavy losses twice in a row. Damn it, why is he here too? With him here, how can we possibly stand a chance? Also, what's going on between him and Yin Huan? As their observation deepened, they soon discovered something even more shocking. That is, the behavior of Cao Wenbin and Yin Huan is really too intimate. And Yin Huan's condition was obviously not right. It looked like, have they both fallen asleep? This thought subconsciously emerged in everyone's mind. Even Dreamweaver, who was extremely delighted after seeing Cao Wenbin, was the same. Then, the joy that had just appeared disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by extreme fear. After all, Yin Huan knew her situation. And with Cao Wenbin's wisdom, once he knew that she was Duan Hong's wife, he would definitely understand everything in an instant. By then, no, we must leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, Hanger will have to have a younger brother or sister. Do it when you think of it. Her subsequent turning movement was even faster. But just like before she could finish, something unexpected happened. You don't have to panic. Just keep doing what you have to do. Although I slept with this Cao, my heart is still with the Zerg. After all, I was forced. I will even give you some help when necessary. The dream-weaving action suddenly stopped. Then he looked at Yin Huan with joy. And when she received another affirmative look, she no longer had any doubts and immediately made a gesture to the band. The next moment, beautiful music slowly began to play. The graceful dance moves soon appeared in front of everyone. Wow! No surprises. Most people immediately forgot everything and were immersed in the dance. However, there are two people who were exceptions. It was none other than the two guys sitting in the middle of the first row, in the best position. Because at this moment, all their vision was blocked by Cao Wenbin and Yin Huan. Then, you left on your own. Or should I send you away forever? The two are very conflicted. After all, this was an excellent viewing spot that they had worked so hard to secure. They are still waiting to appreciate the dream weaving up close. However, this dilemma did not last too long. As they remembered that Cao Wenbin's eyes were becoming increasingly hostile, they both stood up immediately. Then he walked towards the theater door without looking back. They figured it out. Although beauties are beautiful, they are nothing compared to life. If they leave, there will be another chance to get in touch with Dreamweaver in the future. But if they don't leave, then this day next year will definitely be their death anniversary. That's quite perceptive. Well, this girl dances really well. But, Chapter 818. Not bad, not bad. Why, you found out too. Seeing Cao Wenbin's slightly puzzled look, Yin Huan, who had been holding his arm tightly, just laughed. Of course, she didn't keep you in suspense. After a brief pause, he immediately continued, the reason why this Dreamweaver dance is so captivating has nothing to do with her dancing posture. After all, dancing is just the same thing. Her real trump card is her race. She is from the Butterfly Dance clan. The talents of this race are extremely mediocre. Practice, no way. Even scientific research is not allowed. Apart from the handsome men and pretty women, there's nothing else good about them. That's why they are the favorites of human traffickers and brothels. But, nothing is absolute. The mutants in their clan are completely different. Not only does he have an excellent talent for cultivation, but he can also emit a charming power at any time according to his own wishes. This power is extremely advanced. It's that kind of subtle influence. It won't hurt your body or your mind. So no one can find out. And this Dreamweaver is the best among them. Plus, she incorporated this enchanting power into her dance, so. A hint of enlightenment suddenly appeared in Cao Wenbin's eyes. No wonder he always felt something was wrong. It turns out that this woman added some ingredients to the dance. What an interesting race. You can actually hide it from my eyes. Oh right. The more he thought about it, the more interested Cao Wenbin became. So, he subconsciously wanted to ask where the other mutants of the Butterfly Dance clan were. He's going to buy it all. But before he could finish his words, something unexpected happened. I saw that Demeng, who was originally on the stage, just made a small jump and then came directly next to him. Immediately afterwards, the flawless right leg was quickly placed on his shoulder. And that's not all. The next moment, a pair of green jade fingers slowly lifted his chin again. Fuck. In an instant, the eyes of most people at the scene turned red. There's nothing we can do about it, this scene is just too erotic. There was only one thought in their minds, that is, how great it would be if all this happened to them. However, no matter how jealous they were, no one at the scene dared to act rashly. After all, that's Cao Wenbin. Anyone who dares to disturb their good deeds will definitely end up like a 9-clan elimination game. Fortunately, their goddess Zhimeng flew back slowly very quickly. Only then did they realize that what had just happened was just a dance move. If someone else sits there, they can enjoy the same treatment. So, they immediately began to sympathize with the two unlucky guys who had already walked to the theater door. After all, if Cao Wenbin hadn't intervened, the ones who enjoyed that just now were these two unlucky guys. But what they don't know is that they are just overthinking. Because, why didn't you act according to the plan just now? That's right, that move just now actually contained a terrifying murderous intent. According to the plan of Kangwu and others, after Cao Wenbin's chin was lifted up, there should be a passionate kiss. Of course, this is not a free gift. After all, Dreamweaver's lips were already covered with the Zerg's unique paralyzing powder. Although this medicine has limited effect on cultivators in the domination realm, it can definitely make Cao Wenbin busy for a while. As long as Cao Wenbin shows any abnormality, the demon lord, who has been prepared for it, will take action immediately. But everything seems to be going perfectly. The enthusiasm of many masters hiding in the dark has also been mobilized, just waiting for the next life and death battle. But unexpectedly, at the last moment, Dreamweaver actually stopped. This directly led to the complete failure of their plan. However, facing this angry questioning, Dreamweaver was not panicked at all. After ensuring that the dance would not go wrong, he slowly replied in secret, "I don't want to either. And you should have noticed that I've actually started to bow my head. It's almost a kiss." But before I could continue, Yinhuan secretly reminded me. It is said that the woman who was able to challenge the demon lord alone and remain undefeated is now in the palace of joy within Cao Wenbin's body. So even if Cao Wenbin was hit by the paralysis powder, our assassination would definitely not succeed. Oh, Yinhuan also said that if we want to be absolutely sure, we must find a time when Cao Wenbin is completely lost and can't even summon his magic weapon. That's the only way to kill with one strike. Completely eradicate this major threat. Kangwu, who was the one who spread the voice, fell silent. After a while, he said again, "In this case, let's activate the backup plan. Depend on. This Cao guy is really cautious. He came out to see a girl, and not only did he bring a girl, he actually hit another girl. Luckily, Yinhuan is here to help. Otherwise, not only would we have wasted such a great opportunity, but we would have also alerted the enemy. Make future assassinations more difficult." After receiving a positive answer, DDCMS didn't say anything else. He immediately used his racial talents with all his strength. As for the so-called backup plan, after the song ended, just when everyone was savoring the experience, Dreamweaver slowly spoke. "This second dance requires cooperation. Of course, as a prop, there's nothing to do. As long as you can bear my weight. So, anyone want to sign up? Don't talk much." But the sensation it caused was unprecedented. Look, almost at the moment when the sound of Dreamweaver fell, 99% of the people at the scene went crazy. "Choose me. I'm incredibly strong and can definitely handle this. You should choose me. I work out every day, so lifting someone is a piece of cake. And most importantly, I have a dance foundation, so I can definitely coordinate perfectly. Get out of here. This opportunity must belong to me, Yahoo! Otherwise, no matter who gets on stage, I will definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death after he leaves. The men in his family will be slaves for generations, and the women will be prostitutes for generations." In an instant, the venue suddenly became quiet. Then everyone reacted. This selection seems to be a fair competition, but in reality, it all comes down to background. If you are not someone who can suppress the whole audience, even if you are really chosen by Dreamweaver, how dare you go up? Is it really possible that I can only enjoy myself for a short while and then die after I get out? Hee. Chapter 819 adds another program. Idiot. Looking at Yahoo showing off there, Zhimeng's eyes were full of disdain. She knew that this man had been so fascinated by her that he had temporarily forgotten everything else. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to speak so arrogantly in such an occasion. After all, it's easy to talk to others, but what about Cao Wenbin? Threatening this lunatic is no different from seeking death. Of course, although her mind was full of thoughts, her actions were not slow at all. After scanning the entire room several times to make sure everything didn't seem out of place, she slowly walked towards Cao Wenbin. Then, "Master Cao, are you interested in cooperating with me? Don't worry, I will never let you embarrass yourself." Cao Wenbin smiled. Then he slowly stood up. As he got closer and closer to the stage, everyone present soon discovered that Yahoo's condition was starting to become abnormal. Middle-aged people who were once full of energy and vitality are now aging rapidly. At first, wrinkles just appeared out of nowhere on my face. But later on, even his waist started to become hunched. As for when Cao Wenbin finally steps onto the stage. What's more, there was no sign of Yahoo at the scene at all. Where he originally sat, there was only a handful of yellow soil. Everyone felt their scalps tingle when they saw this. After all, this is a powerful person who dares to threaten the whole audience. In previous strength rankings, it has never fallen out of the top 20. But such a person was in Cao Wenbin's hands and couldn't even struggle. It's just dust to dust, earth to earth. Luckily I didn't pretend before. This thought subconsciously emerged in everyone's mind. At the same time, some of the less courageous ones were also moving quietly towards the theater door. It is obvious that he is afraid that if he says something wrong, he will turn into dust. Look what you've done. And all of this naturally could not escape the perception of Dreamweaver. As a result, Cao Wenbin soon received a big eye roll. There's nothing I can do. Who made me a coward by nature? That's why I like to strike first. But Cao Wenbin looked indifferent about this. He has killed many people, so who is Yao Hu? After he finished speaking, he didn't even hesitate and immediately put his arms around Zhimeng's slender waist. Then, okay, stop talking about unhappy things. Let's dance first. Let me see what other tricks you have. This is a double entendre. But Didi obviously didn't hear it. So soon, everyone started dancing hard with Cao Wenbin as the center. Overall, it's a bit like pole dancing. That's why I need a helper. Although he was enjoying it, the people watching below were all jealous. Even with the previous shock, there were still a few people who couldn't help but mutter some dirty words. There is no way, the benefits this time are just too great. If this were them. While everyone on and off the stage was in a state of excitement, behind the scenes of the theater, there were dark clouds. Especially Duan Yonggang, he clenched his fists and looked crazy. If someone hadn't held him back, he would have rushed out long ago. But that's true. You have to know that the one on the stage circling around other men is his mother. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would not be able to bear it, let alone him, a child of destiny. Duan Hong. From today on, I will never let you go. The roar is very loud. But no one responded. Because his father didn't come at all. Everything here is presided over by Kangwu. Obviously, Duan Hong was afraid that he could not control himself, so he chose to turn a blind eye. But before Duan Yonggang could vent for long, a slow voice suddenly resounded throughout the backstage. Is this all you have? If that's the case, then I advise you all to go back to your respective homes and find your respective mothers. After all, this Cao is extremely experienced. A little favor will never shake his mind. You may not believe it if I tell you. When this guy finally got me, he was only lost for half a cup of tea. Kangwu and the others were all shocked when they heard this. Then they all looked at Yin Huan, who suddenly appeared with disbelief. Is everything you said true? Yin Huan shrugged lightly. How could this be false? Actually, if you just think about it carefully, you should be able to figure it out. Again, Cao Wenbin is very experienced. Whether it's Tian Yulin or Nian Yu, which one isn't a daughter of destiny? She is also very beautiful. That's pretty wild. It completely fits Cao Wenbin's aesthetic. But do you think she can compare with the one I just mentioned? So I can conclude that although Cao Wenbin is very excited at this moment, he is definitely a long way from being lost. Everyone was silent. After all, they have seen the quality of Cao Wenbin's backyard. It is no exaggeration to say that it has exceeded their cognition. In this case, it seems a bit wishful thinking to expect to meet their expectations with some ambiguous actions. Looks like we need to increase the dosage. In that case, let's have a dinner party. In an instant, a new idea emerged in Kangwu's mind. And there is no burden at all. After all, the one who paid the price was neither his wife nor his mother. Although he was happy, Duan Yonggang was even more furious. No one is a fool. Duan Yonggang knew very well what consequences would arise after these words were spoken. His mother will definitely have to pay more. So the next moment, he suddenly burst out with great power and broke free from the person who was pulling him. However, he did not rush onto the stage. Because he knows very well that the general trend cannot be changed. If he really intends to cause trouble, Kangwu will definitely suppress him immediately. But at this moment, he obviously did not have the ability to compete with Kangwu. So he chose to rush out of the theater directly. He wants to find his father. And no one cares about what this little brat does. Kangwu's attention was on Yin Huan from beginning to end. After a while, he finally asked, Sister Yin Huan, I noticed that your aura seems different. Yin Huan was stunned. But soon, she started to giggle. At the same time, a terrifying aura of pressure that only a cultivator could emit slowly emanated from her body. Tendokyo. Kangwu was shocked. His face was full of disbelief. He never thought that he would see this kind of thing from Yin Huan one day. Chapter 820 Crazy Duan Yonggang. Are you surprised? It seems you guys are really not good at thinking. Don't you think about it? If I hadn't gained anything like this, how could I have allowed that guy to play with me? Kangwu fell silent again. At the same time, I subconsciously shook my head. No wonder he hasn't been able to win this goddess over the years. He really can't afford this price. It's impossible to give it up. But soon, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up again. Because he thought of Ling Zhao. As long as the plan works, it won't be long before he can taste the peerless beauty in front of him. Although by the time he gets it, it might have been overused. But as long as this face is still there, it will definitely not be a loss. It seems that after this incident, we have to urge that guy to hurry up. Dad, what on earth are you thinking? Do you know that mother is almost being sent to Cao Wenbin's bed? Just when Kangwu was fantasizing about beautiful things, Duan Yonggang finally met Duan Hong. Then, without even a moment's hesitation, he started questioning loudly. Of course, he didn't tell the truth. After all, if he didn't exaggerate, he was afraid his father wouldn't take it seriously. But what he didn't expect was that his trick was completely useless. After listening to it, Duan Hong still did not give any feedback. He didn't even raise his head. Still drinking tea leisurely. Just when he was about to say something else, Duan Hong spoke first. That's enough. You're already in your 20s, why are you still so impatient? Don't worry, nothing will happen to your mother. That Cao Wenbin doesn't have that ability yet. Besides, she's my wife. I'm not anxious at all, so why are you anxious? Duan Yonggang trembled all over. Then he almost vomited blood. Don't you have this ability? How the hell did you come to this conclusion? Who gave you the confidence? However, even though he was so angry that he was fuming, he did not turn around and leave. After all, this father is unreliable. Then some things can only be protected by him alone. But he understood that with his current strength, he obviously could not stop Cao Wenbin. So we have to do something fun. That's why. Okay, I'm being nosy. But Dad, can you give me a few more of your eavesdropping pliers, void walkers, and holy light beagles? I plan to use them as a reference to research some new tactical arms. Duan Hong was stunned, but soon, he shook his head speechlessly. He is not stupid, although his son found a very reasonable reason. But he still saw through everything at a glance. So, he subconsciously wanted to refuse. But just as he was about to say it, he accidentally saw his son's stubborn eyes. So the words that were already on the tip of his tongue were immediately swallowed back. Never mind. It's filial piety anyway. Thinking of this, he waved his right hand. 30 soldiers, all of whom were at the heavenly Dao realm, suddenly appeared before the two of them. 10 of each of the items Duan Hong mentioned. However, even though the things were taken out, it did not mean that he would indulge his son. So the next moment, I can give you the military type. But let me be frank with you, you absolutely must not ruin the whole thing. Otherwise, don't say it's your Uncle Kangwu. Even if it were me, I would never let you off easily. After all, this matter concerns the future of our Zerg. Without any hesitation, Duan Yonggang nodded immediately. As for whether to listen or not, let's see how the situation develops. And as all 30 types of soldiers entered his portable mother nest, he did not stay any longer. After bowing, he disappeared from the spot. But when he returned to Qingyanfeng, he was dumbfounded. Because Qingyanfeng, which was originally brightly lit, was now dark. Not to mention people, there isn't even a dog. How so? I haven't been out for long. Logically speaking, the show should still be going on. Duan Yonggang was anxious. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find any living thing inside. As for the whereabouts of his mother, there was no clue at all. Could it be that mother has already? My heart skipped a beat. Then his eyes began to turn red quickly. But just when he was about to disregard everything, send out all his troops, and conduct a citywide search, he suddenly found a note on the dressing table where his mother had sat before. This is. His eyes regained their luster in an instant. Then he rushed over without saying a word. And the note did not disappoint him. Soon, a very delicate piece of small handwriting came into his sight. Hanger, you don't need to worry. Nothing happened to mother. The reason why the performance ended early was because the equipment in the venue was broken. Of course, I didn't go home. After all, the work is not finished yet. So I need to have a meal with that Cao guy. Duan Yonggang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we don't go to the inn, everything will be fine. Then, he disappeared again. although the note did not specify where to eat. But for Duan Yonggang, just knowing that the two of them were going to have dinner was enough. After all, given his mother and Cao Wenbin's identities, they can't just eat at a roadside stall. You can't eat while people are watching you. So whichever big restaurant has been cleared out must be the authentic place. The analysis is quite thorough. But as time went by, a thin layer of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Because he visited all the big restaurants and even medium-sized restaurants in Wancheng, but still couldn't find one that met the requirements. Every one of them was packed with people. It doesn't look like they are receiving an important person at all. Could it be? The note was fake. It wasn't written by my mother at all. Or maybe mother didn't want me to worry, so she left this false information on purpose. In an instant, a chill rushed from the soles of his feet directly into his heart. However, as many memories flooded into his mind, he suddenly shook his head. No, that font is indeed my mother's own, it can't be fake. And the big inns are always near the restaurants. But along the way, there was nothing unusual in those places. So I must have missed something. Or there's a restaurant somewhere that's very secretive. Ordinary people can't find it at all. Chapter 821, One Step at a Time. The more he thought about it, the more Duan Yonggang felt that this must be the truth of the matter. So very quickly, he rushed into a brothel. Of course, he wasn't looking for fun. He just wanted to get information. After all, when it comes to understanding various high-end places, if the prostitutes in a city are second to none, no one would dare to claim to be first. And the facts have proved that he has indeed found the right place. After just 2 drinks, he found out about a very mysterious club from a girl. Yuehua Tower. It was a place that outsiders could only enter through the recommendation of old customers. Without a referral, no matter how rich and powerful you are, it will be of no use. Is it located in the suburbs? No wonder I didn't find it before. He muttered to himself, and then, in the beauty's astonished eyes, he opened the door and left. Am I not pretty enough? Or is it that he can't do it and doesn't want to embarrass himself? Master Cao, you really have a good way. Huan Huang, one of the 7 emperors, is a figure that the entire Zerg race looks up to. Yet, you've reduced him to a mere servant. Looking at Yin Huan, who was personally helping the two of them close the door, Zhimeng's face was full of shock. She is very crazy. Look down on the vast majority of people in this world. But I never thought that one day I would be able to enjoy the service of the 7 emperors. Everything she experienced along the way seemed like a dream to her. But Cao Wenbin looked indifferent about this. Then he shrugged lightly. This can only be blamed on her poor physical condition. So I just have to be more attentive. Otherwise, she might. The shock disappeared instantly. Instead, there is a strong sense of shame. As a veteran of Dreamweaver, I naturally know what Cao Wenbin is talking about. But at the same time, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Before coming here, Kangwu had already told her that their previous preparations were really too child's play. If she still wants to achieve her predetermined goal, she must make a major sacrifice. At the very least, originally, she didn't know how to proceed. Are you rushing to take the initiative? Of course not. First of all, it's too cheap. And if you are too proactive, it will easily arouse Cao Wenbin's vigilance. Secondly, it's hard to explain to Duan Hong. Even though Kangwu had promised her that he would keep everything about tonight a secret. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be safe. But now it seems that her worries were completely unnecessary. All she had to do was wait. This guy in front of me will come to my door on his own. If Duan Hong finds out, she can say she was forced. During this period, she shouted for help many times. But it's totally useless. Just push it clean. That's it. So, from then on, she was truly fearless. The cup is full of wine. No matter how much Cao Wenbin gave her, she would accept it all. And precisely because she drank too much, she didn't notice that the flow of time in this room had already become abnormal. Then, we're finally here. Looking at the manor not far away, Duan Yonggang smiled. After just a few glances, he could already conclude that this was the place he was looking for. His mother must be in there. After all, everything fits perfectly. There is strong security. There are very few people. The most important thing is that he also saw his mother's assistant in a pavilion. This is the person who has been following his mother since her debut. Wherever this person is, his mother must be within a radius of 500 meters. So, Sister Shui, come and let me in. The sound is not loud. But Sister Shui, who was in a daze just now and seemed to be worried about something, suddenly began to tremble. Then he looked towards the source of the voice with a panicked look on his face. Master Duan, why are you here? Didn't your mother leave a note telling you to just go home? Duan Yonggang curled his lips. Go home. I would like to, but I'm worried. You know who Cao Wenbin is. If I don't have a few of my own people following me, I'll soon have a few more brothers and sisters. Sister Shui's mouth twitched. At the same time, a hint of admiration quickly appeared in her eyes. As expected of her young lady's child, he is so smart. However, even though she thought so, she still didn't intend to let the young master in. Because she knew very well that it was too late. Not to mention this young master, even if the King of Heaven came here, it wouldn't change anything. If you force your way in, you will only be humiliated. Therefore, young master, you worry too much. There are so many people here. And no matter what, Cao Wenbin is also the master of a realm. Even if he's being lustful, he should at least have some dignity. So you must be worrying too much. Having said that, she paused slightly. But after just a few breaths, she immediately spoke again. Duan Yonggang was not given any chance to speak at all. Okay, you better go home quickly. After all, there's a high probability that a world-shattering battle will break out here. If I accidentally hurt you, wouldn't I be a sinner for eternity? How can I face the young lady in the future? Well-reasoned and well-founded. After saying that, he began to push Duan Yonggang out. It's obvious that he doesn't want him to stay here for a moment. But Duan Yonggang, who had already determined that something would happen, would not give up easily because of these words of advice. So the next moment, buzz. First, there was a sound of space vibration, and then Duan Yonggang was driven by a transparent butterfly and rushed into the interior of the club at a rapid speed. In the process, he ignored any obstacles. Even a barrier can't stop him at all. It's the Void Walker. Fortunately, we were prepared. A smile subconsciously appeared on the corner of Duan Yonggang's mouth. But he had just walked halfway when his expression suddenly changed. Because a star destroyer suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, he is staring at him hungrily. That look clearly told him that if he dared to move forward, he would be struck by lightning. At the same time, my dear nephew, why are you doing this? Your mother agreed to this. We didn't force her. Even your father nodded. And I can tell you very clearly that your mother was really not harmed. And the progress is quite encouraging. It will only take a few more hours at most, then we can start. So you should listen to your Aunt Shui and go home as soon as possible. Chapter 822. It's too late to find out. The words of admonition appear again. And this time, it was Kangwu who said it himself. Highly credible. Unfortunately, the more this happened, the more anxious Duan Yonggang became. At the same time, the rebellious spirit becomes stronger. Because he always felt that these people were hiding something from him. So, I don't believe you dare to kill me. After all, my dad is not a vegetarian. And not far ahead, it seems to be the last barrier. If I could just get past that. He gritted his teeth and then ordered the Void Walker to move again. Very fast. It's completely different from before. It's obvious that some secret technique was used. And the facts soon proved that he was right. The Star Destroyer, who had been watching closely, didn't actually take action. The one who tried to stop him was the jellyfish that had once clashed with Cao Wenbin. However, although this thing is a powerful weapon for catching people, it comes out too late. It was precisely because of this that when Duan Yonggang was entangled by the tentacles, he had just crossed the barrier. Although he was quickly pulled back. But his face still changed drastically. Because he heard, let me go right now. Otherwise, I will never let you go. No surprises. After Duan Yonggang woke up, he immediately began to struggle frantically. His face was full of anger. But obviously, all this is in vain. Although Kangwu is not good enough in Cao Wenbin's eyes. But dealing with him is easy. So even after he exhausted all his means and physical strength, he still couldn't break free. Of course, he didn't give up. Even if he's exhausted physically, he still has a mouth. Therefore, Kangwu, didn't you say that my mother was fine? But why is it inside? These words were truly squeezed out from between teeth. The meaning in it is so creepy that if a person with a weak mind hears it, he will at least have nightmares for a few days. But Kangwu looked indifferent about this. Even laughed. Then, I'm right. Your mother was indeed fine. Did I say something wrong? Or, what did you discover? Duan Yonggang was furious. Do we still need to discover this? It's clearly already. But before he could finish his words, Duan Yonggang suddenly froze in place. Because he reacted. Kangwu's meaning is very clear, that is, he knows nothing. His mother is still the pure and innocent goddess of dreams admired by thousands of people. If he knows something, he'll tell you. As a result, Duan Yonggang couldn't catch his breath and almost passed out. Damn it! Don't bully people like this. Although he was angry, he had no choice. It is no exaggeration to say that this is an open conspiracy. He can only follow the path designed by others. Depend on what little ability he has, he uses on his own people. Why didn't you have these two tricks when facing Cao Wenbin? You still need my mother. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. But before he could go crazy again, the barrier not far away from the two of them suddenly dispersed. Ah! Kangwu's face suddenly changed. The surprise is beyond words. Then he made a gesture without saying anything. Not much action. But the forces from all parties who had been prepared for a long time suddenly moved. And the one rushing in the front was none other than the demon lord who was carried by a giant bird. I have to say, the Zerg are quite capable. Look, the giant bird just flapped its wings, and then ignored space and time, and appeared directly next to Cao Wenbin. Of course, what excites the demon lord the most is not the speed of this attack. After all, if he did it himself, it would be slower than this. But it won't be too different. What really made him overjoyed was Cao Wenbin's condition. The listless look on his face clearly showed that he had been tricked. If nothing unexpected happens, it will take a while for me to recover. That's why. This time, I want to see what you can use to fight me. I've already said it before, you'll be ruined by a woman sooner or later. Well, it came true. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the axe of destruction that he had just retrieved directly at Cao Wenbin's forehead. The destructive power it possesses can truly destroy the world. It is obvious that he is preparing to achieve his goal in one go. Don't give Cao Wenbin any chance. And to his delight, he actually did it. The axe of destruction fell directly on Cao Wenbin's forehead. Impartial. Fuck. But what shocked him was that his full-strength attack only left a shallow mark on Cao Wenbin's forehead. Not even blood came out. However, although he was shocked, his movements were not slow at all. He raised his right hand holding the axe and immediately swung another axe at Cao Wenbin who was already flying backwards. I just don't believe it. If I can't split you in one blow, can I split you in 80 or 100 blows? That's what he thought. That's what we did at the same time. As he swung his axe faster and faster, he became more and more excited. After all, this person is at the same level as him, or even a little stronger than him. But now, she has no power to resist in his hands. But what he didn't notice was that as time went by, the two of them were getting farther and farther away from the original encirclement. The surrounding scenery is becoming more and more desolate. Intel. Wrong. As a trace of murderous intent emerged, the demon lord, who was already covered in sweat from the attacks, suddenly woke up. Unfortunately, it's all too late. The next moment, a sword box appeared in the void. As it unfolded rapidly, 4 swords emitting the aura of Hongmeng fell directly around him. It was the Zhu Xian sword formation that had not been seen for a long time. Damn it, we've fallen into a trap. What made him even more panicked was that Cao Wenbin, who had just been brutally abused by him, actually returned to normal the moment the sword box appeared. How can you look like you've been infected? At the same time, he finally understood why he couldn't chop people down. It turns out that everything was because of the illusory cloud under Cao Wenbin. Before, he thought that it was the protective energy automatically emitted by Cao Wenbin's body. But as all the disguises fell off, he could see clearly that it was actually a Hongmeng treasure. Compared with his axe of destruction, its level is only stronger, not weaker. Adding to Cao Wenbin's own physical strength, if he could still chop it down, that would be incredible. Chapter 823, The Demon Lord's Self-Destruction, Part 1. Brother Demon, it seems you no longer have the strength to attack. In that case, I won't be polite. Just as the demon lord was frantically analyzing the situation, Cao Wenbin's teasing words suddenly rang out. Then, buzz. The four swords began to vibrate at the same time. At the same time, the sword beams that had just been brewing in the sky also rushed directly towards the vital points of the demon lord. Each one of them is at the level of a full-strength attack from the master realm. If all of this were to happen, only God would know how much flesh and blood would be left on the demon lord's body. Obviously, Cao Wenbin also had no intention of holding back. We must put the demon lord to death. Sisters, take action. And that's not all. Nian Yu and others who had been lying in ambush here for a long time also rushed out quickly. However, they did not participate in the attack. Instead, under the leadership of Hao Mengxuan, they set up a Yaoyang enemy trapping formation. It is obvious that they are planning to provide Cao Wenbin with another insurance. Don't even think about it. But it's different from their orderliness. The demon lord, who saw everything, was immediately furious. He knew very well that if he let these women finish arranging this, he would definitely not be able to go home standing up today. So the next moment, he began to take things out desperately. First of all, there is a pagoda. This is his life-saving magic weapon, the demon tower. It is also Hongmeng level. However, the precious light on it is quite dim. If nothing unexpected happens, he must have suffered a hidden injury before. But even so, this thing was still placed at the most core position. Clearly, he has nothing better to offer. Then, he took out a lot of things one after another. In an instant, he was surrounded by a crowd of people. Unfortunately, although his reaction was quick, it was all in vain. After the sword light approached, the chaos-level treasures he took out later did not play any role in blocking it at all. It collapses at the touch of a finger. Although his demonic tower resisted for a while, it only lasted for a dozen breaths at most. Then it completely collapsed. No, the roar was extremely shrill. But it's of no use. After all, the sword light will not be scared. So, swish, swish, almost in the blink of an eye, he suffered a serious blow. The most serious one is the chest. You can see right from here. Quite transparent. Then came the two arms. The one on the left is gone. The one on the right still has bones. But it also clanged. If you don't have some incredible skills, don't even think about using them in the future. To be honest, this just shows that his ability is pretty good. Otherwise, if someone else suffered this kind of injury, they would have died long ago. Of course, it was precisely because he was not dead that he did not give up even though he no longer looked like a human being. Soon, Jingxian, save me. The voice was full of grief and anger. And this trick really works. The next moment, a shocking whip shadow was lashed directly towards Yaoyang's enemy trapping formation. The speed is amazing. The power is even more terrifying. At the same time, a slender figure pounced directly towards the demon lord. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the so-called Jingxian. Peak of the domination realm. Wrong. This woman can only temporarily unleash the power of the peak of the domination realm. His true level is at most a half-step master. In an instant, Cao Wenbin understood everything. Then I ignored this girl. He immediately activated the Zushan sword formation again. In the next wave, he will directly put an end to his powerful enemy, the demon lord. Good opportunity. Cao Wenbin's disregard instantly made Jingxian happy. She saw a chance to save her man. After all, among the people present, she was only afraid of Cao Wenbin. As long as this man doesn't take action, she is invincible. But the good times didn't last long. Not long after she appeared, a stunningly beautiful woman, even more beautiful than her, suddenly blocked her way. Then he grabbed the whip in her hand with his bare hands. Arrogant. Jingxian's nose was almost crooked from anger. You know, the whip in her hand is a treasure of Hongmeng. If Cao Wenbin did this, she wouldn't say anything. After all, she has been hearing the legend about this man ever since she was rescued. Combined with what she had just seen and heard, she admitted that this man was indeed powerful enough. But how dare you, a mere gun carriage, be so crazy? What? After sleeping with a dragon, you think you are a phoenix? So, she subconsciously put more effort into it. Boom. But after a loud bang, a scene that made her dumbfounded appeared right before her eyes. Her whip was actually caught by someone. And it's quite easy. How is this possible? She was so confused that she muttered to herself subconsciously. But soon, she seemed to remember something. Then, he asked tremblingly, "Are you Yi Qinger? Yi Qinger, who fought my husband for hundreds of moves and remained undefeated?" A faint smile. Yi Qinger didn't say anything. Just a sudden exertion of force. He directly pulled Jingxian to his side. It's obvious that he is planning to capture this girl alive. Then, no. Stop. Two exclamations rang out one after another. The first one was sent by Jingxian herself. There is so much fear in it. Obviously, she also knew what the consequences of being captured would be. As for the second sound, it was sent by the Demon Lord. Although he was very dissatisfied with the woman for not letting him touch her during their relationship. "I don't like it to be bothered by me. But the feelings towards him cannot be faked. After all, the two of them were born together. Besides, he was the one who insisted on getting involved in this mess, wasn't he?" And this time, Yi Qinger finally responded. "But don't want. If you say no, then don't. I see this woman has an extremely strong yin energy, which is perfect for replenishing my husband's body. How could I miss such a top-notch product?" The Demon Lord vomits blood. Pure yin energy is strong. He hasn't even touched it, so how could he not be vigorous? "You are going too far." So, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and soon he couldn't bear it anymore. The aura around him suddenly exploded. Self-destruction. Seeing this situation, Cao Wenbin's eyes narrowed unconsciously. Then, without even a moment's hesitation, he took all the girls into the Palace of Joy. Anyway, Yaoyang's enemy trapping formation has been formed, so he is not afraid that the Demon Lord will escape. "Go to hell. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. Playing with my woman. Do you have that ability?" Chapter 824, The Demon Lord's Self-Destruction, Part 2. Boom. The explosion was earth-shaking. The first to be hit are the Zushan Sword Formation and the Yaoyang Locking Enemy Formation. To be honest, if ordinary means were used, no matter what the Demon Lord did, he would never be able to break these two formations. After all, this is specially prepared for masters in the domination realm. But if it self-destructs. Bang! Bang! After holding out for more than 10 seconds, the two formations exploded one after another. Then the remaining energy rushed towards Wancheng frantically. Until the city defense formation of Wancheng was broken. The city wall was completely collapsed, and then it slowly dissipated. However, although this energy was astonishing, the two people closest to the self-explosion were both intact. Cao Wenbin is really strong. Plus, the baby is amazing. So even though it was flying backwards, it didn't even get a scratch. Although Jingxian's strength is not that good, the Demon Lord put some thought into it when he self-destructed. Therefore, the energy that impacted her not only failed to cause any harm to her, but instead sent her completely to a safe area. Even after Cao Wenbin stabilized his body and started looking for her immediately, he still couldn't find any trace of her. "You're lucky. You may be able to escape for a while, but you can never escape forever. Sooner or later, you will be." She curled her lips slightly. Then Cao Wenbin rushed back to Wancheng at a rapid speed. After all, the main goal has been achieved. Staying here any longer would be a pure waste of time. Next, it's Kangwu and Duanhong's turn. "Mom, are you okay?" Just as Cao Wenbin was frantically besieging the Demon Lord, Duan Yonggang, who had finally gained his freedom, rushed directly into the box on the top floor of Yuehua Tower. And at a glance, he saw the Dreamweaver still on the dining table. At first, Zhimeng's eyes were dull. No matter how Duan Yonggang called, there was no response. It was not until Duan Yonggang subconsciously pushed her twice that she revealed a very forced smile. Then, "Why are you so disobedient, kid? Didn't I tell you to stay home? The muddy water here is not something you can wade through. All the talk is blame." But even a fool could hear the concern in it. And because of this, tears immediately appeared in Duan Yonggang's eyes. But in the end, he still held back. Then he asked again, "Mom, are you okay?" I don't know if it was because she had recovered a little, or because she was happy to see that her son was fine, but this time, Zhimeng's smile was much more natural. "What can happen to me? I just drank too much." "Well, don't look at that Cao guy's young age, he's almost the same age as you, but his drinking capacity is really amazing." Shook his head. Then she exerted force with her arms and prepared to get down from the huge dining table. So as to prove to his son that he is really fine. Although the idea was good, after trying a few times, she suddenly felt embarrassed. Because neither her arms nor her body could be used. In the past, the action could be completed with just a thought, but this time it was like breaking through the barriers of cultivation and could not be completed no matter what. Mother, let me help you. By the way, I'll take you to buy some hangover medicine later. Otherwise, if you go back like this, Dad will be worried. Fortunately, just a few breaths later, Duan Yonggang extended a helping hand in time, which saved her from further embarrassment. It turns out that raising a son is a good way to prepare for old age. Dreamweaver is very emotional. After all, Duan Yonggang's words almost took care of her inner and outer concerns. Quite warm. And she didn't hold it in. He took advantage of the situation and stood up again with the help of Duan Yonggang. What a coincidence. Before she could even stand firm, a loud bang suddenly reached her ears. She was so shocked that she felt dizzy. I almost fell to the ground again. This is. So, the two confused people subconsciously looked towards the direction where the sound came from. There was confusion in his eyes. They really couldn't understand how such a loud noise could exist in this world. You know, all big cities are protected by formations. Under normal circumstances, even if a star explodes, the people in the city will not be disturbed in the slightest. But now it is. I see. But soon, both of them reacted. Immediately afterwards, two different expressions appeared. Duan Yonggang was filled with joy. All smiles on his face. Dead. That evildoer is finally dead. Just wait for me, today's matter will not end. When I destroy your Cao family, I will definitely follow your example. As for Dreamweaver, she was confused. On such a beautiful face, it is just as wonderful as it can be. There is joy. Sadness again. Changes every moment. Sometimes they even coexist. Let's go. After a while, Zhimeng finally spoke again. Good. And Duan Yonggang did not refuse. At this moment, he also wanted to go home quickly and have a couple of drinks. But the next moment, walk. Are you going back to the Cao family? It seems you are quite aware. But you can go. But forget about this kid. After all, men are never welcome in my territory. My dad is no exception. Both Duan Yonggang and Zhimeng's bodies trembled violently. Then they all turned their heads quickly. You're not dead. This was said by Duan Yonggang. It is full of despair. Of course, more of it is unbelievable. Because in his opinion, Cao Wenbin should be dead for sure. After all, he knew exactly what his mother was carrying. Plus the nearly invincible demon lord. But he was happy to ask, but Zhimeng was instantly scared and broke out in a cold sweat. What's the difference between asking this and seeking death? This Cao Wenbin is not a person who spoils children. So after coming to his senses, Zhimeng didn't hesitate at all and slapped Duan Yonggang on the back of the head. How can you talk like that, kid? No one would start to live and die the moment they meet. Hurry, call uncle. Otherwise, mother will be angry. These words were spoken quickly and urgently. By the way, it also points out the relationship between the two. I just hope Cao Wenbin will do her a favor and not kill her directly. But after hearing this, Duan Yonggang was immediately stunned. After a while, he pointed at his nose and said, "You mean, I should call him uncle?" Chapter 825 Dead, but not completely dead. Why, can't I? Hearing his son's question, Zhimeng immediately became angry. She naturally knew that this was a great humiliation for Duan Yonggang. But the problem is, this is the only way to save your life. Otherwise, you can only die. As for running, if the demon lord wants to escape from Cao Wenbin, he has to pay a Hongmeng treasure and a large number of Zerg troops. What did they have? So her words were quite serious. He didn't even give this stupid son a chance to refute. And her tone really scared Duan Yonggang. Originally, Duan Yonggang wanted to argue with him on the grounds that they were of similar age. But now, I don't have this idea at all. In addition, he also understood his mother's intention. So after biting her lip, she forced a smile and called out, "Uncle." The corner of Cao Wenbin's mouth twitched. This name is really unique. He has heard others call him brother. I've also heard others call him a brat. There are even many people who call him dad. But this is the first time I call him uncle. Of course, although this title is full of respect, Cao Wenbin still does not intend to let the tiger go back to the mountain. After all, he grew up listening to the saying that if you don't cut the grass at its roots, it will grow again in the spring breeze. As for Dreamweaver, if you really like children, just give her another one. Anyway, this woman looks good at giving birth. Don't want. As someone who has received assassination training, Zhimeng is naturally very sensitive to murderous intent. So as soon as Cao Wenbin showed the slightest sign, she immediately realized something was wrong. Then, without saying anything, he took the initiative to hug Cao Wenbin's arm. Then, Mr. Cao, you didn't seem to enjoy the dinner very much. And I didn't do well either. I know a lot of dances, but I haven't shown them yet. So you see. As she spoke, she did not forget to give Duan Yonggang a wink. The meaning is very clear, that is, leave quickly. But soon, she became desperate. Because she found that her silly son didn't understand what she meant at all. Or rather, he didn't even see her eyes. Instead, he glared at Cao Wenbin again. That look on his face was as if it said, "Don't you dare touch my mother again. It's really going to cost me my life." So, she gritted her teeth and dragged Cao Wenbin to the private room toilet with great effort. As for the shame, she no longer cares about that. After all, losing yourself is better than losing your son. What made her happy was that Cao Wenbin did not resist her. I reluctantly agreed to her wish. Fortunately, my charm is enough, otherwise, something really bad would happen. But how could she know that Cao Wenbin went with her? But an invisible energy had already been integrated into Duan Yonggang's body. It's not immediately fatal, but he definitely won't live for too long. Depend on. Finally escaped. That Cao is really scheming. They actually prepared so many backup plans. In an unknown small town, Jing Xian, who finally felt safe, breathed a sigh of relief. But the good times didn't last long. Just a few breaths later, a feeling of sadness suddenly emerged in her heart again. She remembered the tragic scene when the demon lord blew himself up. Therefore, husband, just wait, I will definitely help you get revenge. Haven't you always wanted to remarry? I was ignorant before. But this time, I won't do that. After I kill all the women of the Cao family, I will bury them next to you. You can enjoy yourself over there. The voice was full of gloom. And she didn't think it was such a difficult task. After all, the reason why she has been stuck at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm and unable to advance is all because of the suppression of the demon lord. She also practices magic. Because of this, she felt the suppression disappear at the moment the demon lord completed his self-destruction. The foundation accumulated over the years is exploding like crazy. It doesn't have to be much, just give her a year or two, and she will definitely be able to reach the level of the previous demon lord. Even further. That's right. I'm not alone either. Although the Zerg have suffered several losses at the hands of Cao Wenbin, their strength should not be underestimated. I can definitely join forces with them to fight Cao. As long as we are more cautious, we can definitely achieve great things. The more she thought about it, the more confident she became. What made her happy was that her fortune seemed to have improved. Because the next moment, Jingxian, you are right. You must unite everyone you can. Only in this way can we completely put Cao to death. Otherwise there's no chance at all. Jingxian was stunned. I didn't come back to my senses for a long time. There's nothing we can do about it, because the sound is so weird. It makes absolutely no sense. But soon, she woke up. Then he looked around like crazy. At the same time, she asked nervously, "Husband, is that you? Where are you?" Unfortunately, the voice disappeared completely. No response for a long time. Just when Jingxian was about to think that she was hallucinating, the voice appeared again. It's indeed me, but you don't have to look for it. Because I'm really dead. The reason I can still talk to you is because some of my consciousness is still retained within the demonic realm. And you are the only one who can inherit the magic way. A gleam of light suddenly flashed in Jingxian's eyes. So, from now on, I can communicate with you at any time, and you can give me advice at any time. This time, the demon lord didn't let her wait. That's right. What a pity. I can only see everything around you. Otherwise, in my current state, Cao Wenbin will have no secrets in front of me. Our winning rate will also increase exponentially. The voice was full of regret. But people's joys and sorrows are not the same. Jingxian was filled with joy after receiving a positive answer. Because the demon lord's current state is simply perfect for her. There is no need to worry about cheating, and she doesn't have to waste time and energy to accompany him. You can talk to her even if you have nothing to do. Is this a blessing in disguise? Of course, although I thought so, when the words came to my lips, they turned into, then can you be resurrected? If I can, I will definitely bring you back to the world even if it costs me my life. After all, you saved my life. Chapter 826. Is there a traitor? Hey, the demon lord was very touched. But in the end, he still sighed. Because resurrection is possible, but the conditions are extremely harsh. Do you still remember the book of life I once mentioned to you? Only if I get it, can I be reborn. But the key point is, it's in Cao Wenbin's hands. So, the demon lord didn't say the rest. But Jingxian understood it immediately. So, she immediately patted her chest and said, I see. Don't worry, it's not difficult. Anyway, I'm going to have to fight Cao Wenbin sooner or later. And as long as he dies, won't his collection be at our disposal? After she finished speaking, in order to make her attitude clear, she stopped hesitating. I just found an inn and booked a room. She must break through the chasm as soon as possible. After all, without strength, everything is just empty talk. What did you say? The one who died wasn't Cao Wenbin. Are a lie instead. Duan family. Duan Hong, who was originally drinking tea, suddenly stood up. His face was full of disbelief. After all, in his opinion, there is no possibility of failure in this operation. Cao Wenbin is definitely going to die. But I didn't expect. And after he heard the specific details recounted by Kangwu, he felt even worse. Then Cao Wenbin is so well prepared. Not only is there a formation. There are even those who intercept reinforcements. It seems like we have internal problems. Or there must be a spy among us too. Or maybe that slutty vixen Yin Huan has been played around by that Cao guy and betrayed us in advance. Silence. Kangwu's brows were wrinkled into the shape of a Chuan character. After a while, he raised his head again and said, it should be the former. Because in the final decisive battle, Yin Huan also sent troops to attack. And they're all the new type. And in the end, they were all killed. There's not one left. She herself was captured alive by one of Cao Wenbin's women. If nothing unexpected happens, I will definitely suffer a great punishment later. So no matter how you look at it, it's impossible that she betrayed me. After all, if this is really a play, the cost would be too high. With these resources, it would be great to keep them and fight them head on. There's really no need to go through all this trouble. That makes sense. Therefore, Duan Hong nodded subconsciously. Then, he began to check in his mind for people who might be spies. But the more he thought about it, the more headache he got. There's nothing we can do about it, since no one looks alike. Anyone who knows about this is the most trusted among the trusted ones. There is absolutely no possibility of rebellion. Depend on. Who is it? I can't figure it out. But he didn't get stuck in a rut. Because very soon, Kangwu spoke again. That's enough. Don't think about what's already happened. After all, finding spies is a delicate job. Don't rush things. If a good person is wrongly accused, it will be disheartening. If you ask me, let's first think about Ling Zhao's plot and see if we should continue. If you want, then we'll urge him. If you don't want to take the risk, then hurry up and get your deposit back. If it's too late, something might happen. Duan Hong was stunned. To be honest, he really didn't expect Kangwu to mention this. After all, these two things have nothing to do with each other. And Kangwu seemed to realize that the topic was changed a little too quickly. So after he finished speaking, he immediately explained in a lower voice, I'm just worried that Yin Huan isn't worth that price. Like I said just now, Yin Huan has been captured this time. She definitely won't have any free time in the short term. In this case we got it back, that experience. Duan Hong was stunned again. But after just a few breaths, he shook his head and laughed. Then, he said with a hint of sarcasm, Brother Kangwu, are you so unconfident in yourself? Subconsciously thinking that I'm not as good as Cao Wenbin. Come on, we've never competed. Everything is unknown. I'm not worried about that anyway. After all, I always firmly believe that I am better than that guy surnamed Cao. The fact that Yin Huan is busy again has no effect on me at all. The attitude is very clear. As soon as these words were spoken, Kangwu's face changed immediately. What a man. You can recognize anything, but this one doesn't work. So, you don't understand me at all. That Cao Wenbin is nothing. What I'm afraid of is. Never mind. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since you also think we should continue, let's go and urge Ling Zhao together. After saying that, he walked towards the door without looking back. Duan Hong, who also felt that it was time to urge them, immediately followed. But before he had taken a few steps, he seemed to have thought of something, and then he frowned and asked, "By the way, where is my wife? If it didn't work out, why haven't you come back yet? Could something have happened?" A hint of mockery quickly flashed across Kangwu's eyes. But he hid it very well. Duan Hong didn't even notice it. And his explanation was even more flawless. What could possibly happen to her as a bait? If nothing unexpected happens, he should be heading back now. I have to say, you really raised a good son. That little guy was guarding his mother in the corner the whole time, not giving Cao Wenbin any chance at all. Duan Hong laughed. A hint of pride unconsciously appeared on his face. After all, as a parent, who doesn't like others to praise their children? This has nothing to do with me. It's mainly because his mother educated him well. That's enough. Let's hold on tight. Cao Wenbin, get out here right now. Otherwise, I will be irreconcilable with you. It's still that box. Duan Yonggang, who had no idea that he had been tricked, was banging on the toilet door frantically. His face was full of rage. Unfortunately, he was doing completely useless work. In the past time, he has tried every possible means. Even the Void Walkers and Overlord Realm troops were used. But I still can't shake this door at all. Of course, he also knew that there was nothing special about this door. In the past, he could break thousands of similar things in the blink of an eye. The reason why we always come back empty-handed this time must be Cao Wenbin's doing. It is precisely because of this that he launched a verbal attack out of desperation. He has only one purpose. That is to get Cao Wenbin out as soon as possible. Chapter 827, Comparing Concentration. You're going crazy. Damn it. It's been more than 3 hours. Why is there still no movement? As time went by, Duan Yonggang became more and more anxious. Then, he subconsciously kicked the toilet door again. To be honest, he really didn't expect to achieve any results this time. Just venting. But what he didn't expect was that his unintentional planting actually led to a great success. His kick missed everything. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have fallen down. While he was busy trying to stabilize his body. Boy, you're guarding this door well. Uncle is very pleased. Here, this is a reward for you. Keep up the good work next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Yonggang, who had just stood firm, suddenly found that a silk-woven object appeared out of thin air in his hand. Humiliation. Naked humiliation. However, he just gritted his teeth and sulked alone. As for what to say, he is not stupid. After venting for a few hours, he has figured it out. He must lie dormant. Otherwise, everything his mother did would become meaningless. What made him happy was that his tolerance really worked. Cao Wenbin simply patted his shoulders a few times, then left with a smug look on his face. There is absolutely no intention of attacking him. So arrogant. It seems like you've been invincible for a long time. But this is fine. If you don't have any flaws, how can I play? There was murderous intent in his eyes. At the same time, the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. But with a muffled groan, he no longer had time to think about these messy things. He turned around and rushed into the toilet. But when he saw the situation inside clearly, his anger, which had just dissipated, suddenly emerged again. Then, Cao Wenbin, I will never forgive you. While roaring, he kicked everything in his sight to pieces. Only the washbasin where his mother sat was left. Of course, he vented his anger, but he didn't forget the important things. After Zhimeng tidied herself up a little and made the situation less awkward, he immediately helped her down. Mom, are you okay? Shaked his head gently. Although extremely weak, Dreamweaver was still smiling. What can happen to me? Okay, let's go home. Otherwise, your father would be worried. By the way, Hanger, do you know where your father hid his treasure? Duan Yonggang was stunned. This question is really a bit abrupt. But he didn't think much about it. He nodded immediately. Yeah. I know most of it. After all, I usually consume a lot of resources. Dad was afraid of trouble, so he told me several important resource storage locations. Mother, you want to? Without letting him continue to ask, Zhimeng said directly, when you go back, take me to visit all the places. I'm going to work hard too. Next time I meet this guy named Cao, I will make him pay. Duan Yonggang also laughed. He guessed it would be like this. After all, in his impression, his mother also has a temper. How could I not explode when I've been treated like a plaything time and time again? So, without even hesitating, he nodded again. But he had no idea that the reality was completely different from what he imagined. The reason his mother asked where the resources were was not because of her temper. I simply want to ensure that these things won't fall into the hands of others after Duan Hong's death. As for why we do this, you can't disobey your husband's orders. In Wancheng, in an unremarkable tavern. Brother Ling Jiao, you should be aware of the current situation of the Zerg. So no matter what happens today, you must give us a definite answer. We really can't wait any longer. Looking at the man in front of them who had an expressionless face from beginning to end, Kangwu and Duan Hong were almost speechless. Originally, according to the plan before coming, they would definitely not be the first to speak during this meeting. Just hold the rack, so as to seize the initiative in negotiations. Because of this, for the previous half hour, this tavern was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Not to mention the sound of conversation, even the sound of breathing cannot be heard. But as they sat there, Duan Hong and Kangwu discovered something was wrong. The two of them realized that their concentration was really not as good as that of the expressionless man in front of them. Judging from their appearance, if they don't say anything, they might sit here forever. So in desperation. But what made them feel relieved was that after they explained their purpose, this partner no longer pretended to be dead. Feedback was given quickly, even though it's just one finger. Brother Ling Jiao, do you mean it will take another 10 days? Although this is in line with the agreement, can you speed it up a bit? The request is reasonable. But what Duan Hong and Kangwu didn't expect was that Ling Jiao didn't even think about it and just shook his head. As a result, the two of them immediately frowned. After all, speeding up is really not difficult to do. It's nothing more than putting a little more of the medicine they give you each time. They really couldn't understand why this guy refused. But before they could ask, Cao Wenbin took the lead in clarifying their confusion. This finger of mine doesn't represent 10 days. But it only takes 1 day. Because tomorrow night, that guy surnamed Cao is going to celebrate his mother, Lin Xian's birthday. So Yin Huan happens to be free. Duan Hong and Kangwu were stunned. But after just a few breaths, golden light appeared in their eyes. It can be done tomorrow. Are you so lucky? However, although they were excited, they did not lose their minds. Soon, he asked a crucial question. If we're in such a hurry, will Yin Huan notice anything unusual? Even though we are in a hurry, we absolutely cannot do anything that will lead to the loss of the greater good. Cao Wenbin's expression remained calm. Since I dare to say it, I must be sure of it. Sister Huan has been taking medicine these past few days. And that medicine smells extremely bad, so no matter how much we add, she will never be able to detect it. Duan Hong and Kangwu were stunned. Take medicine. As the 7 emperors, although their physical fitness is not as abnormal as that of the cultivators, diseases, disasters, etc. have nothing to do with them. Why is he taking medicine? Chapter 828. Is good news really coming? Depend on. No one is a fool. Duan Hong and Kangwu were only stunned for a few moments. Then they all reacted. What their goddess eats is not medicine for curing diseases at all. But, because of this stimulation, the two of them did not hesitate and nodded at the same time. Tomorrow evening then. We'll come pick you up then. The balance will also be paid to you at that time. By the way, you should also keep a tight grip on Wenlan. I know this is more difficult, but as I said, we really don't have much time. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them stood up together. Then he walked quickly towards the door of the tavern. It was obvious that they really didn't want to stay here any longer. But that's true. The penetration by Cao Wenbin here is really deep. If you stay too long, you might actually be discovered. At this critical moment, it is better to be steady. But they had just taken 2 steps when Ling Jiao's voice suddenly penetrated their ears. Wait a minute, both of you. Look back suddenly. Afterwards, murderous intent appeared in the eyes of both Duan Hong and Kangwu. Brother Ling, is there anything else? Don't tell me you need more money. Yin Huan and Wen Lan are very important to us, but if you want to use them to control us, then you are overthinking it. Cao Wenbin smiled. Then, he slowly shook his head. I want face. Of course I wouldn't do such a despicable thing. That's the agreed upon price. The reason I called you here is just to tell you two that you can't take Yin Huan with you. After all, time is limited. Whatever you want to do, you can only come to this Wancheng. Of course, if you're not afraid of alerting the enemy and don't want Wen Lan anymore, then just ignore what I said. After we finish the transaction, we'll all run away together. Duan Hong and Kangwu were both stunned. It took me a while to come to my senses. Really, it's simply unrealistic to want to take Yin Huan away. After all, it's just a birthday celebration. I was so full after one night. There is simply not enough time. But in this Wancheng, they are afraid of death. If Cao Wenbin caught him, wouldn't he be chopped into pieces? Of course, they can also let their clones take their place. But it is safe this way. Even if Cao Wenbin were to tire himself to death, he would never be able to find their true identities. But the problem is, they are unwilling to give in. You know, they spent a lot of money for this opportunity. If I can't come in person, it would be a real shame. What should I do? Very confusing. And it took a long time to make a decision. So, after thinking for a long time, Duan Hong gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Ling, you go back first. Everything is going as we agreed. As for whether or not to bring Yin Huan with us, we'll make a final decision tomorrow." No rebuttal. Cao Wenbin turned around and left. And after he completely disappeared from Duan Hong and Kangwu's sight, the corners of his mouth immediately curled up. He was sure that the ones coming tomorrow would be the real bodies of these two people. After all, this is in their best interest. I'll teach you a lesson tomorrow. Let me show you what it means to be a knife over your head due to your color. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a day is over. As the stars gradually set in the west, Duan Hong and Kangwu began to get busy. Cao Wenbin was not wrong. They are indeed planning to go there in their true form. After all, she is my goddess. I haven't even experienced the original body, so what does the clone have to do with it? However, before setting off, they were preparing to take out some insurance for themselves. They need to investigate carefully to see if there is anything fishy going on here. That's why we've confirmed that Lin Xian's birthday is indeed today. And Cao Wenbin also organizes it lavishly every year. Rain or shine, never fails. By the way, our people just sent back a message saying they saw Cao Wenbin leaving Wancheng. Zhang Jian and Yi Qing'er left yesterday. Currently, in the entire Wancheng, the only person belonging to the Cao family is Nian Yuyu, the master of the Happy Palace. As for her strength, peak of Heavenly Dao Realm. If combined with various magical weapons, it should be able to take on 2 or 3 Domination Realm soldiers. Of course, the possibility of her possessing a Domination Realm mother nest cannot be ruled out. The person who came to report spoke very seriously. But Duan Hong and Kangwu became more and more excited the more they listened. Because all of this is so beneficial to them. If this is true, then their trip will be safe. Even if we are discovered, we can definitely retreat calmly. Wait a little longer. However, they did not just listen to one person. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. What if this person is the undercover agent? So, in the next half cup of tea, they listened to 5 reports in a row. Only after they were sure that Cao Wenbin and many masters of the Cao family were no longer in Wancheng did they rush out. Damn it! The good thing I've been looking forward to for millions of years is finally here. It's not easy, it's really not easy. And when they saw Ling Zhao, who had obviously been waiting for a long time, in a house, the smiles on their faces suddenly became even brighter. Brother Ling Zhao, your character is truly beyond reproach. Come on, take out the goods. We need to inspect the goods. Like them, Cao Wenbin also had a smile on his face. You two are too kind. I have to say, you guys are really generous. It's only one night. He even bought a house specifically for this. As soon as he finished speaking, a pink box appeared between the 3 of them. As the lid of the box was opened, Yin Huan, who had fallen into a deep sleep and was wearing highs, appeared in front of the 3 people. Oh my god, no surprises. Duan Hong and Kangwu's eyes suddenly widened. After all, when have they ever seen such a scene? I never got there in my dreams. Because of this, the 2 of them subconsciously walked towards the box. But they had just taken 2 steps when Cao Wenbin suddenly blocked their way. Then, he slowly stretched out his right hand. You two, have you forgotten something? The 2 were stunned. But soon, I reacted. Then, without saying anything, one of them immediately threw out a domination realm mother nest that had been cultivated to its peak state. To be honest, if this happened under normal circumstances, they would definitely be hesitant. Even make excuses to pay later. But this time, they didn't have that intention at all. Chapter 829 Duan Hong, Kangwu, Death. Well, you can finally let us through this time. Duan Hong and Kangwu's faces were filled with impatience. After he finished speaking, they didn't even wait for Cao Wenbin to speak before they rushed directly to the pink box containing Yin Huan. But that's true. In this situation, only a fool would stop. After all, there is only one goddess. But there are two of them. Once you slow down, you can only play the rest. And the reality is pretty much as they expected. Cao Wenbin did not block the way again. But the good times didn't last long. They had just reached the box and their hands hadn't even touched Yin Huan, when Yin Huan, who was still unconscious, suddenly opened her eyes. At the same time, a 3-foot green sword that exuded a murderous aura at all times suddenly stabbed towards Kangwu's heart. You are not Yin Huan. You're a fake. Damn it, this is a trap. Although he was blinded by lust, Kangwu, who was stimulated by the sword energy, woke up immediately. Then, without even hesitating, he took out a fruit from his arms. It was none other than the innate puppet fruit that Wen Lan had once used. Want to kill me? Dream on. Just wait for me, for what happened today, I will repay you 100-fold tomorrow. And as for Yin Huan, I will definitely bring her to ruin. I've actually been so impressed. Pure slut. Kangwu, whose IQ had regained its upper hand, quickly figured everything out. He knew that although Yin Huan had never shown up from beginning to end, she must have played a big role in this conspiracy. Otherwise, everything would never be so perfect. Of course, he kept cursing, but his actions never stopped for a moment. As soon as he got the fruit, he immediately crushed it into pieces. As the fruit pulp splashed, his entire body immediately began to become fibrotic. Obviously, he is gradually being replaced. To be honest, this trick is really unsolvable. Because this is a conceptual trick. Completely irreversible. Unfortunately, he met Ling Ruobing. You want to use the same move twice in front of us. Do you think our Cao family are idiots? Ling Ruobing, who was controlling the immortal slaying sword, had a look of disdain on her face. Then she suddenly put more strength. The immortal slaying sword did not disappoint her expectations and directly pierced into Kangwu's body, which had become completely fibrotic. Idiot. Did you know? Originally, Kangwu wanted to make some more mockery. But before he could finish his words, his expression suddenly changed. Immediately afterwards, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes gradually began to blur. It's obvious that he can't survive. Know what? Do you think you're the only one with conceptual tricks? My aunt also knows similar things. Under the law of cause and effect, even if you can replace yourself 100 times, you will still die. Just as Ling Ruobing was completely defeating the enemy, Cao Wenbin also grabbed Duan Hong's neck. Different from Kangwu, Duan Hong's method of saving his life is to turn himself into a sky full of stars. As long as there is a way to escape, he can be resurrected perfectly. I have to say, this is also a very perverted way to save your life. Ordinary people can never catch him. Unfortunately, although the speed of starlight is astonishing and it spreads in all directions without any blind spots, it is simply not enough in the face of the law of time. Especially when time went back, this move that was highly anticipated became a joke. That's why. Master Cao, you can't kill me. You really can't kill me. After all, once I die, my various collections will definitely be divided up by my men. You can't get any. But if you keep me, it will be completely different. Not only can I make you rich instantly, it can even help you take down the entire Zerg. By the way, Mr. Cao, do you still remember the Dreamweaver who had dinner with you yesterday? To be honest, that's actually my wife. As long as you let me go, I promise that she will appear in your bed before noon tonight. And no matter how you want to manipulate her, she will definitely try her best to cooperate. It is obvious that Duan Hong has done everything he can to survive. But after hearing this, Cao Wenbin couldn't help but laugh. Then, Dreamweaver, it seems you don't know anything yet. In that case, I'll let you be a wise guy. Actually, yesterday, I not only killed the Demon Lord, but also completely ate up all the sugar-coated bullets you threw at me. That feeling. By the way, your son is really a good boy. Tried every possible way to save his mother. What a pity, his strength is so poor. I tried so hard for a long time, but I couldn't even break the door open. Duan Hong's eyes suddenly turned red. After all, he is a real man. Hearing such a thing, I naturally cannot accept it. However, this anger came quickly, but it also went out quickly. He knew very well that only by keeping his life could he think about other things. But before he could say anything else, Cao Wenbin's 5 fingers that were pinching his neck had already started to exert force. Click. The sound is very crisp. At the same time, as for the resources you mentioned, you don't have to worry about them. Your wife has already gone to help me watch over it. I won't lose anything, killing people and destroying their hearts. But at this moment, Duan Hong could do nothing. I could only glare at Cao Wenbin fiercely. Until life ends completely. Let's spread the current situation through our channels. I want to make it clear to all the creatures in this insect world that a new chapter is about to begin. Their emperor will arrive soon. Holy crap, is this news true or fake? Emperor Huan and Emperor Lan were both captured by that Cao guy. And they even surrendered. That should be true. Otherwise, how could there be so many Cao family experts in Wancheng? Damn, that Cao guy is so lucky. We only have 2 capable Zerg members, and he kidnapped them both. That's probably not all. Think about it, Yi Huang, who's been selling new soldiers lately. How could she be so arrogant without Cao Wenbin's support? And she has no relationship with Cao, so what has she done to deserve his support? Oh my god, this Chuncheon is going to catch them all in one fell swoop. Are we, the Zerg, really going to have the surname Cao in the future? Chapter 830 The Last Fight. Looking at the overwhelming amount of information on their own network, most ordinary people in the Zerg tribe were arguing about whether their goddess had fallen into Cao Wenbin's hands. It seems that this is the most important thing to them. But anyone who has a little power in their hands is keeping a close eye on the intelligence. Duan Hong and Kangwu have both been killed. Especially the remaining 3 emperors among the 7 emperors. They were completely stunned. They never thought that the sky would fall down after just a nap. Because of this, after confirming that this was not fake news, they immediately gathered together. Then, nonsense. Chuncheon is just messing around. To actually run right under Cao Wenbin's nose and play with someone he's already played with, is that something a creature with a brain could do? Now it's all right, 4 out of 7. Where does this leave us, the Zerg? The other 2 also had frowns on their faces. After all, this is indeed a problem. If all 7 of them are here, they can still compete with the Cao family. But now, they are not even worthy of carrying other people's shoes. After all, Yinhuan and Wen Lan are no worse than them. After equipping the new troops created by Cao Wenbin, they can even fight 2 against 3. Damn it. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Even Chu Feng, the good-natured guy who never lost his temper in front of others, couldn't help but curse loudly. But as the saying goes, there is always a way out. Just when the 3 of them were at their wits' end and were considering whether to split up into smaller groups and fight guerrilla warfare against the Cao family, a woman whose appearance was no worse than Yinhuan and Wen Lan suddenly appeared in front of them. Night Owl. At first, the 3 of them were deeply wary of this woman. Even hostility. There is no way, everything will show that this woman is not clean either. It is very likely that Cao Wenbin has already given it. But after just a few breaths, their attitude changed. Because in the blink of an eye, Night Owl brought out a bunch of Domination Realm troops. And they are all the latest. There are more than a dozen tigers that are invincible in close combat. Then, these are what Emperor Huan and Emperor Lan asked me to give to you 3. What I want to say is that although we have all been completely conquered by Wenbin, but he still knows that he is a Zerg. On the surface, we definitely can't help. The best we can do is not to take action when the 2 sides are fighting. But secretly, we can sell you all the weapons you want. Although this won't allow the 3 of you to turn defeat into victory, it should be enough to protect yourselves. No surprises. The only 3 remaining emperors suddenly stood up. Then he looked at Yi Xiao excitedly. Is what you said true? He shrugged lightly. Aren't the things already in front of you? How could this be false? Okay, divide it among yourselves. I have to go back and prepare for tonight's bedtime. Remember, keep a low profile next time. Try not to attract Wenbin's attention. In this way, the Zerg will surely survive forever. After she finished speaking, she didn't hesitate any longer and disappeared from the spot. Didn't stay for a moment. But even though she left, Chu Feng and the other two, who had received a clear answer, were so happy that they almost lost their minds. After all, under the current circumstances, this can definitely be considered great news. Then, they began to count the types of troops sent by Night Owl. Then see how to divide it. But before they could finish their investigation, another good thing came to their door. 3 emperors, a woman claiming to be the widow of the demon lord has arrived. Look, the 3 of them were stunned. Then they all frowned unconsciously. Because in their opinion, there is a high probability that they are here to seek asylum. To be honest, if this happened in the past, they would have accepted it without any hesitation. After all, she is my old friend's wife. Give me a safety guarantee, no problem. But now, they can hardly protect themselves. If this angered Cao Wenbin, even if Yin Huan and the other 2 worked themselves to death, they would never be able to save them. So, the 3 of them subconsciously wanted to refuse. But before they could open their mouths, an extremely pleasant voice suddenly entered their ears. Looking at the 3 of you, it seems like you've been frightened to death. So, are you going to live under the Cao family's control and let them manipulate you? At this moment, the 3 of them frowned even more tightly. His face was full of displeasure. However, this expression did not last long. When they saw the person who spoke, their eyes instantly glowed green. There's nothing I can do about it, this girl is just too beautiful. If only this could. It's just right that we can't fight for supremacy anymore. In that case, why not learn from Cao Wenbin? After all, as a man, you have to have power, wealth, and beauty, right? As soon as this thought came to their mind, they couldn't control themselves anymore. Chu Feng, the uncle with a pleasant face, immediately pulled out the chair next to him. Beauty, you've gone too far. We just want to lie low for a while and then take our time. How is it possible to live under someone else's roof forever? By the way, what's your name, beautiful lady? We can't always be beautiful women. How strange. This time, it was Jingxian's turn to frown. She really didn't expect that the remaining 3 emperors would have such a huge gap with Kangwu and Duan Hong. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a serious person. But no matter how unhappy she was, she still endured it in the end. After all, the world is big, but revenge is the biggest. So, since you 3 still have great ambitions, then we still have something to talk about. I came here this time to do a business with you. As for the specific content, I want you to help me collect 999 extremely yin objects, plus 999 women born in yin years, yin months, and yin hours. Not much. But as soon as the things arrive, my cultivation will be greatly improved in a short period of time. At the very least, we can still surpass Cao Wenbin. Even so, it's still not enough to completely wipe out the Cao family. But driving it back to the highest plane is definitely within our grasp. And by then, Jingxian didn't say anything else. But the meaning is so obvious that it couldn't be more obvious. Chapter 831, Other Intentions. That sounds tempting. But the key point is, even if everything really happens as you say, what good will it do us? By then, you'll be king, but won't we still have to survive? Obviously, once interests were involved, the IQ of Chu Feng and the other 2 immediately took the upper hand again. Jingxian was obviously prepared for this. After a slight smile, he took out a map. Then, with a light stroke of his finger, it was split into 2 halves. Very uneven. One portion is only the size of a quarter. The other one, however, is as much as 3/4. Then, I can swear to the Tao that as long as you help me find all the things, I will only take a quarter of it at most after the task is completed. If you violate it, the Tao will cease to exist. This time, Chu Feng and the other 2 were really moved. After all, the effort is small, but the rewards are surprisingly great. If this really happens, the recent turmoil will no longer be a disaster for them. Instead, it became an opportunity. Done. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. Soon after, they all started slapping their thighs. But what they didn't see was that while they were plotting, among the group of soldiers sent by Night Owl, the corners of the mouths of several big tigers unconsciously curled up. It's full of irony. I just wanted to find out where those 3 guys are. I didn't expect to get an unexpected reward. In that case, I won't be polite. In Wancheng, Cao Wenbin, who was enjoying the leg massage service of Dai Yunyu, suddenly opened his eyes. Then he laughed out loud. Of course, she wasn't the only one showing excitement. Zhang Jian, Zhao Yuan'er and others who were also eavesdropping just now couldn't help themselves. However, they soon began to show doubts again. Because Cao Wenbin was so excited that it seemed a little too much. Isn't this just an opportunity to wipe out all the enemies in one fell swoop? Don't be so happy. But before he could ask, Cao Wenbin took the initiative to speak. Hurry. Go and cooperate with their actions. Remember, you must make sure those guys get the extremely yin things they want as quickly as possible. My intuition tells me that if I operate properly this time, my strength will most likely reach a new level. Thus reaching a realm no one has ever set foot on. Completely invincible in the world. The women were stunned. Then they all stood up suddenly. Each of these little faces, each unique but all incredibly beautiful, is filled with madness. At this moment, they finally understood why their men laughed so loudly. An opportunity to go one step further. If the person who said this wasn't Cao Wenbin, they would definitely think they had met a lunatic. Of course, no matter how crazy they are, their movements are faster than each other. Nian Yuyu and others immediately disappeared from the spot. Obviously, he was going to help find those extremely yin things. As for Zhang Jian and Zhao Yuan'er, the two of them immediately came to Cao Wenbin's side. Then, husband, you don't have to be too stressed. If this thing can be accomplished, it can be accomplished. If it can't be accomplished, forget it. Anyway, at this moment, we are no different from being invincible. By the way, aren't there 2 dishes you've always wanted to eat but never had the time to eat? After this matter is over, I will do it for you myself. I guarantee you'll want to try it again after you've tried it. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. While people in other places were frantically adapting to the new ruler, Chu Feng and the other 2 all showed expressions of ecstasy. Because just now, they finally collected everything Jingxian needed. To be honest, they really didn't expect the process to be so fast. After all, people are easy to talk to. With the household registration system, you can find them all in minutes. But the extremely yin instrument is completely different. Who would bother to record it? So I can only look for them one by one. But now it seems that they have overestimated the difficulty of this matter. They would never have thought that they could find 3 or 5 items in any slaughterhouse. In the words of the slaughterhouse owner, these are all inherited from their family. Some of them have been passed down for hundreds of generations. It seems that the general trend is still on our side. Even God doesn't want the Cao family to dominate the world. The more I think about it, the happier I feel. However, even though they had everything, the 3 of them did not contact Jingxian right away. Instead, after the excitement subsided, they all sat back in their seats in tacit understanding. Then, since things are almost successful, I think we should be more cautious first and more cautious later. After all, if the interests are uncertain, it's easy for something to go wrong. This was said by Chu Feng. That makes sense. And the other 2 did not object. Because of this, the incomplete map soon appeared in front of the 3 people. Judging from the look on his face, he was obviously preparing to replicate the scene where Jingxian distributed the benefits before. Split the map directly. This will determine the future sphere of influence of each family. But the method is a good one, it is quite simple and clear. But when he was about to take action, Chu Feng was in trouble again. Because this matter looks simple, but when he really started drawing the lines, Chu Feng suddenly realized that this is not something a human would do. After all, there are rich and poor territories. Can the value of a city be compared to that of a piece of wasteland? Damn it! Why are my hands so cheap? Why do you want to take on such a job? But just when he was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood, the tall and thin man sitting on his left suddenly spoke. Normally, this 3/4 of the territory should be divided equally among the 3 of us. But what happened during this period of time has made me feel a lot. Struggle for supremacy. What the hell? No matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger than you. So I've decided. From now on I'll just enjoy myself. Except for the territory that originally belonged to me, I don't want a single inch of the extra land. Divide it however you 2 like. Don't worry about me. Chu Feng and the slightly fat guy on his right were both stunned. Just want the original territory and nothing else. Are you sure you're not kidding? Something's wrong. There's something absolutely wrong. This guy must have other plans. Thinking of this, the two of them narrowed their eyes unconsciously. Chapter 832. This boy is not worth considering. Old Joe, we are colleagues after all. Now we're on the same page again. So I think if you have any ideas, you should tell us directly. Stop hiding it. Hearing this, the thin man laughed. Then, everything I said is true. I really don't want to dominate the world anymore. Of course, I won't give you the territories that belong to me for no reason. If you want it, then you must promise me that when I pursue Jingxian from now on, you will do whatever you can to help her. Don't hold me back. Chu Feng and the fat man's eyes suddenly narrowed unconsciously. They understood that this guy was retreating in order to advance. It seems like he doesn't want anything anymore, but in fact, he is seeking something bigger. After all, Jingxian will be able to grow into someone who can surpass Cao Wenbin in the near future. If we could take it down. What a dare you must have. Very emotional. However, neither of them refused. After all, cutting off someone's source of income is like killing their parents. So soon, both of them nodded heavily. But when 3 people become 2, things become much simpler. Soon, the already broken map was split into 2 halves again. Walk. Let's go meet up with Jingxian. It's time for us to fight back. Maple Leaf City. This is an important town under Chu Feng's command. The population is quite large. But the geographical location is a bit remote. It is quite far away from other prosperous areas. But precisely because it was so remote, this major event fell on it without a doubt. Are you sure this place is safe enough? You know, once the formation starts working, my ability to protect myself will be quite limited. In a very quiet house, Jingxian carefully examined the surroundings while her mouth was not idle, and she asked very seriously. Obviously, she was really scared by Cao Wenbin. After this time, there is absolutely no way anyone would be willing to self-destruct for her again. So she is quite cautious. Afraid of being caught, and then. But unlike her, Chu Feng and the other 2 looked relaxed. Don't worry. There will definitely be no mistakes this time. Let's not talk about the fact that Cao Wenbin didn't even know about this. There will be absolutely no defense. Even if he really heard something or calculated something, he definitely wouldn't be able to find this place. After all, this place is an adventurer's paradise. Anyone with even a little bit of power would never pay attention to this place. That makes sense. Therefore, Jingxian soon breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, he began to place various extremely yin objects on his own. 1 genital, 1 person. Quite regular. And at the beginning, the changes in this house were not very big. But as fewer and fewer people and things followed Jingxian, this place suddenly became gloomy. At the end, there was a gust of cold wind. Except for Jingxian, everyone else was shivering unconsciously. Some people with weaker physical conditions even had their lips frozen white. Everyone who is not involved should leave. The next environment will be even worse. If you insist on doing it, it might even cause irreversible damage to your body. Chu Feng and others were pardoned. Then he didn't even hesitate and ran away immediately. Without the interference of outsiders, Jingxian's efficiency suddenly became higher. The work that was supposed to take her an hour or so was completely completed in just a cup of tea. Perfect. Such a sweet smile. At this moment, she really saw the hope of revenge. But just as she was about to find a comfortable place to make the process of absorbing yin energy less painful, an anxious voice suddenly rang through her mind. Run. The man surnamed Cao is here. Damn it, this 7th emperor is such a loser. It's okay if I can't beat that Cao guy in a fight. Now you can't even do something as simple as keeping a secret. Why don't they just die? The voice was full of anger. When Jingxian heard this, she was completely stunned. Cao Wenbin. That guy actually came. And he calculated the time so accurately. That's impossible. Subconsciously, she muttered to herself. But having said that, her body is quite honest. Without wasting even a second, she flew directly out of the city. Judging from the look on his face, he's obviously using all his might. Unfortunately, this is obviously useless. The next moment. Stop it. Very domineering. At the same time, the laws of time and space suddenly fell on her. No. Her beautiful face was filled with despair. But no matter how she shouted, it couldn't change the outcome. Soon, she was fixed in the air. Even at this moment, she has already reached the level of domination. But in Cao Wenbin's hands, it's still not good enough. And that's not all. Just a few breaths later, something even more despairing happened to her. She was clearly trying to push forward, but her body was slowly moving backwards. Only after retreating into the arms of a man full of masculinity did he stop completely. Then, girl, I didn't expect that we would see each other again so soon. Don't tell me, it's really good that you found this place. Swimming pool, kitchen, tables, chairs and sofas, everything you need. By the way, have you been exercising recently? If not, then warm up quickly. Don't wait to get hurt. My body suddenly started shaking even more violently. Jingxian is not stupid. She naturally understood what Cao Wenbin was talking about. That's why she broke down so quickly. Don't want. I belong to my husband. I will give myself completely to her when we get married. This beauty cannot be tarnished by anyone. Cao Wenbin smiled. But no matter how you look at it, this smile is extremely evil. Then, what a coincidence. My greatest hobby in life is to destroy everything beautiful. Besides, your husband has vanished into thin air. How can I spend my wedding night with you? Okay, stop struggling. Just cooperate with me. I believe it won't be long before I make you forget him. And forget it forever. I can't remember it anymore. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them arrived at the door. Chapter 833, The Barrier is Finally Broken. Finale. Stop it right now. My husband is not dead. As long as the time is right, he can be resurrected immediately. Looking at the door in front of her that looked like a huge mouth of the abyss, there was nothing in Jingxian's eyes but fear. And precisely because she was frightened, she desperately needed courage, so she subconsciously refuted. But as soon as she said that, she immediately realized that something was wrong. Then he looked at Cao Wenbin nervously. I hope this guy thinks I'm bragging. It's a nice thought. Unfortunately, the opposite happened. Cao Wenbin, who had been moving forward regardless of her obstruction, suddenly stopped. Then, he frowned slightly. Judging from his appearance, he is obviously calculating something. So, she suddenly panicked. Then I started shouting in my heart. Husband, run. Don't let this guy find out. Very panicked. But the demon lord, who was involved, was extremely calm. The voice is full of peace. Don't panic. In my current state, even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't do anything to me. So all you have to do is think about how to escape. Don't worry about anything else. After all, if there really was a live broadcast, I would definitely go crazy. Very confident. But the good times didn't last long. As a misty small drum appeared in front of Cao Wenbin, his tone of voice suddenly changed. The drum of dissipation. How is this possible? How could he have this thing? The panic was extremely obvious. After hearing this, Jingxian immediately knew what was going on. Then, without even hesitating, he pounced directly at Cao Wenbin. I have to say, her reaction is really fast. Even if it was a little slower, the drum would really sound. By then, no one will be able to help. However, Jingxian also knew that she could stop it for a while, but she could never stop it forever. So, I beg you to never knock. By the way, don't you want to go inside? I figured it out. I can accompany you. And I will do my best to cooperate. The smile on Cao Wenbin's face suddenly became even brighter. But just when Jingxian thought that her bribery was successful. But Cao Wenbin suddenly shook his head again. It seems you still don't understand your situation. You're already a piece of meat on the chopping block, why would you want to make a deal with me? Well, as I said before, if you have some free time, you should exercise more. So as to avoid getting hurt later. As soon as the words fell, the laws of time and space appeared again. At the same time, the sound of drums suddenly rang out. Not much noise. But before the voice fell, Jingxian suddenly realized that her heart was empty. It looked as if something extremely important had completely disappeared. She wants to reminisce. But no matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't remember. So, she collapsed immediately. Devil. You are a pure devil. The smile is still so bright. Immediately afterwards, Cao Wenbin supported the beauty who had lost her backbone and went straight into the house. Collapse. What does that have to do with him? Now, he just wanted to quickly take a peek into the realm that no one had ever reached. Zhao Yuaner, Zhongzhou, please don't go too far. We have all chosen to live in seclusion in a corner, why do you still want to kill us all? Just when the demon lord was completely wiped out, Chu Feng and the other two were also in great crisis. What made them most frustrated was that the one they were blocking was not their clone. So in desperation, they had to talk about reason. After all, if the real body dies, then it is really dead. But it is obvious that this behavior is just adding to the joke. Look, just as they finished speaking, Zhongzhou and others were already laughing. Why kill them all? Then why did you want to kill the Nangong family in the first place? Didn't they lose their ambition to dominate in the later stages? Also, aren't you secretly supporting Jingxian in an attempt to make a comeback? Can this be called a secluded corner? Chu Feng and the other two were speechless. They would never have thought that the Cao family actually had so much information. It's like they are under a microscope, there are no secrets at all. Of course, although this road did not work, they did not give up. Soon, their expressions changed. Be humble and disappear immediately. Instead, there was a strong murderous intent. Then, Zhao Yuaner, Zhang Jian, please don't go too far. You must know that our strength is not damaged at all. It's impossible to defeat you. But it's definitely not difficult to temporarily find a few people to take the blame. And if even one of you dies here, I think Cao Wenbin will probably go crazy. After saying that, the three of them waved their right hands together. In an instant, overwhelming Zerg troops appeared in front of them. The ones closest to them are the gravity dragonflies and other new types of troops developed by Cao Wenbin. How about it? Are you willing to have a good talk with us this time? At this moment, Zhang Jian and others laughed even more happily. At the same time, Yi Xiaoyun Wenya and Nangong Qingyu suddenly appeared between the two sides. Then, talk about shit. I'm telling you, this day next year will definitely be the anniversary of your death. No matter who comes, it won't work. Chu Feng and the other two were stunned. Especially after they saw Nangong Qingyu's appearance clearly, they suddenly realized something. Then, without saying anything else, he immediately prepared to dismiss the troops around him. They are not stupid. Naturally, I understand that the things sent by my old rival can't be good things. Unfortunately, they woke up too late. The next moment. Boom, boom. All the advanced soldiers around Chu Feng and the other two, whether it was the gravity dragonfly or the invincible tiger in close combat, all exploded in an instant. The power is quite amazing. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Chu Feng and the other two, who were not very strong themselves, naturally could not withstand it. Almost in the blink of an eye, it completely turned into ashes. Finally, revenge has been taken. Both of them are very happy. But this expression did not last long. Soon, the women discovered that this world seemed to have become a little different. Is something going to happen again? This was the first thought of the girls. But not long after, they breathed a sigh of relief again. Because they found out that they were just overthinking. The reason why the world is abnormal is not because some enemy has appeared again. It is because as this world is completely unified, the will of heaven and earth is instilling some kind of mysterious energy into Cao Wenbin. It seems that the opportunity Wenbin mentioned is definitely here. The only suspense now is how long we have to wait. Don't worry. Anyway, with the Book of Life, we are all immortal. It's just time. After an unknown amount of time, Cao Wenbin suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't use any magic power, but in the blink of an eye, he had already understood everything. At this moment, there are no more secrets in this world for him. Whatever he wants to know, he can know. At the same time, he also discovered that the top-level planes were not just the supreme plane in the insect world. But there are still 997. Unfortunately, even with such a large base, he is still the only one who can break through the domination realm. To break through to the immortal realm, both opportunity and foundation are indispensable. If I take even the slightest wrong step, I'll be stuck at the peak of the domination realm forever. If it weren't for Lu Zhilin pressing me every step of the way, I would never have been able to take this step. Very emotional. However, he did not continue to sit here quietly. With a move of his body, he disappeared from the spot. 100 years is a long time. But for Cao Wenbin and others, it was just a blink of an eye. As Cao Wenbin stopped going out, the entire nameless island gradually became lively. From time to time, you can even hear some children's laughter. This is not. Cao Linlin, you're being naughty again. If you keep doing this, I'll beat you up, don't you believe me? The whole book is finished.